Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Blazing Embers, Dragunov Bratva by Cat Steele, narrated by Leanne Woodward and Eric Bloomquist. 1. Tara. 7 months ago. The shower water runs pink at my feet. It's the same every time I shower, which is around 3 times a day, depending on how often I work out. The ache between my legs, the dull throb in my lower back, the faint metallic scent of blood slipping free from a body still healing. It's been a month since I gave birth, and my body refuses to let me forget. Every stretch, every step, every pulse reminds me that my baby girl is gone. And I'm not just bleeding physically, but emotionally, too. I have no idea how anyone can just give up a child. It feels like I've had a part of me ripped out, or a phantom limb that aches all the time, and there is nothing to dull the pain. I turn off the water, breathing heavily as I try to force thoughts of my little girl from my mind. Thoughts that make my chest feel like it's being squashed by a giant trying to test the strength of my rib cage. My skin is flushed from the hot spray, and my limbs tremble, not from exhaustion, but from the workout I just put myself through. 3 hours of sparring with Clyde in the woods behind the cabin, followed by weight drills in the living room and sprints up the gravel path. Anything to keep from thinking. Anything to keep from breaking. I towel off and stare at my reflection in the cracked mirror above the sink. Wet, raven black strands cling to my face. The auburn curls I used to love are long gone. I barely recognize the woman looking back at me. My collarbones jut out, my waist is narrower, and though I'm still healing from the birth, the high-protein, energy-loaded diet Clyde's got me on has already started reshaping my body. The inflammation in my breasts has eased. No more burning agony from milk buildup, but they still ache when I move too fast. But the swelling from engorgement is finally easing. The fevered, burning pain that haunted me for 2 weeks straight is gone now. I stopped producing milk and wasn't ready for the profound emotional effect that it had on me. I felt like a traitor somehow. I dress in cotton panties and a long nightshirt that lands just above my knees before grabbing a pair of non-slip socks and curling up on the bed, pulling my worn, leather-bound journal from beneath the mattress. It's one of the only things I brought when I left Vegas. That and the photo I snapped of my baby girl. I smile, thinking how sweet Clyde was when he went and got it printed in a small size for me and put it in the now ever-present silver locket around my neck, which comes with the added bonus of a tracking device in it. I still can't believe this is my life. What the fuck happened? I grit my teeth and breathe as I feel the anger start to swell. Another set of lessons Clyde is teaching me between strenuous exercise regimes. How to control my hair-trigger anger. Yeah, that's what we're calling it now. I haven't had my pills in nearly 2 weeks, and that's the whole reason we haven't yet moved from Boston. We're waiting for them to arrive. Just getting them is a complex task in itself, so we have to be patient, something I find myself sorely lacking lately. I turn my attention to my journal and flip to the first page. The first entry was 8 months ago. I stare at the words that got me to where I am today. My handwriting is neater here, less angry. Day 1 of my fucked up life. I feel like Captain Kirk about to write Stardate. I may as well be fucking Captain Kirk, going where Tara has never gone before. I've never journaled, but here goes. So the doctor confirmed it. I'm pregnant. Uncle Nick also decided to drop a truth bomb on my already frazzled mind. Apparently, I'm not just some random girl from Vegas. I'm part of a science experiment, a legacy project from a secret Russian government agency called RMSAD. My biological mother was a geneticist who worked at the same institution. My father? A soldier forced to marry her and impregnate her. What a fairy tale, huh? I was treated with some experimental shit in the womb, part of a batch of 11 gifted kids known as the Jewel Initiative. Super smart, hyper reactive, angry as fuck. If that isn't enough, the woman who raised me, Carla Kraft, is actually my mother's sister, and she isn't Carla Kraft. No, her real name is Maria Morozov, the second daughter of Anya Novikov and General Timothy Morozov. Yeah, that Anya Novikov, Russia's infamous Jewel, one of the most intelligent people in the world. I would love to think that I inherited my genius and quick wit from her, and my quick temper and fast thinking from my grandfather. But nope, I'm genetically altered, like a fucking tomato. Now, let's talk about my late father, Saul Kraft. The only thing about him that wasn't a lie is that he is my biological father. But, surprise, surprise, he isn't Saul Kraft, but Leonid Zorin. Oh, Sabrina is my half-sister. That's not a lie either, and she doesn't know anything about this. However, she's not Sabrina Kraft either. She, like me, was born in Russia. Her real name is Sabina Zorin. Now, this is where it gets even more fucked up. My biological mother, once she had me, divorced my father, who was in love with my aunt. They got married, and when Sabrina was born, my father and my aunt found out what my biological mother was doing to me and threatened to do to my sister, who is not a genetically modified tomato. No, she's just naturally perfect. Sorry, not bitter. I'm glad my sister is like she is naturally, and fucking terrified for her, as Uncle Nick explained what would happen if they realized how naturally gifted my sister is. Oh shit, I digress. Sorry, journal. When Sabrina was a few days old, my father and aunt burned down their house in Russia and fled to America, where we became the Kraft family, who just happened to hang out with the Russian mob and speak fluent Russian. Been taught weird tactical skills. And for geniuses, me and my sister were pretty fucking dumb not to have realized something was amiss now that I look back over our childhood. Honestly, if Jerry Springer were still around, he'd have a fucking field day with this shit. The worst part of the experiment shit? I'm supposedly the 2.0 model of the Jewel Initiative subjects. And here's another shocking surprise. Carla is a geneticist as well. The reason the 2.0s couldn't continue was that she was the lead scientist on the project and burned all the research as she fled Russia. So, yay for me. I'm supposedly the new Jewel of Russia. That's why this super scary assassin is after me. Although I'm not sure why this weird-ass secret Russian sector, the RMSAD, would send an assassin after me. This is so surreal that whenever I allow myself to think about this shithole that has become my life, I always feel like I should be laughing at the absurdity of it. Sighing, I turn the page and read, Uncle Nick's plan. He's going to put me into hiding under Sam and Clyde's protection. Then he will get some of his team to leave breadcrumbs to lead Ruslan to Canada and keep him off my tail. So far, Uncle Nick's plan has worked exceedingly well. I carry on reading. My secret plan. After thinking about it, And now being sure my baby is in great danger of being used as a pawn in a ruthless power play, I know that Ruslan will never stop hunting for me or my child. There is only one way I know how to keep her safe, and I hope I can pull it off. No, I hope I have the strength to pull it off, as this is going to be one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. It also means deceiving everyone I love and care about. While I know Gavriel and Irina deceived me, they had their reasons. In a way, they will have to be deceived as well. But first, I'm going to force the truth out of them. I turn the page. Day 2. Find help for my secret plan. A crazy thing happened today as Clyde helped me move into my late father's cabin in the middle of next to Nowhereville. Clyde showed me a tattoo beneath his arm. It was a small blue diamond, like the one I saw in the picture of me as a baby, which had been tattooed beneath my arm. The place where I now have a smooth pink mark from what I thought was a mole being removed. Turns out, he was part of the experiment too. We can now say one of us, and I don't feel like the only freak around anymore. Clyde was Jewel Initiative subject number 10. He had a twin sister who was subject number 9, but died within the first few weeks of the program. Her name was Elena. Clyde and a few others from the project managed to escape with help from someone he won't talk about. He's going to help me with my secret plan. Still not sure I trust him, but he didn't know Ruslan was there that night. He swears he didn't know Ruslan would be at that cabin, that Constantine lied. I don't know if I believe him entirely, but I need his help. I'm desperate. Day 3. The Big Ask. Phase 1 of my secret plan. The big ask, the even bigger lie. I begged Sabrina to fake a pregnancy so we could pass off my child as hers. It was no surprise that she believed the story about the affair with Gavriel. After all, it was still a hot topic in the gossip press. I told her Irina threatened me and I had to disappear. Sabrina is fiercely loyal and protective, and it doesn't hurt that she thrives on chaos. So of course, she said yes. God, I love her. Day 4. The Waterworks. Phase 2 of my secret plan. I met with Irina and Gavriel and turned on the waterworks. Shook like a scared little thing. Told them Ruslan said I wasn't pregnant and that I didn't know what was real anymore. I asked about the scan from Moscow. Was that a lie too? Irina cracked. She said I was pregnant, but not with their baby. I was already a few weeks pregnant. Gavriel and Irina begged me to stay off her brother's radar. Then they dropped another truth bomb and told me that Irina was pregnant from the last round of IVF. They just needed a few months, and she couldn't travel until she was over the 5-month mark. They needed to keep Ruslan from knowing Irina was pregnant. If he was looking for me, I wanted to punch my best friend in the nose for what he said next. Then he'd be too distracted with the hunt to realize Irina was pregnant. When he realized, they would be long gone, disappeared. My hand curled into fists so tight I had bruised palms from where my nails dug in. What the fuck do they think I am? That's when I realized love is a fucking selfish emotion that steals all compassion and common sense from a person's mind. But I nearly snapped when they turned around and said they'd adopt my baby once Irina had given birth. Yeah, fuck that. But I pretended to agree. More lies for the greater good, and a big fuck you to my best friend. Or at least, my ex-best friend, as he just no longer cares a fuck about my well-being. I'm just meant to sit around, chumming the waters. 2. Tara. My jaw clenches as I remember the looks in Gavril and Irina's eyes as they all but begged me to stick to the original plan, or Ruslan was supposed to think the baby was Irina's and Gavril's. Only now they all knew it wasn't, and I'm more than sure Ruslan knows as well. More anger sparks in my gut at the thought of what he'd done to my life and how he tried to manipulate and play me. My hand starts to shake as the anger grows. I close my eyes and breathe through it, calming my mind and letting my thoughts clear. I can't let the man get to me. A level head makes better decisions, I remind myself, and turn back to my journal. Day 5. Sabrina goes public with the lie. Phase 3 of my secret plan. Sabrina went to Clyde's doctor and found out she was pregnant. It turns out the man really is a doctor and another of the Jewel Initiative subjects who escaped with help from the same person who helped Clyde. And wow, is that guy good? Made Sabrina look like she was really pregnant on paper. Sabrina is also doing Phase 4 of my secret plan. She's delivering the note I wrote Mom today, telling her that I had an affair with Gavril. Irina found out, and her family threatened me. To keep them safe, I need to disappear for a while. So that's going to be a double whammy for our mother. Sabrina's pregnant, and I've disappeared. Luckily, my mother has a strong heart. I run my fingers along the edge of the paper. My chest tightens as I flip forward again to 4 months ago. The day has the heading, Fake Miscarriage, Phase 5 of my secret plan. Today we got confirmation that Ruslan and his merry men had vacated Vegas after not finding me there. So it's a good day for Phase 4 of my secret plan. The phase that I'm dreading is only second to the final phase. As it turns out, there are a few permanently retired Jewel Initiative survivors in the Vegas area. A few of them are in the medical profession and are allowed to operate in the next town out of Vegas. So, overnight, my bag was packed to go for my 5-month checkup in the closest town from Vegas, Pahrump, Nevada. The story. On the way there, I started cramping and bleeding. Cue the real blood. Oh yeah, I've been giving blood for a while now. Not much, as I'm pregnant, but Clyde draws a bit, just in case we need a scene like this, or for DNA, for when I'm permanently disappeared to a new life. We need real blood. My blood, as we're not dealing with rank fucking amateurs that are looking for me. And we need to fool Uncle Nick. Uncle Nick, who is a world-class eraser, cannot even consider that we are lying in any way. He needs to believe I've had a miscarriage. And the timing couldn't be better, as he was boarding his private jet to London, as the fake blood seeped through the apex of my jeans. Crying? Well, that won't be a problem. A damn fly dies lately, and I'm blubbering like a baby. All I have to think about is what's to come. Having to leave my home and not look back until I'm safe and can gradually get my family to safety too. I have no idea how long that will take. How long until I get to see the little life growing inside me. And here comes the waterworks. A couple of hours ago, I had doctor's records under my new assumed name. I even made sure the security cameras got a good shot of me in the hospital with my blood-spattered jeans and wildly distraught, tear-stained face. Fuck. I can't believe how easily lying, cheating, and deception has come to me. I'm a genetic monster. Even Uncle Nick bought it. 2 days later, sell the miscarriage to Gavril and Irina. Phase 6 of my secret plan. Well, the news traveled to Gavril and Irina. They called, offering their, what I now know as, fake concern, and then begging me to keep quiet about the miscarriage so Irina's real pregnancy wouldn't be discovered. And I was still just chumming the waters to keep Ruslin's target focus on me. The day I gave birth. She is beautiful. The pain was hell, but when they laid Elena in my arms, time stopped. She's beautiful, perfect, a tiny miracle wrapped in soft cries and trembling limbs. I named her Elena after Clyde's twin sister, one of the first casualties of RMSAD. Elena Kraft. The name fits her. I let Sabrina take her after the first feed. I'd chosen not to breastfeed. Easier that way. However, I read that the baby needs the first bit of breast milk from its mother. It's the least I can do for her in the little time we have together. I knew if I fed her more than once on my breast, I wouldn't have the strength to do the final phase of my secret plan. Still, I felt like dying when Sabrina left the room with my daughter. My mind was full of her soft, dark hair and strong lungs. My Elena. I didn't want to let go, but I had to. Elena is better with Sabrina, safer. I'll always watch from afar, as Sam has promised he'll be my eyes, ears, and her protector. I feel tears sting my eyes, but I don't let them fall. Later that day, when I was looking at the secret picture I had taken of my little girl, I found a message that had been sent from my phone. A message that I didn't send to Gavril. This has to stop. Running is the only hope. Clyde swears he didn't send it, and it was not more than 15 to 20 minutes that Clyde got a phone call from Sam to ditch our burner phones immediately, and we were told that Gavril and Irina were dead. A car bomb. I didn't cry. I couldn't. I just felt hollow. A knock at the door jerks me back to the present.
Tara,
Clyde's voice calls through the closed door.
I've got your meds for the milk and bleeding.
Come in, I call out. Clyde cracks the door and places the bottle on my dresser. He doesn't get embarrassed, not about this kind of thing. He's been solid, steady, kind. Thanks.
I have to get to the store. I've just realized we're low on supplies.
Clyde tells me.
What do you want for dinner?
Burger and fries. He laughs.
Homemade patties, mushroom buns, sweet potato fries.
I groan. Then at least add some salad.
Of course. I'll even throw in some boiled eggs.
He grins. Fancy. Clyde chuckles.
I'll check everything's locked before I leave. I won't be long.
Be safe, I call as he backs out of my room and closes the door. I'm alone again. I sit for a few minutes, then lie back on the bed. The journal still hums under my skin, so I reopen it and flip to the last few pages. Messages had come in on the burner phone Clyde gave me. One I didn't send, supposedly from me to Gavril. And that last message, just before Gavril and Irina were killed, plays through my mind again. This has to stop. Running is the only hope. I didn't write the message, and Clyde didn't write it. To be fair, I would have seen him do it, as we'd been together for hours in the car. Although we'd made a rest stop around the time it was sent from my phone. Clyde thought my phone was spoofed, but even so, if it was, how the fuck did it appear on my phone, as it looked like the message came from me? So who the fuck sent it? I'm still trying to untangle that thought when a sound cuts through the silence. Footsteps. I go quiet and listen to their pattern. They are not Clyde's. They are too heavy. My heart starts to thud, but I keep myself calm. I can't afford for my adrenaline to spike or to lose control. My hand slips beneath the pillow and wraps around the grip of the gun. I sit, breathing slowly and shallowly. The door creaks open. I pull my gun behind my back, pushing myself to my feet, as a giant of a man steps through, and my heart freezes before jolting and picking up speed. Constantine. You, I breathe.
Hello, Tara. You're a hard woman to find.
Constantine walks in like he owns the air I breathe, eyes sharp and unreadable, not a trace of the man who used to tease me with half smiles and reckless charm. Where's Clyde? My voice is low and controlled, and the grip on my gun behind my back tightens.
What? No. Hello, how are you, Constantine?
He gives me a mocking look.
I thought we were friends.
That was before you sold me out to your lying fuckhead of a boss, I remind him. Now I really don't give a flying fuck how you are. I edge to the side, inching toward the door as he circles further into the room. Where's Clyde? I ask him again.
He's not here.
Constantine shrugs, his eyes never leaving mine. You'd better not have harmed one hair on his head. I flick the safety off the gun. Constantine's eyes narrow.
I hope for your sake you're not fucking him.
My stomach twists. That's none of your business.
Maybe not directly,
Constantine tells me.
but trust me, if you are screwing Clyde, I'm not the one you have to worry about.
He raised his brows pointedly.
But as you had a baby that belongs...
Fuck. I didn't have a baby, I point out.
I'd like to believe you.
His eyes run over me, making me want to shudder at his scrutiny, but I hold it back.
But we have to make sure.
I suddenly become aware that I'm in nothing but a long nightshirt, panties, and socks. How attractive. But I resist the urge to pull the shirt down. Fuck that. I raise my chin a little and glare at him. Are you finished assessing me? I sneer mockingly. Maybe you'd like me to take off my shirt to see any residual baby fat?
As tempting as that might be,
Constantine says calmly, not flinching.
It's plain to see that you couldn't have given birth lately. You're thin as a rake.
His eyes flick around the room, still, though, looking for signs of a baby. No baby, I whisper, my voice cracking, and eyes burning with the sting of threatening tears. I lost her. Emotion flashes across his face. Regret? Guilt?
Tara.
Constantine tries to step forward, and I move back again. My grip tightens on the gun. My heart pounds in my ears. Don't! I put up my hand. I'm not in the mood to pretend we're friends, I say, stepping sideways a little closer to the door. Especially not after you sold me out to that lying bastard you call a boss. He scans the room again. I narrow my gaze. Want to check the closet? Under the bed? He flinches, and for a second I think I've hit something real.
Tara.
His voice softens.
I'm sorry, but we had to know.
Well, now you do, so get the fuck out. I nod toward the door. You can tell your boss you found me dead. Tell him I slit my wrist rather than to have to ever see his face again. He lets out a slow breath, his eyes never leaving mine.
I'm sorry, Tara. Even without the baby, I have to take you with me,
Constantine says. He takes a step toward me. I raise the gun and aim it between his eyes. I don't think so. He stops dead.
Tara.
His voice drops, but he raises his hands.
You better be ready to pull that trigger, because I'm not leaving here without you otherwise.
You think I'm not? My hand doesn't shake. Trust me, you have no idea what I'm capable of, and I've only just begun realizing myself. My eyes narrow warningly, topped with the fact that I've just learned how volatile I am, especially when I haven't had my meds for weeks. Oh, and as an extra bonus, I'm very hormonal because it's that time of month, which apparently makes my kind even more lethal.
And you believe you can pull that trigger, now that you know a bit about who you are?
His brows rise, and he purses his lips, not convinced.
Trust me, Tara. It's not as easy as you think it is.
The fire starts to ignite in my belly. My mind starts to go clear as I practice what Clyde taught me about using my anger instead of losing it. Since your Bratva fucked up my life, I give a rude snort and a cold stare as I make my features go blank. You've taken everything from me, used me as some pawn in some twisted game. I shake my head, but my eyes never leave his, and my finger twitches on the trigger.
Using your anger, Tara,
Constantine realizes.
So I guess you and Clyde have gotten close enough for him to have told you who he is.
Oh, we're a club now, I mock. How do you know about Clyde? His jaw clenches again, and his eyes darken.
My sister.
His voice is so low that Tara almost didn't hear him. Your sister?
Yes. She was test subject number 7.
Constantine's words shock me.
But unlike the other test subjects, whose parents volunteered, Petra was stolen. The RMSAD had her for a year before my father got her back, and she wasn't the sweet little girl we knew before she was taken.
Do you think this is going to what? I shrug. Make me feel sorry for you? Because I don't. You've come in here to kidnap me and take me against my will, like the RMSAD did to your sister. You show no remorse about that.
That wasn't what I was doing,
Constantine denies.
I was trying to tell you.
He stops and shakes his head.
It doesn't matter.
His eyes narrow.
Just put the gun down, and no one has to get hurt. Especially not Clyde.
Okay, that did it. A red-hot flame licks through my veins, and my heart slams into my ribs at the threat against Clyde's life. My finger starts to squeeze the trigger. If I walk out there and Clyde's hurt, I say, voice flat, eyes colder than steel, I'll put a bullet in you that won't kill you right away. I'll watch you bleed out, wrap you in plastic, pour concrete over your sorry ass, and drop you in the ocean. And I won't fucking blink. He swallows and frowns, momentarily stunned.
You're serious.
Try me. I move closer to the door. You'll die before I go anywhere with you.
Don't do this, Tara.
Constantine's voice softens. I've already been hunted, already lost everything. I will fucking end you, as I have nothing left to lose. His eyes widen as I take a breath. Then something cold presses to my mouth. It's a cloth with an acrid chemical. My eyes are blurry, but I see Constantine rip the gun from my hands.
I had her,
he growls. His voice fades as my body starts to go limp. And then another voice, deep, dark, and chillingly familiar.
No, you didn't. But now I do.
3. Roslyn. Tara looks almost peaceful when she's unconscious, which is the only reason I haven't ripped the IV out of her arm yet. There's something about a tranquil Tara that sits well with the universe. Then there's the other reason. After months of hunting her from one side of the world to the other, I get to see her finally at rest, tied to a narrow bed on my jet, arms roped at the wrists, black hair fanned out like a spill of ink on the starched white pillow. The only sounds are the muted hum of the G700's engines and her slow, measured breaths. I could watch her for hours. Maybe I will. It took me 8 long, frustrating months to find her. Tara's godfather, Nicholas Vasilikis, is not a man you want to fuck with. From what I've learned, he's a former SAS member and now runs the elite eraser team he was recruited to after leaving the SAS. He's also one of the wealthiest men in the world, as his family owns the Matriarch Corporation. I was foiled by a Brit. But at least he was a worthy, if not deadly, opponent. I'm guessing I was only able to get this close to Tara because he was currently not in America. If I understand my intel correctly, Nicholas has no idea that his goddaughter has disappeared with his trusty minion, Clyde Smythe. Not that I give a fuck about their family politics. I'm relieved I finally found her because the truth is, the longer it took to find her, the more obsessed I became. I run my tongue over my teeth, a sour taste building at the memory of every failed dead drop, every false lead. Every time some idiot on my payroll swore they saw her in Seattle or Miami or in the arms of some burly British thug, my hands itched to throttle them. I hate to admit that Constantine was probably right all along. Tara had never left the vicinity of Vegas, at least not until my sister and her husband Gavril were killed in a car bomb explosion. Then Tara went on the run with a man who had been a ghost his whole life. The hulking Brit, Clyde, who positioned himself as her new protector. Or by her attire I found her in the only bedroom in that cabin in the secluded woods in Boston, her new fuck toy. The jet banks slightly, dipping toward Moscow, and Tara's eyelids flutter. My body tightens at the possibility of her waking. I'm not ready. I want to savor this a little longer. The drug cocktail will keep her pliant for another hour at least, so I let my gaze run over every inch of her. She's lost weight, probably 10 kilos, and the effect is sharp as a knife. Her cheekbones cut deeper. Her collarbones are rail thin. But she's lean and toned like she's worked out a few times a day, every day. Clyde was probably training her. I saw the way she had that Glock pointed directly between Constantine's eyes. Her stance, voice, posture, and the fact that not a single shake of her hand betrayed her as she held the weapon had spoken volumes. I believed if Clyde had been at the cabin and harmed, we'd all probably have been dead, as Miss Annie Oakley would have pulled the trigger without so much as batting an eye. I finally got the files on the RMSAD's Jewel Initiative, subject number 11. I have to say, it's a good fucking thing that her father had taken her and left Russia. At 3 years old, Tara had excelled at everything the RMSAD had thrown at her. I can't imagine just how deadly she'd have become had her father not defected to the United States. I can't believe that the last time I saw her was 8 months ago. My eyes scan the ropes tying her to the bed. I know they are secure. Sure, we're up in the air, but my paranoia has a lot of grounds, especially after I've witnessed more than once just how quickly, quietly, and completely Tara can disappear. And that was before she'd had God knows how much training from Clyde over these past few months. It's bad enough that she's not only resourceful, but also well protected. I'm not an idiot. I know Nicholas Vasilikis had hidden her. I now know that the rumors about Nicholas are true. If he makes someone disappear, they are gone for good, whether it be to a new life or 6 feet under. The man was that good, and what I wouldn't give to have him working for me. Tara stirs again. I let my gaze drift over her again, and I'm not sure what's stronger, my hate or my want. The two have started to overlap. My eyes land back on her hair. Jet black. I fucking hate it. Tara should have auburn curls, not this wannabe goth shit. Although I knew she'd change it to go into hiding, but why the fuck would she choose raven black? She could have gone for blonde or red. But while it gives her a harder edge, she's still fucking beautiful, no matter the color of her hair. Even though she's still unconscious, her lips part and her jaw tenses as if she's arguing with someone in a dream. If I had to guess, she's probably dreaming of pulling that trigger and blowing Constantine's brains out. When I saw her standing in that room in just that long shirt and socks, I wanted to blow Constantine's fucking brains out just for looking at her like that. One bare leg has been pushed out from under the blanket I put over her, as she is still only wearing her black cotton panties, long nightshirt, and those socks with a non-slip grip at the bottom. Ironically, they have pink hearts sliding down rainbows on them. Quite the contrast to the woman who was holding a gun pointed at my best friend's head. I had to put the blanket over her as the shirt kept sliding up in her restless sleep, exposing her abs, and I know she has no bra on under that shirt. I didn't feel one when I carried her limp body. I shift in my seat, stretching out a cramp in my thigh, adjust my once again stiffening member and study her hands. The left one is curled in a fist so tight her nails have dug half-moons into her palm. She really is having a bad dream. It's probably the drugs. I stand and go to the comms that patch me to my pilot. "How much longer before we land?" 2 hours, my pilot responds. It's time to awaken Tara from her drug-induced slumber. I need her to be alert when we arrive in Moscow, and I want her to be dressed appropriately. Turning away from the phone, I approach the bed and reach up to turn off the IV drip. It's time for her to start regaining consciousness. As I glance at her again, my gaze settles on her flat stomach and a wave of anger washes over me once more. I understand that she is heartbroken, but I can't shake the nagging thought that she might have played a part in the miscarriage. My jaw tightens at this idea, and the memory of my pregnant sister and husband's charred car from the bombing incident flashes in my mind, further fueling my growing rage and resentment towards her. I'm convinced she was involved in that murder as well. With my pent-up fury towards Tara back in full force and my obsession for her now subdued with her finally under my control, I let out a low, menacing snort, savoring the anticipation of seeing her expression when she awakens to the grim reality of her captivity. There will be no escape this time. Grabbing a bottle of water from the mini-fridge, I take a deep, satisfying gulp, letting the icy burn cleanse the bitter taste of frustration from earlier. I stand menacingly over her, casting a shadow across her face. With a sinister grin, I glance at the frosty bottle before splashing a handful of the freezing water into her face. The shock of the cold jolts her awake and she gasps, her eyes wide with horror and disbelief. She blinks, slowly at first, then wide and frantic. I watch the exact moment the realization crashes over her. Her back snaps like a bow, her muscles coil like steel springs. Tara yanks viciously at the restraints, eyes darting from one wrist to the other, flashing with a raw fear before they lock onto mine. Her fear ignites into a blazing rage as her gaze bores into me. "You..." She spits the word with venom, her glare a tempest of defiance and something else, something that makes me hesitate. The blaze in her eyes is a fierce, formidable force I've seen before, but now it's been tainted by a steely, lifeless shadow that chills me to the core. A knot of unease tightens in my chest, colliding with an almost hysterical urge to laugh as I gaze at the fuzzy pink socks that starkly clash with the storm of darkness raging within her. "Welcome back," I utter, my voice devoid of warmth as I ruthlessly suppress any flicker of compassion or concern for her well-being. "I should have known that Constantine's leash never extends beyond your pathetic grip." Her voice is a gravelly rasp worn from the endless hours of sleep as we traverse the miles from America to Moscow. "Where am I?" Her words slice through the air, sharp and unyielding. But there's a simmering rage beneath, hinting at a turmoil far deeper than her immediate predicament. When she turns to look at me, her eyes widen in horror as they settle on the IV stand and bag beside me. I watch her face contort as she pieces it together, her gaze falling on the IV needle still embedded in her hand. "You fucking drugged me?" She stares at me, momentarily frozen in disbelief before fury ignites within her, and she begins to wrench at her restraints once more. "You'd better pray these hold, because if they don't—" Her voice drips with unrestrained venom, and I can feel the weight of her murderous intent hanging in the air like a palpable threat. She looks around, quick and clinical, like she's already planning her next escape. She really has changed. 8 months ago, she was still figuring out who she was after finding out her whole life had been a lie. I can only imagine now that she knows what kind of a shitstorm hit her life. That alone is enough to change a person, let alone losing a baby on top of it, and everything else going on in her life. My heart constricts with a vice-like grip as I recall the baby she lost. We lost. A surge of raw emotion twists my gut into knots, in unwelcome agony I can't shake off. The camera feed from the hospital burns in my mind, showing her fragile and alone, except for the looming presence of her bodyguard, Clyde. A searing regret pierces through me. It should have been me standing by her side, not him. For the past month, ever since I stumbled upon the hospital and that cursed video feed, her tormented expression and the bloodstains on her jeans have seared themselves into my mind, haunting my every waking moment. I swallow hard, trying to quell the haunting images, but then the crushing reality crashes over me again. My sister, her unborn child, and her husband, all brutally taken from this world. Their lives snuffed out for something Gavril was entrusted to deliver, and I can't shake the ominous suspicion that whatever it was had deep ties to Tara. A relentless gnawing feeling grips me, whispering that she might even have been the one blackmailing Gavril all along. "Where the hell am I?" she asks again angrily. "You're on my jet." "Gone to where?" Tara asks suspiciously. "Home." That's all I say, staring down at her. "To Vegas?" Tara asks hopefully. "Moscow, as we have an appointment booked for later this evening," I tell her. "Then we'll leave first thing in the morning for Dragunov Village to get there so the celebrations can begin." "Is it your birthday?" Tara's eyes narrow. "Not quite," I answer. "But that's not what the celebration is about." "Is that why you kidnapped me? Again?" Tara emphasizes the word again. "So you can sacrifice me to some weird deity your tribe worships?" Her eyes grow mocking. "You do realize that it's usually virgins that deities want, and you do realize what that is, right?" Her voice changes to a tone like she's talking to a child. "Or do you need me to give you a talk about the birds and bees?" I let out a dark chuckle, moving closer to the bed. The way she's trying to provoke me, even tied down and at my mercy, sends a familiar heat through my veins. This is the Tara I remember, all fire and defiance even when she should be cowering. "No deity," I say, my voice dropping to a dangerous purr. "Just a priest for our wedding, and I'm okay with you not being a virgin." 4. Ruslan. With an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, I watch as the blood drains from her face, leaving her as pale as a ghost. I wonder if she'll pass out again. Her mouth opens, shuts, then opens once more like a fish desperately gasping for air. The fury blazing in her eyes wavers, momentarily eclipsed by a look that skirts dangerously close to sheer panic. But then, with defiant resolve, she lifts her chin and glares down her perfect little nose at me, a silent challenge burning in her gaze. "You're insane," she gasps, tugging at the restraints with a frantic, wild energy. "I will never marry you." "Oh, you will," I interrupt her sharply, perching menacingly on the edge of the bed and leaning in until our faces are mere inches apart, our breaths mingling in the tense air. "You see, Moya Doragaya, you've taken more from me than you can fathom. 8 relentless months of my resources, my beloved sister, her unborn child, and the life you once carried within you. Each syllable is a deliberate strike, watching them sear into her like daggers. I lay my hand on her vacant belly, and she flinches as if scorched by fire. You're fortunate to be who you are, holding immense value to me. Anyone else? I whisper, my lips brushing her ear with a chilling intimacy. She stiffens, trying to recoil from me, but she's stuck right where I want her. Wouldn't find themselves bound to my bedposts. I withdraw slowly, my gaze cold and lethal. They'd be 6 feet under, buried and already forgotten. The gasp erupts from her, raw and jagged as the gravity of my accusation hits her. You think I'm to blame for their deaths? That I somehow aborted my baby? Her voice is a rasp, each word like a shard of glass tearing from her throat. My baby? The words tremble out, barely a whisper, her lips quivering with the weight of unshed tears misting her beautiful eyes. How can you even think that? She halts, her chest heaving, and I witness as the glistening tears dissolve, replaced by the icy, lifeless stare that returns to her eyes. But you've already decided I'm guilty, haven't you? She sneers, her eyes slicing through me with contempt as if I were something foul underfoot. She leans in closer, her voice dropping to a venomous whisper. Think what you like. I don't give a damn about your opinion. I haven't since the moment I uncovered who you really are. And you know what? She pauses, inching even nearer, her breath a warm tickle against my ear. I think we both know the truth about the child that was inside me. And I'm glad it didn't survive. My child escaped a fate worse than death by being spared having you as its father. The words hit me like a sledgehammer to the chest, and for a moment I can't breathe. My hand shoots out before I can stop it, gripping Tara's throat, not hard enough to hurt, but firm enough to feel her pulse hammering beneath my palm. She doesn't flinch, doesn't blink, just stares at me with those dead eyes that used to burn with passion. Say that again. I growl, my voice barely human. I said, she rasps against my grip. I'm glad our baby is dead. There is no way in hell I'd ever wish a child upon you, not even the spawn of Satan. My fingers tighten reflexively, and for one dark moment I imagine squeezing until those defiant eyes flutter closed. I release her throat and stand abruptly, turning away before I do something I'll regret. My hands shake with the effort of not destroying everything within reach. The cabin walls feel like they're closing in, the air too thin, too hot. Be careful what you say to me, Petichka. My eyes lock onto hers, hard and unrelenting. Just because I'm marrying you doesn't mean you have the freedom to speak your mind, or that you've gotten away with murder. I run my hand over her cheek. Her jaw tightens instantly. I can't tell if she's bracing against the familiar pull between us or if it's well and truly gone, snuffed out like everything warm that ever lived inside her. It doesn't mean you're getting off lightly either. I lean in, nuzzle the curve of her cheek, and press a kiss against her ear. She doesn't flinch, doesn't move, just freezes like I'm dead to her. I whisper, low and vicious. Oh no, my dear Tara. You're about to find out just how cruel payback can be. Your days will bleed into one another. Long, unforgiving, until you break and confess what you did. Then it is going to be a long life we're about to embark on together. Tara's voice falls and sounds weary. She sighs. I'm getting bored with this conversation that's going nowhere, so why don't you just kill me now and get it over with? You don't kill your prize cow just because it's got a bad attitude or even just gorge someone to death. I respond. You keep it locked away from anything it can damage or harm, then slowly break it in until it's no longer a threat. Oh, great, now I'm a cow. Fuck, just turn the drip back on so I can get knocked out again. She glances at the IV bag and then coughs. Is there water? I nod, grab the bottle I left earlier, open it, and bring it to her lips. Go slowly, I warn. After a few swallows, she turns her head away. I've had enough. What I could use is to have my arms untied. They're sore from being in the same position for hours. I pause, then nod, pulling the knife from my inner pocket and cutting the ropes. She rubs at her wrists, flexes each hand as if checking for broken bones, then rolls out her shoulders with a soft wince. I need the bathroom, Tara says flatly. And I hope your flying palace comes equipped with sanitary towels. Yes, I say. There are some in the bathroom. As she stands and stretches, my gaze drops instinctively to the curve of her waist and the way her top pulls tight across her chest. My cock reacts before my mind does. I clench my jaw and walk to the overhead compartment. From inside, I pull out a crisp, cream-colored blouse, black, flowing pants, soft socks, warm boots, and sealed boutique bags with matching underwear. I toss them onto the bed. You might want to change into these, as appealing as your current attire is. I glance down at her wrinkled, blood-smeared sleepwear. If I knew I was going to be drugged, trafficked across the world, and forced into marriage, she cuts in, her voice sharp as glass, I would have worn my best pajamas. She bends to pick up the clothes and winces, sharp, involuntary pain flickering across her face. She straightens with a hissed breath. If you don't mind giving me some privacy while I use the bathroom? She eyes me deadpan. I promise I'm not going to run. She turns slightly, arms out. See, no parachute, and I left my wings and my other skin. My lips twitch despite myself. I step aside, nodding once. There's everything you need in there. Even a shower if you want it. She gives me a tight, almost sarcastic smile as she passes, pausing in the doorway. And I'm not apologizing for the stain on your bed. That's what you get for kidnapping a woman with a very heavy monthly flow. The door closes with a soft click. I glance at the bed, and there it is. Blood pooled in the center of the sheets. Fuck. The wave of guilt hits harder than expected. I rake a hand through my hair, turning to summon the crew. No woman deserves to feel humiliated over something so basic. No matter how sharp her tongue or how cold her stare, she's still human. And no matter how well she tried to mask it, I saw the flash of mortification in her eyes the moment she spotted it. She emerges from the bathroom a few minutes before landing. The soft scent of perfume hits me first, followed by the fresher note of shampoo. Her hair falls in loose, freshly washed and dried curls around her shoulders. Even though they shine raven black now, relief washes through me that she didn't get her hair permanently straightened. Some things don't need to be erased. She's wearing the clothes I laid out. Clean, composed, controlled. The blouse molds to her torso, and the pants hug her hips like they were stitched for her alone. She moves like she doesn't even notice, like her body isn't a weapon just waiting to detonate. That alluring perfume hits me again, stirring my senses, and I swallow, clearing my head, letting the thought of who told me it was her favorite perfume distract me to a point of anger. Constantine. He told me it was her favorite. Thinking about how much Constantine learned from her while pretending to be someone else. That assignment ruined more than I expected. I gave the order, and it cost us both. We used to be closer than blood. Now Constantine barely speaks unless he has to, keeps his distance, Volunteers for missions that take him across borders and oceans. I push the thought away as the pilot's voice crackles overhead, announcing our descent.
"Want me back on the bed with my hands tied?"
Tara asks sweetly. I ignore her and open the cabin door, standing aside. No, we can sit in the cabin. She brushes past me without a word, and my body reacts before I can stop it. Taking a breath, I force my hardening cock to relax and follow her to the seats. We strap into the leather seats. As the jet starts its descent, I notice the tightness in Tara's grip. Her knuckles whitened against the armrests. I'm just about to say something, but Constantine leans forward from behind, his tone deliberately provoking.
"Nice to have you back with us," Constantine says. "I wanted to thank you for not blowing my head off back in Boston, as I do like it on my shoulders."
Tara's head snaps around and her eyes narrow.
"Next time, I won't hesitate or ask questions first."
"Oh, come now,
T.
Constantine goads. "We both know you were never going to pull that trigger."
"Should we test that theory?"
Tara shoots back.
"Give me your gun, and we'll see."
"I don't have a little girl's gun," Constantine tells her with a cheeky grin. "I have a real gun that I doubt those scrawny arms of yours would be able to lift."
"Why you?"
Tara hisses, her cheeks flaming. They banter back and forth as the plane speeds up. I'm starting to get fucked off with the conversation until I see Tara's hands have released their stranglehold on the armrest, and I realize what Constantine is doing. Tara is afraid of landing, and he's distracting her. A grand gesture, but one that crawls right under my skin and makes me boil just a little more at just how well he knows her. But my attention is drawn back to Tara, and the fact that she has a weakness still tells me that this new Tara is just a persona she's wearing. A shield. One that I plan on tearing apart. After we land, one of my crew members is waiting at the door to hand us our coats and gloves. I help Tara into hers as we head off into the terminal, and I guide her toward border control. She stiffens when I guide her through the Russian checkpoint, handing over 2 Russian passports. Her brows draw together, and the agent waves us through with a nod. On the other side, she snatches it from me.
"Forging passports these days?"
she mutters cynically, eyeing the ID in her hand.
"That's one way to quickly end your law career."
"It's not forged," I reply calmly, pointing to the document. "It's yours." She follows my finger and sees the name. Lydia Zorin. Her whole body goes still and her eyes narrow angrily.
"I am not Lydia Zorin,"
she hisses, voice venomous. "Your real birth certificate would contest that," I murmur, leading her to the waiting limo. Pavel greets us with a tight nod as I introduce them, and he opens the door. "Welcome to Russia," he says as Tara slides into the back seat. "Welcome home, Tara," I add to the welcome and settle in beside her. "You're going to have to learn the language," I add, watching her as the engine hums to life.
"So glasna, znety język wrega, rozumno."
Tara rattles off in perfect Russian. I agree to know the enemy's language is smart, and I give her the perfect opportunity to ensure that once again I knew she saw me as the enemy. Huh. That's all I can say at the moment, staring at her in awe.
"What? Are you surprised I can speak Russian?"
She looks at me as if I should have known, which I should have.
"I can repeat it in German, French, Latin, Spanish, Hungarian, or Flemish."
"You only speak 7 other languages besides English?" I tease.
"I speak more, but I didn't want to brag."
Tara drawls sarcastically before turning to look out the side window. Her voice drops, losing a bit of its sharp edge.
"I didn't get to see much of Moscow the last time I was here. Growing up, Russia always called to me. I'd see it on TV or in a magazine, and I'd feel this pull, like something inside me knew I belonged here. And now I know why." Her mask of indifference slips just for a moment before the bitterness returns along with the hollow emptiness that has been in her eyes since I found her. I was born here. It's in my blood. Her gaze finds mine, just like whatever shit they pumped into me in the womb. So now I wonder, is it homesickness for my motherland? Or do I have some twisted homing device embedded in me that was programmed to drag me back here? That thought hadn't occurred to me. My brow furrows. Maybe it was your heart and soul, I say slowly, calling you home. She doesn't answer me, just stares out the window for a while as if seeking answers. Then she finally turns, her expression shifting to a calculating one, reminding me of a supervillain about to drop a verbal bombshell, and it's bringing a slight frown to my brow. How did you find me after all these months? Tara asks, her eyes searching mine. The sudden switch throws me. Does it matter? Yes. She nods, a dangerous gleam in her eyes. Well, at least for you it should. I don't follow, I admit, watching her warily. For 8 months, you had nothing, not a single lead. I was gone and hidden by the best, off-grid. You chased shadows from the breadcrumb trail you were following, and then suddenly you found me, just like that, poof. She snaps her fingers. My frown is deepening by the second, wondering where this is going, but I'm starting to get a feeling I'm not going to like the destination. A cold knot begins to form in my chest. What's your point? She leans in slightly. Her voice drops to a whisper. Deadly. Seductive. On the plane, you told me your sinister plans to torment me, bend me to your will, and break the truth out of me. Tara reminds me. I don't think those were my exact words, I point out. That's what I heard. Tara's eyes hold mine with a cool gaze. Is that still your directive? Your plans for me? Is she trying to seduce her way out of paying for what she's done? I look at her in disbelief before I bite back. Just because we had a few minutes of banter does not change my mind or sway me from any of my plans, especially where you are concerned. She purses her lips, still holding my gaze, and nods. Fair enough, Tara shrugs. But when you're in your evil lair thinking up ways to punish me, her lips twitch, eyes darken with malice. Here is something you need to think about. Trust me, Petichka. All I'll be thinking about is what you did and how much I'm enjoying your torment. I goad her. Not the lucky break I caught that led me right to you. And you never once stopped to question that lucky break? Her lips twitch. What was the lucky break that finally put you on the correct path of breadcrumbs that led you to me? I frown, narrowing my eyes. A clue finally panned out. She laughs. Her gaze sharpens, and the chill in her smile slices straight through me. Did it, though? What are you getting at, Tara? I ask her impatiently. Here is some food for thought. Tara leans close. Her scent engulfs me and immediately sets my senses on fire as her breath feathers against my cheek. Did it ever once occur to you in your rush to capture me that maybe I was the one controlling the bag of breadcrumbs all along? My jaw locks. Tara leans back and a soft chuckle accompanies her smug, satisfied smile. Her point is made. I go cold. My face drops, and the first time since I dragged Tara onto that plane, the doubt creeps in, and everything she just said clicks into place. Fuck. I watch her as she continues to look out the window at the sights and scenery passing us by en route to my apartment in the city. As a cold foreboding sweeps over me, I see the house in Boston. No guards, not even Clyde. Just her. Now I have to ask myself,
Did I find her? Or did she let herself be found?
5. Tara. Clyde was right. When facing an enemy that has the upper hand, sometimes psychological warfare is the best course of action. Even the greatest narcissists, dictators, and megalomaniacs aren't immune to that dreaded emotion. Doubt. Once doubt seeps in, it's like a root rot that can only be gotten rid of by eventually completely destroying the tree, roots and all. It is a powerful tool that can be wielded in many ways. And while it might not affect a person on a basic level, it burrows its way into a person's subconscious. Once there, it attacks you when you least expect it, and can be triggered by one of the senses, haunting a person's dreams. I turned my face further away from Ruslan as I watched the unfamiliar landscape and skyline to hide the sly smile I can't stop from spreading across my lips. I don't give a fuck what he has planned for me. I'm ready for anything he throws at me. And while my flesh might be weak when it comes to him, my mind is not. And after being locked away for 7 long months, and then on the run for one, my time wasn't ill-spent. Training wasn't the only thing Clyde taught me, and after the shock of who, or rather what, I really am wore off, I knew the only way I'd get through the rest of my life is to understand this monster inside me. Because, like Clyde chillingly pointed out, I'm not like the other Jewel Initiative subjects. Kids who underwent the experiment before puberty kicked in. Their genetic coding was rewritten by brute force. They were used as before and after baselines to compare their DNA to. But for me, from the day my biological psycho-fucking mother thought she may be pregnant, the treatment started. Pre-birth cellular conditioning. No recoding necessary. My cells never knew normal. My brain developed under constant stimulation. My nervous system was taught to react before it could understand why. There was no version of me without the Jewel Initiative, no baseline to compare to. I'm not something that changed. I'm something that was designed to be this from the beginning, a custom-designed and built baby. Like the rest of the Jewel Initiative subjects, this was done to us as well. The difference between them and me? One of the side effects of the treatment for the rest of the subjects is that they can't have kids. It rendered both male and female subjects sterile, which is not the case for me. So it might have appeared harsh, my deception of a miscarriage. But the truth is, if the Russian government got the slightest hint about Elena being my blood, I suppress a shudder. So, fuck, yeah. I'll take whatever I have to take to protect my little girl, even if it means I never see her again. Sam, Clyde, and the rest of the ghosts that escaped the program have all sworn to help and protect her with their lives. They are Elena and my extremely special sister, Sabrina's silent guardians. My heart pulls at the thought of never seeing Elena, my sister, and my mother again, and I fight away the tears stinging the back of my eyes. I feel Ruslan shift in the seat beside me, and his eyes burning into the back of my head as I slowly turn to glance at him. Our eyes meet, and I feel the instant ignition of desire I always do. Even at just the thought of him, it is strong. Being this near to him, it's like a slow burning fire of acid creeping through every nerve of my being. But if I can control the rage inside me, I can control this. His eyes are cold, but his pupils dilate, and I find great pleasure in knowing he, too, is burned by this raging inferno of desire that burns between us, and how hard he, too, has to fight to keep it contained. I get it. I use the memory of how he and his sister used me as a pawn in the power struggle to keep myself from going up in flames when he gets close to me. Like now, just the flicker of remembering how people like them think others are just there to be used and manipulated at their pleasure. Us mere mortals with no will or say in our destiny makes my blood boil with red-hot rage. Fuck that. My eyes hold his, and a calm replaces the daily aching torment I feel like a bruise on my soul at not being with my little girl. Sitting here, right now, proves that I did the right thing, and I will gladly bear the brunt and pay for the actions I had to take to do it. Because while my genetics were primed from conception, hers were inherited, and God only knows what they will mean. There is no way in hell I will let Ruslan Dragunov or anyone else get their hands on my baby girl.
We're nearly there.
Ruslan's voice is low and clipped. I turn and glance out the window again, surprised to see we're in the middle of Moscow, not on the outskirts of it, where I presumed Ruslan's lair was located. My brow furrows. Maybe we're making a stop at his law firm? The streets grow narrower the deeper we drive, the modern glass towers giving way to austere buildings with thick stone facades and ornate balconies that whisper old power. There's no traffic here, no honking, no blaring ads. Just the slow, deliberate hum of the tires on well-maintained cobblestones. It's eerie, like we've slipped into another version of Moscow, one that doesn't exist on maps. I shift in my seat, eyes narrowing as we round a tight corner. Wrought iron fencing rises on either side, separating us from the sidewalk. Cameras line the posts, high, hidden in the ornamental steelwork, but I clock every one of them. Ruslan says nothing. I just keep looking, my heart starting to pick up speed as my mind whirs, trying to guess where we are or what's going on. Ahead, the car slows at a security gate tucked beneath an arched stone tunnel. 2 guards in gray uniforms, with rifles across their chests, stand motionless. No words, no ID check, just a quick nod toward the windshield, and the gate hisses open. My heart starts ticking even faster, and I can feel the adrenaline beginning to drip from my rising fight-or-flight senses. We glide forward under the archway and into a private courtyard, surrounded by towering limestone walls. The windows here are tall, narrow, and I'm guessing reinforced. Flags flutter in the breeze, with only one I recognize as the Russian Federation. The other looks like something older, faded red and gold, with a double-headed eagle and Cyrillic script carved into the stone above the main entrance. I lean forward, pressing my palm against the tinted glass, taking in the fact that there are no commercial signs or gaudy logos framing spaces on the wall. There is a cold, clinical sense of history displayed in a way that is meant to intimidate. And I don't think this is a law office. This place reeks of closed-door power. Definitely government. The car stops beside a flight of wide marble stairs. Pavel gets out and pulls open my door. Ruslan doesn't move. I glance at him, and my pulse feels sharp in my throat, as if it's poking my skin. Where are we? Ruslan adjusts the cuff of his jacket and finally meets my eyes, saying flatly, "Court." My brows pinch together, but before I can ask anything, Ruslan nearly pushes me out of the car. I step out slowly, blinking against the sharp bite of the Moscow wind as it knifes through my blouse, and I hug the coat I'm wearing closed. Fuck, this place is cold. I'm a desert brat, used to the heat. Trying to forget my freezing extremities, I take in my surroundings. The buildings around us are ancient, dressed in carved limestone and dark marble. imposing, gray, thick with the chill of history and the hush of secrets. Not Baroque like the tourist-littered palaces. This section of the city is colder. Rosalind slides out next, his coat catching the wind like a storm brewing behind me. He kind of reminds me of Dracula at this moment. I shake off my ridiculous thoughts. My coping mechanism to distract myself from every single nerve end in my body going into alert. My subconscious demanding, what the fuck are we doing at court? Rosalind grabs the back of my arm, his fingers digging in harder than necessary, and I get the subtle warning he's switched out the ropes that bound me on the plane with brute force. Why are we in court? I ask as I'm dragged up the stairs and through the door. What, am I pledging allegiance to the motherland? Or getting sworn into some underground blood cult? Rosalind doesn't bite, doesn't even blink, but his hand clamps a little tighter around my arm, propelling me forward. As I try not to fumble over my feet as I keep up with his long, deliberate stride, a quiet dread blooms in my gut, and the place is so deserted and cold. Each of our steps seems to echo louder than the last as we approach an entryway, guarded by two men in full military dress. They nod once at Rosalind. That's all it takes. No ID, no protocol, just recognition. Which is par for the course. Rosalind's not just anyone in Russia. I lean in slightly, muttering, "Just so I'm clear, am I being tried in absentia for alleged attempted murder that happened on American soil to 2 Russian citizens?" I tilt my head to look up at him, letting the bite in my tone speak for itself. Because I'm pretty sure even Russian law still grants me the right to counsel and a fair trial. I purse my lips as I see his brows rise in surprise. Hey, maybe then someone will listen to me and actually ask me if I did it or not, instead of accusing me of a crime based on biased assumptions and bruised ego.
"Are you an attorney now?"
Rosalind drawls. My sister is. I shrug.
"I thought she was some sort of dancer in Vegas,"
he mutters, but he doesn't stop walking. If anything, he picks up the pace, dragging me down another marble corridor that narrows and curves, deeper into the bowels of this fortress of legal horror. Sabrina is full of surprises, I warn him, but he is no longer listening to me as he continues to drag me through the building. We pass only 2 other people, gray-suited men with eyes like ice chips and expressions carved from stone. The silence becomes oppressive. My boots click too loudly on the floor. The tension snaps taut between us. Then, abruptly, we stop. I'm turned sharply, pushed through a heavy wooden door, and blink against the sudden brightness. Rows of high windows send pale morning light streaking through dust motes in the air. A judge, ancient and gaunt, with a jaw like a rusted clamp, sits at a raised bench. A court clerk standing beside him. No gallery, no prosecution, no jury, no defense. Just a single desk, 2 chairs, and a folder is already sitting neatly at the edge. What the actual hell? I start, but Rosalind's grip tightens again, and he's pulling me forward, pushing me toward the desk. The judge looks up.
"We are ready?"
Rosalind responds in perfect legal Russian.
"Da. We are proceeding with the expedited recognition under Article 27.4, Clause 7.
The judge grunts and flips open the folder.
"Matrimonial union between Dragunov, Rosalind Damian, and Zorin Lydia. Verified identity. Verified intention."
My blood freezes. Matrimonial. Union. No. No, no, no. Wait, I snap, trying to step forward to appeal to the judge, but Rosalind pulls me back, his palm firm between my shoulder blades. This isn't a trial, I hiss, twisting toward him, panic finally breaking through my iron mask. This is a wedding? Rosalind doesn't even look at me.
Why else would we be here?
His dark eyes mock me. No! I shake my head and look at the judge. No! I raise my voice, the words echoing through the room. I'm not getting married. Not today. Not ever. The judge clears his throat.
Do you object to this wedding, Ms. Zorin?
My voice catches in my throat. Zorin. He's using my Russian name. The name tied to bloodlines, vaults, and legacies I never asked for. Object? I echo, then laugh, bitter and sharp. You mean, do I object to being dragged halfway across the world?
My fiancé is tired from the long flight from Vegas, Your Honor.
Rosalind cuts me off, sending me a dangerous look. The judge blinks once. Rosalind's hand doesn't move.
I see,
the judge says blandly, looking at me, pointing to the desk in front of me.
You may sign the document in front of you, Miss Zorin, and then we can proceed.
I am not. Rosalind's hand grips the top of my arm with a warning squeeze.
This will be a lot less painful for you if you just shut your mouth and do as you're told.
Rosalind growls in my ear, his tone of voice brooking no argument, and it instantly sparks the burning embers of anger I've been trying to keep in check. I bite my tongue and glance at the document, absently reaching for the pen in front of me with a shaking hand. My fingers curl around it like it might bite as I stare at the page with my Russian birth name glaring up at me. Lydia Zorin. A name stolen from fire and secrets and bloodlines I didn't even know existed until 10 months ago. A name that opened a world that has been chasing me my entire life and has now started to swallow me whole. While the name Lydia Zorin still means nothing to me, as I don't know who she is, I don't know who Tara Kraft is anymore either. For the past 10 months, that woman has slowly started to fade away into a past built on lies and deception.
Tara.
Rosalind's angry hiss yanks me from my thoughts and back to the ugly reality of the contract waiting for my signature. And how would you like me to sign the document? My brow rises as I look at him challengingly. As I am not Lydia Zorin, and to be dead honest, I'm not Tara Kraft either anymore. So, I lean forward and mark a big X on the page and give him a smug smile. I thought that was better than test subject number 11.
You are trying my patience, Tara.
Rosalind growls.
Now sign it properly, or you will regret this little rebellion you're trying to stage here. Is there a problem, Mr. Dragunov?
The judge asks.
No, Your Honor,
Rosalind tells him.
Just a little bit of wedding jitters. If we could hurry this along,
the judge says. Rosalind nods and leans in, his voice low.
I'm warning you, Tara. Stop fucking around.
Rosalind's eyes bore into mine, and a sadistic smile lifts his mouth.
Or are you trying to add to your punishment?
His eyes rake me suggestively.
Is that your thing, Tara? You into punishment?
No, but you seem to be, I counter, and before he can say more, I scribble a squiggle that could be an L and the name Zorin. There! I slam the pen on the desk.
All signed, Your Honor,
Rosalind tells the judge.
Then we can proceed with the vows.
The judge indicates for us to step closer to the bench. Rosalind steps beside me, his hand pressing firmly on my lower back again. This time, I can't move away. The judge doesn't wait.
Do you, Rosalind Dragunov, consent to enter into lawful marriage with Lydia Zorin?
I do, he says instantly, voice cold and sure. No hesitation, not even a blink. The judge turns his attention to me.
Do you, Lydia, consent to enter into lawful marriage with Rosalind Dragonoff?
I stare straight at him, my voice caught in my throat. Every fiber of me screams no. Rosalind's hand closes over mine beneath the table, fingers iron tight. His nails press into my skin.
Say it,
he hisses, his lips at my ear. I force my jaw to unlock. Sure, are the words that push through my lips, and I feel Rosalind stiffen beside me. The judge nods, signs the bottom of the form, and stamps it.
This marriage is now recognized under Russian law. You are husband and wife.
He nods.
Congratulations.
Just like that. I'm married. 6. Tara. The marble hallway outside the courtroom is too quiet. Every step I take echoes against its walls like a gunshot. I haven't said a word since the judge pronounced us husband and wife. I have nothing to say. Even if I did, it wouldn't be heard, so why waste my breath? The ride back to his Moscow apartment is silent. He doesn't try to touch me, doesn't try to gloat, but I feel his eyes on me, studying me, trying to decipher the storm brewing beneath the surface. Let him wonder. For now, I'm stuck here. I have nowhere to go. No money. Fuck. I don't even have my passport. Until I've figured out how to escape, or Clyde comes for me, I'm his prisoner. My only means of defense is to shut down. Mentally remove myself from my hell. Just like Clyde taught me if the RMSAD ever captured me. Your best defense is to never let anyone into your head. That's your secret weapon, a means of escape. We arrived at Rosalind's penthouse, which could fit at least 2 of my apartments back home. It is modern, but as cold as the man himself. All glass, steel, and low-burning lights that hum like a predator waiting in the dark. He leads me down a hallway and opens a door to what I assume is the guest room. Too pristine, too impersonal. A beige cage dressed up in silk sheets. He pauses in the doorway.
This is your room for the night,
he says. His voice is flat and devoid of emotion.
If I were you, I'd enjoy your last night in comfort.
His eyes bored into mine.
We leave for Dragonoff village at dawn. It will be an evening of a traditional wedding ceremony for me as the village elder, and then we will retire to my house. Once the village is sleeping, I will take you to your more permanent dwelling.
My eyes hold his, but I don't flinch. Is that all? My voice is as toneless as the emptiness inside me. Rosalind watches me, jaw tight. His nostrils flare for a second, and I know exactly what he's thinking. He's fighting the urge to wrap his hands around my throat and finish what he started on the airplane.
Dinner in an hour,
he says, clenching his fists at his side.
There are clothes in the closet for you, and other items in the bathroom.
I don't respond. I just stand and watch him, waiting for him to leave or to strangle me. His jaw clenches. I can feel him waiting, needing me to snap, to lash out. I don't give him that satisfaction. He finally steps out, closes the door, and locks it. I hear the faint metallic click, and a beat later, his footsteps retreat down the hall. I don't move, even though the anger at being locked into the bedroom starts to swirl in my belly, and every instinct in me wants to bang on the door and splinter it to the ground. I do the breathing exercises Clyde taught me, close my eyes, and mentally force the rage away. Rosalind wants me to crack. He wants to push me over the edge and snap, so he has an excuse to chain me up and treat me like the murderer he thinks I am. Once my hands stop shaking and the urge to storm the door subsides, I spin on my heel and go check out the closets, which I'm shocked to find are bursting with designer clothes all in my size. I choose a pair of black slacks, a light pink cotton blouse, and underwear to match. Grabbing the panties, I head into the bathroom and switch on the shower. Maybe hot water can burn away this itch beneath my skin.
Rosalind. I stand listening at the door. I expected her anger at being locked in and her yelling at me. She doesn't make a sound. Not a bang, not a curse, nothing, just silence. It pisses me off more than if she'd torn the fucking door off the hinges. Her silence is calculated. A move on the board. And, against my better judgment, it's getting to me. I walk into my study and grab the bottle of vodka from the tray on the cabinet. I pour a shot of it and down it. Then I have 2 more. Anything to kill the gnawing edge she's dragging under my skin. The burning desire that rages through me every time she looks at me or touches me. I feel it. I have another shot and flop into the chair behind my desk before pulling out my phone to check my messages. There are 3 missed calls from Nadia. I sent her a message instead of calling. I'm in no mood to have a conversation. All is going according to plan. I should arrive at Dragunov Village tomorrow late in the afternoon to early evening in time for the ceremony. Nadia's reply comes quickly. We will await your arrival. Be safe. I toss the phone aside, but something hard jabs my thigh as I lift my legs onto my desk. The rings. I fish them out. The metal is warm from my body heat. 2 platinum bands. 1 for Tara and 1 for me. I should have given them to her at the court. They are proof of the first part of my family's traditional ceremony. The plain wedding bands for the left-hand ring finger. Then the consummation of the marriage on the first night. The next night is the village ceremony where I receive the gold signet ring bearing the mark of the Dragunov for my right hand, and Tara will receive the Dragunov heart ring for her right hand. Once that ring is on her finger, she is marked as claimed by me, the Dragunov. The thought of her belonging to me sends a rush of heat through my veins, accompanied by a deep possessiveness. A knock on the study door draws my attention. Enter, I call, and Pavel steps inside. He has a small brown bag in his hand. These came for Tara. He puts the bag on my desk. It's from General Morozov, with instructions that he's been made aware that Tara hasn't taken her medication for a while, and it's best for everyone if she does. Thank you. I nod. Have the car ready early tomorrow. We will leave just before dawn for Dragunov Village. Of course. Pavel nods and leaves. I look at the bag on the desk, then dig into it, pulling out a bottle of pills marked Tara Craft. Take 2 tablets twice daily. There is no name on the medication. I open the bottle and look at the tablets inside. They are white and look like vitamins, but I'm sure they are not. They are some drugs developed to stabilize her. Closing the bottle, I sit back and stare at them for a while, and a small surge of guilt hits me over what I'm doing to her, but I brush it aside. For what Tara did, she's lucky she's still alive. But while I'm doling out her punishment, I would like to ensure she doesn't become some uncontrolled killing machine or whatever it is these pills stabilize her for. Standing, I shove the pills back into the bag and storm down the hallway, unlock her door, and push my way into her room, not bothering to knock. It's time to stop treating her like a guest. She's my wife and my prisoner now. As I step into the room, I halt abruptly. The room is vacant, and for a moment ice-cold dread grips my heart. Then the sound of rushing water meets my ear. My cock stirs as I envision her naked in the shower. Steam billows from the bathroom door, beckoning me. I place the pill on the dresser and stride into the bathroom, my cock hardening to full erection as I see her silhouette through the frosted glass. I strip. My clothes fall in a heap on the marble floor. The heat of the water is already thick in the air as I step into the shower. Tara spins, her back pressed against the slick wall, eyes wide. Her arms move instinctively to shield her breasts, but it's too late. I see every inch of her. Skin flushed, hair wet and curling against her collarbones. The steam makes her look like something not quite real. "What the fuck?" she snaps. "Get out!" Her voice is tight, sharp, but her body is betraying her. I step closer, crowding her space. She stiffens. I smile, slow and dangerous, letting her see what I'm thinking. "Oh, Tara, you're still under the impression that you can give orders and I'll obey." I drag a single finger along her cheek, down her throat, slow and deliberate. Her skin's hot and damp beneath my touch. She shudders. I keep going, tracing the line of her collarbone, then curling over the swell of one breast. Her nipple is already hard. She flinches when I brush across it. Her breath hitches. She doesn't look aroused, more like startled, wounded. But her eyes burn. I cup her breast, firm and full, heavier than I remember. I frown for a second, storing that observation. Later, she clenches her jaw. "I don't want this," she rasps. "I'm on my period." I've never been squeamish about blood, Petichka. My voice is low, rough. Her body tenses. I see the moment she realizes I'm not walking away. I grab the back of her neck and crush my mouth against hers. She tries to twist free, her fists pounding at my chest. She claws at my shoulders. I catch her wrists, pin them both against the tile above her head with one hand. I pin her there like prey. My free hand skims down her ribs, over her belly, then lower. She gasps when I find her slit, warm, wet. I slide 2 fingers between her folds, pressing against her clit. Her legs buckle, her breath turns ragged. "There it is," I growl, teeth grazing her ear. "You're dripping. Don't lie to me, Tara. You fucking want this." "Fuck you," she hisses, eyes blazing. "Oh, I'm going to." I hook my fingers and feel her hips jerk. "But you don't come yet. Not until I say." She tries to hold her head high like she's still in control, but her thighs shake. "On your knees." I let go of her wrists and step back, watching her. For a second, I think she's going to slap me or run, but she doesn't. She sinks slowly, defiantly. Her jaw locked, her glare fixed on me, hate pulsing off her like heat. She looks up at me, then slides her mouth over the head of my cock. I groan. My fingers tighten in her wet hair. "Take it," I snarl. "Use that pretty mouth." Her lips stretch wide as she slides deeper, tongue flicking under the shaft, the suction tight and unforgiving. I rock my hips forward, shallow thrusts, watching her eyes stay locked on mine. When she gags, she steadies herself and pushes forward again. Deeper. Fucking hell. She scrapes her nails along my thighs, making me hiss through my teeth. Her hand cups my balls, massaging, squeezing just enough to hurt. The pain fuels the heat building in my gut. I grip her hair and slam into her mouth harder. She takes it, gagging again but never pulling back. Good girl. I pant, the praise torn from my throat. but I'm too close to losing it. I yank her up, suddenly spinning her and slamming her against the tile. Her legs wrap around me like instinct. I lift her, one hand under her ass, the other braced on the wall beside her head. I slam into her in one hard thrust. A scream rips from her throat. She claws at my back. I freeze for a second. Her face twists, not in ecstasy, in pain. My body goes tight, but then she starts to move, grinding against me, lips curled in a vicious sneer. "Fuck me," she growls. "Like you promised. Or is this all just part of your punishment? Get me horny and wanting, then leave me tied up and panting on the bed?" "Oh, Tara, don't put ideas in my head." I rasp and slam into her again. This time, I don't stop pumping. Her nails dig deeper into my shoulders. I pull out and ram into her again, hard enough to rattle the glass behind her. She moans, then bites her lip. Her head tips back. One hand drops between us. She starts to rub herself. Fuck! I nearly come right there watching her fingers work her pussy. Then her pussy clenches tighter around me with every stroke of her fingers. My grip on her ass tightens as I drive into her again and again, water splashing off us, her breasts bouncing with each thrust. "Oh, God," Tara moans. She pulls her hands from her mound. Her hands grip the top of my arms, and her sharp nails dig into my flesh as her head falls onto my shoulder. "Don't stop." She starts riding me with quick thrusts. "Don't you dare fucking stop." Her voice comes out as a growl. "I'm so close, so close." "Beg me," I breathe, slowing down my thrusts. "Beg me to let you come." "No," Tara wails as I slow right down. "Please, please." She screams the last please, her hand dipping to her pussy. "Don't you dare." I stop. "Take your hand away." Her eyes meet mine. They're glazed with desire and desperation. "Please, Ruslan, I beg you. I need to come so badly. Please, please, fuck me." That's all it takes to break my resolve, and I slam into her again and again and again, making her cry out and beg. My balls tighten. "Come for me." I move my hand and press my thumb against her swollen clit. "Oh, fuck." She arches her back. "Ruslan!" Her thighs squeeze me and her head hits the tile as she moans, long and guttural. Her orgasm hits fast and hard, her body shuddering in my arms. I keep pounding through it, chasing my own release. When I come, it's violent, teeth-gritting, the kind of climax that rips through my spine and makes me see red. I stay inside her, pressed tight to her body, both of us panting under the roar of the water. I lower her slowly to the floor, steadying her when her knees buckle. She leans against the wall, lips parted, eyes half-lidded. I grab the soap, wash myself, hand it to her as I rinse off, then step out, grabbing a towel to dry off without a word. I collect my pants from the floor and I pull them on. Turning, I see her soaping a washcloth. She is still standing beneath the spray, hair plastered to her face, chest rising fast as she watches me. "You've got 10 minutes to get dressed for dinner," I tell her. She blinks, still dazed. My eyes rake her naked body once more, falling on her breasts where they linger. They are definitely bigger and a lot more tender than I remembered them to be. Then again, so was her pussy when I rammed into it. I give myself a mental shake. Women's bodies get tender and their breasts swell during their period. But that tender and swollen? I make a mental note to call someone I know to recheck the hospital records where Tara had her miscarriage. I know I'm just grasping at straws here, but something seems off. It has since I discovered that Tara had a miscarriage. "You have 10 minutes to get ready for dinner," I say over my shoulder as I step out. "Don't make me wait." I leave her staring after me in stunned silence, and for the first time since I found her again, I feel I have finally gotten the upper hand.
7. Tara. I slump against the shower wall as he saunters out like we didn't just have sex in the shower. My legs feel like jelly. My body still thrums. Desire mingled with the sting of not having had sex for so long, and still a little raw from a rough natural labor. I don't think my body was ready. Not fully. Not yet. I'm still a little raw. It's only been a month, and my period has just started to subside. My mind flickers to the look in his eyes, the way they'd settled on my breasts. Fear engulfs me as I finish washing. Fuck. Could he know something? I breathe through the ache between my thighs. My hand shakes as I shut off the water. As I dry off, I hear his voice echo in my memories.
10 minutes.
Fuck him. I'm not going to let him treat me like a piece of shit or a 2-year-old child by him or anyone else ever again. But I still find myself moving. I towel off and I'm about to pull on the pants I laid out earlier, black ones. But I changed my mind and got the blue pair I saw instead. I place it beside the cashmere sweater and eye out the underwear beside it. Even my underwear is expensive. I'm about to step into the pants when pain slams into me like a blade, low and brutal. I drop to my knees, gasping, one hand flying to my belly. The other grabs the bed frame, knuckles white as I grip my teeth and ride it out. It passes. Not completely, but enough. My stomach still feels bloated, tender, like there's something curled inside, heavy and wrong. But I push through it. I have to. What the fuck was that? I push through and pull the pants on, slowly, carefully, avoiding the tightness that makes the ache worse. My hands shake slightly as I reach for the sweater. Every movement feels exaggerated, stretched too thin. I'm starving and nauseous, all at once. Perfect, I think bitterly. Hungry and sick. My favorite combination. My stomach twists again, sharp, but not like before. More like soreness, lingering, inflamed. Probably from the bleeding, I tell myself. The non-stop, never-ending, body vengeance bullshit bleeding after giving birth. It's bad enough, the pain of labor, but then, afterward, there's the inflamed boobs from milk inflammation shit. Then there's the fact that it can take up to 6 weeks for the bleeding and other swelling to go down. Jesus. I love my little girl, but fuck. Women suffer the anxiety of carrying the baby, the pain of birth, and then the brutal weeks that come after it. Most mothers have a baby to look after while they're going through this. My mother was right about one thing. We don't really appreciate just how much they sacrifice or go through for us from the moment they conceive. Well, I sure as shit appreciate my mother now. Well, my stepmother, anyway. She looked after a 3-year-old and a newborn. So, fuck yeah, I appreciate her, as she was nothing but kind and loving to me while she was going through this. I look in the mirror. Get your shit together, Tara. Stop fucking moping about. It's just a cramp. My eyes fall on the items neatly set out on the dresser for me, distracting me from my woes. There's a hairbrush, perfume, moisturizer. All the stuff I'd love to have bought, but could never afford. If we weren't married, I'd feel like a kept woman. Oh, wait. I am not just a kept woman. I'm a fucking prisoner, married to the prison guard, giving him a license to do pretty much whatever he wanted to or with me. I shake away my grim thoughts, brush my hair, and pull on the shoes I took out. I glance at myself in the mirror once again. Even if my stomach is bloated and really uncomfortable right now, the pants are still a little baggy. But to give Ruslan his due, if I hadn't lost so much weight, they would have been my size. Sighing, I look at the door, wondering if it was locked. I walk to it and try it. It opens. Huh. I purse my lips and exit the room in pursuit of food because, despite everything, I'm starving.
Ruslan. I finish dressing in my room and head to the study. My thoughts keep circling back to Tara's breasts and how much fuller they are. Her scream of pain when I entered her. Maybe she gets very sensitive when she has her period because of her genetics, but then maybe she lied. My eyes narrow as my brain ticks over everything I found out about that day Tara allegedly miscarried. According to the report, I was given a little too easily. She was going for her regular monthly checkup, and on the way, she started cramping. By the time she got to the hospital, she'd started bleeding and was in excruciating pain. I open my laptop and pull up the video footage I obtained from the hospital and hit play. It shows Tara entering with Clyde. They hurry in and Clyde explains what's happening to Tara, who turns and looks around. She's crying and tries to hide the blood on her jeans by pulling her sweater down. The nurse rushes around the desk and disappears down the corridor to return moments later with a wheelchair. Clyde helps Tara into the wheelchair and they disappear down the hallway. There are no cameras in the part of the hospital where she was taken. Clyde apparently stayed there that night, sleeping in the chair in Tara's room. I fast forward to the following day at midday when they left the hospital. Tara and Clyde stop at the front desk on the way out. She signs something and then turns once again toward the camera. Head bowed, touching her stomach. Clyde puts an arm around her and I have to try not to punch through the screen, seeing him put his hands on her. He turns to walk her out of the hospital and a doctor stops them. The doctor who attended to Tara gave her a brown bag and a prescription. I freeze the screen as Clyde and Tara walk out of the room. I sit back and stare at it and can't help but feel that something's off. I pull out my phone and send a message to someone I know in Vegas who has access to medical records, asking them to look into a patient using the assumed name Tara, which she used during her checkups. I don't have to wait long for my contact to message back. I will look into it and get back to you as soon as I have some information. I'm not sure he will find anything, but it's worth a try. If Tara did somehow stage the miscarriage, it was a fucking good staging, and I have no doubt she'd had help from the best in the business. I hear footsteps in the hallway and realize it must be her. I get up and walk into the hallway, freezing when I see Tara talking to fucking Victoria Sutton. How did she even get in here without me hearing? What the fuck is Victoria doing here? My jaw clamps as I walk forward. Sorry, boss. Pavel's voice came from behind me. I was on my way to tell you Victoria was here, but I had to piss, so I went to the toilet quickly. And you couldn't find a way to tell her I wasn't here? I grit. I tried. Pavel puts his hands up in surrender. Sure. But she said she knew you were here. He shakes his head. I keep telling you that old nosy lady in the apartment downstairs knows Victoria and reports to her on your movements. I'll have a word with her. I promise and walk forward as Victoria and Tara meet. Hi, I'm Victoria, and you are? Victoria's eyes rake Tara and don't give her a chance to answer as she throws out another question. Are you Ruslan's new assistant? Yeah, that's what I am. Tara nods. An assistant wearing St. Laurent. Ruslan tends to pay his minions very well. Victoria's voice drips with condescension. But I wasn't aware that he'd actually gotten a new assistant just yet. As I see you're also dressed in designer labels, do I assume you're also one of Ruslan's assistants? Tara asked sweetly. No, Victoria said frostily. Ruslan and I have a different relationship. Oh, Tara nods. I'm so sorry. She looks apologetic, but my shoulders stiffen. You must be his mother, then. She shakes her head, feigning mortification. I made the horrible assumption you were dead. Well, I never.
Victoria hisses. Do I look old enough to be Ruslin's mother? Tara pulls a pained face. You know, I've never been too good at judging a person's age, and to be fair, you don't look a day over 40. She shrugs. 48. Boss, I think a catfight is about to break out, and while seeing a real-life catfight is on my bucket list of things to do before I turn 40, Pavel says, looking at me. And as much as I'd like to see that bitch Victoria slap down a pegger for her, it would be like watching the Hulk swatting a fly. I sigh. I know. Nodding, I walk forward. Victoria, did we have an appointment I didn't know about? I stop beside Tara, who instantly stiffens. No, Victoria says, her voice softening as she gives me a sultry smile. I was hoping we could, She shoots Tara a pointed look. Have some private time? Again, she glances at Tara before stepping closer and putting her hand possessively on my chest like she's marking her fucking territory. Could you ask your assistant to maybe come back tomorrow? I'm sure she'd love the night off. Tara snorts, rolls her eyes, and turns. Don't mind me, she says, waving her hand in the air. I was just going to get something to eat before I go to bed, as I'm exhausted with everything that happened today. She glances around and finds the way to the dining room. Tara! I bark, but she ignores me and carries on walking. I can see by her stiff posture and the look she shot me before she spun on her heels that she is not impressed. My eyes narrow. In fact, she looked downright pissed off. Is Tara jealous of Victoria? That's interesting. Roslyn! Victoria's voice snaps me out of my thoughts. Darling, have you heard a word I was saying? No, I admit. What are you doing here, Victoria? I ask her again. It's late, I'm exhausted, and I have a long day tomorrow. I glance at my wristwatch and remind her. I'm also on leave for 2 months, and Tony is in charge. He can help you with whatever it is you need help with. Oh, sweetie, no, he can't. Victoria purrs, suggestively sidling up to me, pressing her body against mine and kissing my lips. What I want to discuss is strictly between you and me. Her perfume swamps me and churns my stomach. The only body I want has just stormed off with murder in her eyes, although she tried to hide it, into the dining room. And I've just remembered there are sharp knives in there. Her hand slides down my body and moves toward my cock, but I grab her hand. I told you, Victoria, we are done. We had a good time. The fucking was good and filled the gap. I tell her cruelly. It's the only way to get through to women like her. They'll just keep coming back and trying to break down barriers. But now, I no longer want you or have any gaps to fill. Her eyes narrow and spark with anger. You mean that gaudy American? She hisses nastily. She's as skinny as a rake. You'd break her in half, and she's rather plain, don't you think? That gaudy, skinny woman, I warn her, is my wife. What? Victoria splutters, her cheeks turning red and eyes now darkening with fury. Are you fucking kidding me? Her voice rises. You chose an uneducated American over me. Strange, I thought having a PhD in astrophysics was educated. I see her brows lift. And for the record, Victoria, you were never in the running to become my wife. I point out. I was clear up front that I don't usually fuck staff, but you were a pleasant enough distraction. I was also clear that we were a no-strings-attached consensual booty call whenever I desired. You agreed to those terms, which is why I had you sign a contract, just like anyone else I've kept as a booty call over the years. You bastard, Victoria hisses. Her slap is fast and sharp, a hot sting to my cheek that snaps my head sideways. I let her do it. She's been begging for a reaction after all. I stare her down while she stands there panting, eyes brimming with humiliation and hate. You can take that as my resignation, effective immediately. Her eyes bore into mine, her chin raised. I hope you're happy with your American wife. You saved me from firing you like I should have done months ago, I tell her. Oh, and don't try to take any of your clients with you. You'll get a nasty surprise. Now get out of my apartment. You're going to be sorry, Victoria says through clenched teeth. I'm going to love watching you get slapped down a few pegs, so it's with great pleasure that I tell you this. I reported you to the RMSAD. I told them you knew where one of their supposed deceased test subjects was. I clench my teeth and hands to keep myself from exploding. You stupid bitch. I shake my head. You went snooping into classified files? I'm not going down without swinging. Victoria gives me a smug smile. Who knows, maybe I'll take over your firm once the RMSAD rewards me for the intel and they take you away. Oh, Victoria, I sigh. You were always such a snake. I should let you face the consequences of what you just did, but I'm in a giving mood today, so I'm going to give you advice wrapped in a warning. Go home. Don't stop for anything. Pack your bags and fuck off back to England and find a place to hide. Because it's not me the RMSAD will be coming for, but you. Someone who had no authorization to access classified files. Sure, I may get a rap over my knuckles for your breach, but I'm the one that keeps them going. Her face pales and she gasps, spins, and hightails it out of the apartment. I have a feeling I won't be seeing her again, I mutter. Right then, a crash resounds from the dining room and Pavel yells, Tara! I freeze. My breath catches in my throat. Rosalind, get in here now! There's an urgency in his voice that spurs me into action. I sprint into the dining room, expecting blood or glass or both. The entire table is overturned, food and plates everywhere, and Tara is doubled over, clutching her midsection, hunched as if she's been gutted. There's blood. Way too much for a nosebleed or a period, pooling thick between her legs and painting the pristine white marble a horrifying crimson. 8. Roslyn. For a moment, I freeze. The world warps and tunnels as I watch the sticky red river streak down Tara's pants, her hands slipping and sliding uselessly on her thighs as she tries to stem the tide. She's gasping, white as death. Her eyes lock on mine, wide and wild with terror, real animal terror, not the mockery she's given me so many times. Pavel is at her side, hands hovering, not sure where to touch, panic written all over his face. What do I do? He pleads, but I barely hear him over the roar in my ears. Get the car, now! My voice is a whip crack. Call the nearest private clinic, tell them to prep for OR, possible hemorrhage. Pavel bolts. I'm on my knees, yanking at the cords knotted around my brain as I try to remember first aid, trauma protocols, anything. I grab a napkin and press hard between her legs, feeling the blood pulse hot through my hands. Stay with me, I bark. Don't you fucking die on me, Tara. She tries to speak, but all that comes out is a whimper. You think I'm going to die? She gasps, lips splattered red, her teeth already chattering as cold sweat beads in her hairline. Her pupils are huge, like black holes about to swallow her whole. Another wave of pain hits her belly and draws her knees to her chest. Tara pants. It's a bit painful. By the look of it, I'd say it's more than a bit painful. I lean over her and pull a piece of bread from her hair. Is it just your stomach? I guess, Tara croaks. Just, she breathes. Gulps. I'm going to the shower. No fucking way, I tell her, grabbing the tablecloth and creating a diaper-type bandage. I'm sorry, I don't think we have time to get you sanitary towels. My eyes are drawn to the blood still pooling out of her. Fuck, Tara, you're hemorrhaging badly. Please, Tara says, her eyes getting heavy. Her voice still drips with sarcasm. Don't sugarcoat it for my benefit. The next few minutes are hell.
Pavel is back with a massive leather coat. He wraps it around Tara and I scoop her up, blood and all, ignoring how the sticky heat is soaking my shirt and bleeding through my sleeves. Pavel has an armload of towels that he is mopping up in the elevator, which seems to have slowed down. When it eventually bings to the ground, I tell the night watchman he needs to get the elevator and the hallway in my apartment cleaned up. Then I barely notice the cold as we sprint through the front door. Tara cradled in my arms, her head lolling back against my shoulder, her hands curled into twin claws across my chest. Pavel's got the car already roaring, the doors gaping open, and I slide her in, then climb in, slamming the door behind me over the still bleeding mess of Tara's body. Pavel guns it. Tires shriek down the half-empty Moscow Avenue. I've got one hand around her, one hand bracing her head, and all my desperate words are English, Russian, whatever will keep her in this world until we get to the clinic. Stay with me, I bark. Do you hear me? That's an order. My palm is sticky with more blood than I want to believe is possible to lose and still maintain a pulse. With every bump in the road, Tara moans. She's barely conscious, teeth chattering so hard I'm shocked they haven't shattered in her skull. My stomach is on fire, she mutters, her body straying against the pain. And then she goes slack. Tara. Pavel is screaming into the phone and I hear, ETA 6 minutes and there's blood, a lot of blood. It's coming from her. He glances in the mirror. From her woman parts, more blood than should be coming from there. Her body stays limp. Tara, Patichka, look at me. I squeeze her hand. No response. Tara! I reach for her neck. Her pulse is there, but very weak. And then it hits. A sickening wave of fear crashes through me. But it's not just Tara I see. It's another body. Smaller, lighter, cold. I'm back in that fucking village in the dirt and smoke, my wife already gone from a sniper's bullet, and my daughter in my arms, her blood soaking through me. She was only one. She hadn't even said her first word. The bullet had gone clean through my wife and into her. I held her as she bled out, whispering the same words I'm saying now. Stay with me. And she hadn't. She couldn't. Now Tara's head lolls back against my chest just like my daughter's had. And I break. Tara. I slap her cheek gently. Don't sleep. Do you hear me? She blinks, fighting against her eyelids to open her eyes.
Just want to sleep,
she slurs.
So tired.
Her head sags again. No. My voice cracks, fury and dread crashing together inside me. Don't you fucking dare die on me, do you hear me? Not again. Not this time. I won't lose another woman I love in my arms. We screech up to a private clinic and uniformed guards are already outside with a gurney. Blood hits the ground in a thick splatter as I wrench open the car door and heave her into waiting arms. 2 nurses and a doctor in scrubs are shouting, rolling her away as her head jerks from side to side, lips forming silent, broken words. I don't let go of her hand until I hit the doors and a nurse physically peels my knuckles off her wrist. You have to wait here, the nurse barks at me in Russian. Fill in the forms and we will find you as soon as we can. Pavel is ghost white, standing a pace behind me. She's strong, he mutters, voice shaky. She'll make it. Women. They do. He looks sick. He indicates with his hands down by his crotch, suggesting a flow. You know, they can bleed a lot longer than we can. He swallows and runs a bloody hand through his hair, not caring he's just smudging his temple with it. Fuck, that was a lot of blood. How did it all, just whoosh out so quickly? I see him heave. Fuck, Pavel, you've shot men and done much worse to them. I point out, my own hands shaking, and I too have to stop my stomach from churning as I try to fill in Tara's details. Then my payment details. I walk over and give it to the nurse who points us to a private waiting area. I want to hit something. throw a chair, tear the goddamn hospital apart until I am sure Tara is alive. Instead, I pace. Another nurse brings in a tub of sterile wipes for me and Pavel to clean our hands. What the fuck happened? I look at Pavel. She was fine. Pavel shrugs. She was dishing up a plate of food, telling me she was starving. Then she stopped, frowned, put the plate down, and leaned against the table. Then she grabbed her stomach, her knees buckled. The next thing I saw was blood pooling on the floor. Tara dropped, dragging the tablecloth with her. He lets out a shaky breath. At first I thought, maybe Tara just had a regular period, but it was way too much, and she didn't look like, she didn't look right. He wiggles his fingers in the air, brow furrowed. Boss, I've been shot and patched up with fishing line and half a bottle of vodka, but this? I've never seen blood come out of a person like that and not have them dead in 2 minutes. My knees go weak and I sit. The cold vinyl creaks under me. My hands are stained to the wrist, and nothing in my legal or criminal training has prepared me for sitting helpless in a plastic chair while the woman I just married drowns in her fucking blood 2 sets of doors away. The clock on the wall ticks a deafening rhythm. Every second is a sledgehammer. Pavel sits across from me, face slack and pale, looking for the first time like an old man instead of a weapon. The chair next to me is empty, and I keep glancing at it, wild with the urge to punch the vinyl to pieces as if it's the chair's fault and not mine. She's not going to die. She's not. There's no fucking way. How would that serve the universe's sick sense of irony that after 8 months of hunting her, after bending every rule and breaking twice as many to get her in my bed and under my thumb, she just dies? I clench my jaw so hard my teeth grind together, a taste of copper in my mouth. The memory of my daughter interlaces with Tara's face in my mind, a jumbled horror show I can't rewind. My hands keep flexing into fists and opening again, the dried blood stretching like a second skin along my lifeline. An hour passes, but it feels like 5. The nurse who comes back for the forms is different. She's brisk, perfunctory, not the type who would ever volunteer news unasked.
She is still in surgery, is all she says, then disappears again. Pavel sits with his head back, eyes closed and hands limp between his knees. Every 10 minutes or so, his phone buzzes with a message from one of the other men. Any news? How's the boss's wife? He doesn't answer any of them, neither do I. There's nothing to say, yet. The door swings open and my head snaps around. For a second, I think it's the doctor. My heart lurches, but it's Constantine. His face is pale, eyes wide as he steps into the corridor.
How is she?
He asks. I stand and we hug. Things between us have been strained for months, but right now it's good to see him. Grounding. We've heard nothing, Pavel says through clenched teeth. He glances at the clock again. It's been a fucking hour. I start pacing, replaying every moment of the day. Was there a sign I missed? A warning? My mind flashes to earlier. Tara's scream when I entered her in the shower. The way her body seized under me. At the time, I thought it was sensitivity, nerves, but now... my gut knots. Did I cause this? Did I break something that hadn't yet healed? Then there's the image I can't shake. Her collapsed on the dining room floor, blood soaking her pants, pooling beneath her like a goddamn crime scene. I force it down, but it keeps coming back. I've seen men gutted in war zones with less blood around them. The doors swing open again, this time with force, and a surgeon strides toward us. Green scrubs, mask hanging around his neck, silver in his hair, though he looks barely 40. His eyes, flat, gray, clinical, land on me. Mr. Dragunov. Yes. My voice is hoarse. How is she? She's stable, for now. The doctor says. We had to operate. She was severely septic and had already lost more blood than most can afford to lose. The air leaves my lungs, but I manage to keep standing. We have none of her medical records.
My wife has just recently moved to Russia. She's been living in America with her family. I explain. We haven't had time to get all her medical records together. The doctor nods in understanding. It would be good for us to have those records. He tells me before continuing. Has your wife given birth in the last few months? I hesitate. My wife miscarried about 6 months ago. Why? Are you sure? His brows knit together and he shakes his head. Well, whenever she miscarried, your wife retained a significant amount of placental tissue. It stayed attached to the uterine wall and began to break down and decay. That led to a serious uterine infection, which likely progressed to full sepsis in the last several days. I stare at him, barely breathing as his words crash over me. Today, the tissue ruptured, possibly due to physical strain, and triggered massive internal bleeding. We were able to perform a surgical evacuation to remove the tissue and irrigate the infection. The doctor continued, Your wife has been given IV antibiotics and a blood transfusion. She was severely anemic when she arrived. Another 12 hours without treatment, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. I say nothing. I don't trust my voice. Now I know it must have ruptured during Tara and me having sex. Her scream echoes through my brain. Fuck, I had seen the pain in her eyes, but had just continued to fuck her. My hands clench at my sides. So she's been in pain all this time. Your wife probably thought it was period pain or bad cramps, the doctor explained. Luckily, it ruptured when it did, and you got her here just in time. Another day, and we'd be having a very different conversation. He adds, We've successfully removed all the tissue and flushed out the infection. She's on a course of IV antibiotics, and we've given her a transfusion. The next 24 hours are critical. His eyes hold mine. This is why I always recommend that miscarriages be monitored in a medical facility. Home management, while common, carries risks most people don't understand. The uterus is a highly vascular organ that is susceptible to infection, especially after tissue breakdown. It's why so many women died after childbirth in centuries past. Lucky. That's what we're calling it now. I'm about to shove the doctor's harsh, condescending, and accusatory words down his fucking throat, but his words cut me off. You can see her soon. The doctor finishes. She's still groggy, but out of danger for the moment. He turns and walks off, leaving me standing there, the wall spinning just slightly around me. Tara, my wife, nearly died, and I had no fucking clue she was even in pain or ill. No. All I could think about was my sick revenge.
9. Tara. I wake up feeling like I'm drowning. My first breath burns. My chest rises too high, too fast. I can't swallow properly. My mouth is dry, like I've been breathing dust, and there's something cold and plastic tucked beneath my nose. The ceiling overhead is painfully white. Too clean, too bright. And I'm in an unfamiliar, sterile room. Hospital? What the fuck am I doing in a hospital? I try to move, but it's like my body is wrapped in wet wool. My fingers twitch on the blanket. A warm weight pins my right hand gently down. But it's not a strap. Is it a hand? I manage to move my fingers. Yes, it's a large, warm hand. I tilt my head slightly. It's like trying to roll a boulder with my cheekbone, but I manage just enough to see him. Ruslan. He's asleep, folded into an unforgiving chair that's been dragged right up to the side of the bed. His one arm is across his chest, with his hand tucked beneath his arm. The other hand is holding mine, his thumb slack, where it once must have been stroking across my knuckles. His mouth is tense, even in sleep, jaw clenched, like he's bracing for a fight that hasn't come yet. My heart skips, then stumbles. Why is he here? Why am I here? What happened to me? I blink, and then again. My lashes feel like they've been glued together. My brain is a soup of images, none of them sticking. Just pain, heat, voices, a scream. Mine? I glance down slowly. A hospital gown. Wires, tubes, the smell of antiseptic and old fear. Something's wrong. In the hallway, I can hear voices, muffled, male, firm.
Ruptured earlier today. We were able to remove the tissue and irrigate the infection, but her levels are still volatile. She miscarried 6 months ago.
Someone else says.
And no D&C?
Are they talking about me? I try to crane my neck to see. There's a group of people with white coats gathered around the door. They carry on talking as if I'm not even in the room. Do they think I'm still asleep? Fuck, am I still asleep? My brain is fuzzy. It's like nothing is connecting. And when I try to connect it, it's painful and too much effort, which I don't have the energy for. Oh, fuck. Have I damaged my brain? Is that why nothing's making sense and I can't remember? But there is something I have to remember. Something important.
She likely retained placental fragments. It necrotized slowly, led to sepsis. They're lucky they got her here when they did. Another 12 hours.
They are talking about me. I nearly died because of a... My brain starts to hurt. What the fuck is wrong with my memory? My stomach turns. What did the doctors just say? Placental fragments? Miscarried? Sepsis? I turn my face into the pillow, heart hammering against the thin fabric, and look at Rosalind. I don't understand what's going on. A miscarriage? Did the doctors say it was a miscarriage? Did I tell them I miscarried? No, I didn't. Did I? I try to remember. The words are there, but buried under layers of morphine and muddled time. There's something I need to remember. Why can't I remember? Miscarriage? An image flickers through my mind. I hear a voice, a male voice, not Rosalind's.
Come on, Tara. You can do it.
A woman was there, with a kind, soft, encouraging voice. Yes, honey. One more big push. I'm going to count. I'm right here, big sister. You can squeeze Sam's hand as hard as you want to. Sabrina? The memory slides into another one, a hospital. There's blood. So much blood. A male's voice, controlled but anxious, is talking to a nurse.
My friend started cramping and then...
You say how many months pregnant? The nurse is looking at me. There's compassion in her eyes.
Just over 5 months.
Is that me? Am I? My eyes move toward my stomach. My baby. Where's my baby?
Retained tissue, definitely. Prepare for emergency curettage.
Confusion spirals through me. My thoughts and memories feel like a jumble of mixed puzzle pieces being tossed around in a tumble dryer, and I have no control over the fragmented pieces jarring my brain. A little face with soft pink cheeks and blue eyes jumps into mind. Elena. I tried to grab it and hold on to it, but it slips away. No. I clench my eyes shut, trying to bring it back. Don't go. My eyes fly open. I had a baby girl. My arms twitch, desperate to fold inward over the space where she once grew, where she lived, where I still felt her, days after I gave her up. A baby girl. My baby girl. She's not a dream. She's real. The doctor's words echo through my head. Miscarriage. And doubt once again grips me. Is she real, or just a figment of my tormented mind? Something I made up to cover up heartache? The empty space left from a miscarriage. I don't know anymore. Why can't I remember? What is happening to my brain? My chest tightens. The beeping beside me quickens. My breath gets thin, like someone's pressing on my lungs from the inside. What's going on? Why can't I remember what's real and what's not? Oh, God. My throat constricts as images of blood pooling around me and excruciating pain rip through my stomach. No, she's real. It has to be. I held her. Didn't I? My hand spasms in Rosalind's as a panic erupts from deep within my soul, and a secret, something I know I have to protect, hides in the shadows of my foggy brain, staying just out of reach, tormenting me and pulling the strings of urgency within my subconscious. I try to scream as my chest grows heavier, my breath shallower, and I feel like someone is strangling me, cutting off my air supply. I try to suck in the air, but I can't. I try again to scream, but I have no voice. I hear the beeping noise increase, getting faster. I try to suck in air again, but it's like my windpipe is blocked.
Tara?
I turn my head and try to tell him, but I can't. My voice is stuck in my throat, like the words I need to say are choking me, blocking my airways. Rosalind jolts upright. His face leans close to mine, still groggy from sleep, but instantly alert.
Tara, Petichka, you're awake.
His hand tightens over mine. I try to answer, but no words come out. My throat is closing. My heart is going ballistic. The monitor is screaming beside me, a fast, panicked chorus that echoes the stampede in my head.
Tara, what's wrong? Look at me.
He cups my cheek.
Talk to me. What hurts?
I shake my head, but it feels like I'm shaking the whole room. Tears spill before I can stop them. He's going to know, or already does. But what? What is he going to know? Why can't I remember? What's happening to me? Why can't I breathe? My chest. Is my chest collapsing? What's on my chest? I can't breathe. Fear grips me, squeezing at my heart as stabbing pain jabs at my heart, and I feel my soul starting to rip apart. My head turns, and my eyes meet the wide ones of Rosalind, who is staring at me. I see his mouth move, but the roaring in my ear and my gasping for breath drown him out. I manage to croak. Can't. I can feel more tears slip down my cheeks. I hear a rush of footsteps. A nurse appears above, followed by another one.
She's spiking. Tachycardia and respiratory distress. Get the sedative.
A doctor's face comes into view.
It's okay, Mrs. Dragunov.
His deep voice is soft.
We're going to give you a sedative to calm you down.
Remember, I breathe. Why? Brain not working. I pant.
No, wait.
Rosalind starts to protest, but the nurse cuts him off. She's in full panic. If we don't calm her down, her heart's going to give out again. Step back. A cold burn pushes through the IV line in my arm.
Petichka,
Rosalind says again, his voice cracking open like it did in Vegas.
Tara, please, stay with me.
But the light is fading. I can't hold on. The sound of his voice, the way it breaks, is the last thing I hear, and the panic and fear in his eyes is the last thing I see before the world goes black.
Rosalind, I don't move. I can't. Not even when the nurse gently presses my shoulder, murmuring that she's stable now. I don't care. I'm not leaving her. Tara's face is pale against the pillow. There's a slight tremor still in her fingers, even in sleep. The sedatives kicked in, but whatever tore through her wasn't just fear. It was something else. Something deeper. Her lips had been moving, but the words barely came out. She'd tried to tell me something. I could feel it in the way she looked at me. Confusion. Desperation. A baby. She'd been muttering about a baby. About her brain not working. I brush my thumb over her knuckles, more for me than her. She's asleep again, breathing steadily, but my own chest still feels like it's clamped in a vice. The door clicks. I don't look up at first, assuming it's another nurse, until I catch the scent of expensive cologne and dry-cleaned fabric.
Christ, Rosalind.
I glance over. Constantine is standing in the doorway with a suit bag over one shoulder, a paper cup in one hand and a paper bag in the other. His eyes sweep over me and his lip twitches.
You look like you murdered someone and rolled in the body.
I don't answer. He walks in, setting the coffee and bag on the small table by the window.
Go shower, he says, nodding toward the ensuite. I brought you clean clothes, toiletries, even socks. He tilts his head. Pretty sure Tara will appreciate you not smelling like stress, blood, and day old sweat when she wakes up again.
She already did, I say quietly. He stops moving.
She woke up?
I nod, just for a minute. I shift in my seat, my back screaming, but I won't let go of Tara's hand. Not yet. I feel like my connection to her is what's keeping her from slipping away for good, into a place I will never find her again. No one will. She was trying to speak. She was confused, muttering about babies and saying her brain was broken. Constantine exhales.
That's the sedatives, man. She's been through a hell of a trauma. Drugs mess with your sense of time and memory. Tara's mind moves at 10 times the normal speed. Being slowed down by meds is going to mess her up.
No, I say, finally looking at him. This was different. This wasn't just a little panic from disorientation. This felt like terror. Like she didn't know what was real and what wasn't. Constantine watches me closely.
Rosalind.
I already called Basil. I cut in. Told him to go over her miscarriage records from 6 months ago again. His jaw tenses.
Why the fuck would you do that? He hisses, glancing at the door. You want to open that wound? If she even had a miscarriage.
She did, I say. That's what the records say. I stare at Tara's face. But my gut is screaming something else. That there's more to it. That something's been off this whole time and I'm done ignoring it. He walks over and puts the coffee in my hand.
You're trying to find someone to blame, he says quietly. That's what this is. Tara nearly died in your arms. You're spiraling.
Maybe. I sip the coffee. It burns my tongue but wakes me up enough to hold eye contact. But if I'm right, if there's something we missed, then I'm not letting it go. Constantine nods slowly.
What do you need?
Find Clyde Smythe. He lifts a brow.
Are you sure you want to do that?
I need to have a chat with him, I say. The sooner the better.
You realize who he is, right?
Constantine holds my gaze. Depends on what you mean. My head tilts slightly. Are you asking me if I know he's some kind of Ghost Ops elite eraser? Then yes. If you're asking me if I know he's Jewel Initiative Subject Number 10, then yes, I know that too. Constantine nods, then glances at Tara, and then back at me.
Look, there's something you should know. He runs his hand through his hair. I've been keeping an eye on what's going on in Vegas. He sighs. And I've been looking into Tara's miscarriage. Like you, something doesn't sit right about it with me.
Then why try to make me feel like I'm paranoid?
I didn't want to say anything until I had concrete proof. Constantine's eyes darken and narrow. What I've uncovered so far is that the doctor who saw to Tara when she had her miscarriage didn't exist 10 years ago. Constantine's eyebrow rose. He also excelled and rushed through med school like it was child's play.
Oh? My brows shoot up as a tingling creeps up my spine. What are you saying?
Guess what his other job is and who he works for?
Constantine says. Nikolaos Vasilikis, I guess, anger spurting through me.
Yep, but under Sam Winters' command in Nevada. Constantine explains. They call him the specialist, and not because he's a doctor either. Apparently this guy can creep into your mind and extract what he wants. He always gets the answers they need from their targets.
Jesus, I hiss, realizing what Constantine is saying. You're telling me he's also Jewel Initiative? Constantine nods.
He's subject number 8. He runs a hand through his head. And right now, I also know that at least another 2 supposedly deceased Jewel Initiative escapees are watching us.
What the fuck? I hiss. My skin is crawling. Why? But I know before Constantine answers. Our eyes turn to Tara.
We have their princess.
Get Clyde here, I say, my eyes narrowing. And your sister.
Petra?
Constantine's brows furrow.
Why?
She's one of them, I point out.
No. Constantine shakes his head. Petra was not there long enough.
Constantine, Petra was there for 18 months. I remind him. She came back changed, and we both know it. We just refused to acknowledge it, and now she's a fucking black hat on every security agency in the world's most wanted list. Constantine's eyes darken and his jaw is tight. His eyes bore into mine.
Even if I was going to bring her in, I don't know where the fuck my sister is. She hasn't contacted me in months.
I know where she is, I tell him. But she won't come here for me. But she will for you. Call General Morozov. She's working for him as one of the Dragonov Guard.
Yeah, you said. He nods. I'll find you, Clyde Smythe. He takes a sip of the coffee in his hand. Now go shower before I call the nurses in here to throw a tarp over you. You're smelling up the place, and you know how bad you smell when you start to overpower as a disinfectant in a hospital.
Fuck off. I laugh, grab the items he brought, then move toward Tara. I hesitate, but Tara's breathing is steady. I kiss her forehead. I'll be right back, Petichka. Don't go anywhere. Constantine takes the seat I vacated and sips his awful coffee. I don't want to leave her side, but I also need a shower. Constantine is right. I'm beginning to stink. Just like what's really going on with Tara.
10. Tara. The eve before Elena's birth. The cabin is dark, but not in the spooky horror movie sense. It's dark in the way an old library is dark. Heavy wood, low ceilings, ancient carpets layered with dust and stories. Everything in this cabin was once handmade, battered and oversized, as if my late father measured the world by how much it could hold, rather than how much space was left. That was until my sister blew up 2 years ago. Fuck. Was it 2 years ago that Sabrina was helping Radomir Molchanov try to find her best friend, Lee Vasilikis? Time has flown by since then. I sigh and try to get comfortable in the overstuffed armchair that Sam has replaced all my father's furniture with. One thing that hasn't changed is the god-awful knitted blankets that Sam seems to have a barnload full of, one of which is draped over my legs. I shift my weight for the 20th time in as many minutes, feeling like I'm literally going to burst my belly, which is so distended. I really didn't think it could get this big. Every time I move, even in bed. It's like trying to rearrange a sack of wet cement that's been left out in the sun. My back groans. My ankles throb. A hot, heavy ball presses into my diaphragm, just under my ribs, threatening to crack them like wishbones. My belly looks fake, like I'm hiding a beach ball under my t-shirt for a viral prank. Except when I try to laugh, it jiggles, and something inside responds by kicking me so hard I want to pee myself. Sometimes I do pee a little. I grunt, trying to find a position that doesn't make me want to cry. It's impossible. Maybe if you tried jumping on a trampoline, the baby would just fall out, Sabrina says from across the living room, not looking up from her phone. She's sprawled on the couch like a cat, one leg hooked over the back and the other dangling off the edge, a bowl of peanut M&Ms nestled against her fake pregnancy bump. Yes, my sister is wearing a fake pregnancy bump. She's been training for this for weeks, walking around town, eating for two, trying on all the looks of pregnant exhaustion and bliss. To give her her dues, Sabrina is a damn good actress, and I've commented many times during these past 7 months that she's missed her calling. Instead of a dancer, she should have been an actress. Instead, I scowl at her. You're the one who said I should stay off my feet. You are off your feet. Sabrina points her phone at me like a judge with a gavel. You just look like you want to murder everyone who's ever contributed to the invention of chairs. That's because every single one of them was a man, I mutter. I haul myself up, groaning, to get a better grip on the mug of peppermint tea that's been cooling on the end table. Who clearly didn't know how to invent chairs that pregnant people can get comfortable in. Sabrina sighs theatrically, sets her phone down, and swings herself upright in one smooth motion. Show off. You want to trade? She taps her fake belly. Yours for mine? I snort. Please. Yours probably comes with a tiny flask and free Spotify Premium. She grins. You think I'd settle for Spotify? Amateur. She pads barefoot over the creaky floorboards and sinks down onto the ottoman in front of me. Move over, she says. I need to check the swelling. No, I groan, but she's already tugging the blanket away from my feet and prodding my ankle bones with a gentle, expert touch. Sam says the more you walk, the less you'll swell up, Sabrina observes, squinting at the puffy contour of my left foot. I kick at her half-heartedly. Sam also says the best cure for insomnia is sheep dip and whiskey. Are we taking medical advice from the guy who thinks Tylenol is a government mind control device? He's not wrong, Sabrina says, deadpan. Then she brightens, producing a tube of minty-scented lotion from her hoodie pocket. Want a foot rub? I freeze. Are you going to mock me the whole time? Absolutely. She squirts lotion into her palm and starts massaging my foot anyway. You realize tomorrow is D-Day, right? She says it softly, with that edge of nervous humor she reserves for moments when she's actually terrified, but wants me to feel better. I swallow hard. Yeah. She works in silence for a minute, her fingers strong and sure. If Sabrina hadn't gone into showgirl law, she would have made a killer physical therapist. You're not having second thoughts, are you? She asks quietly. Because you know you can't put her back once she's out. Her tone turns teasing and light. I hit her with a cushion. She laughs, but doesn't stop rubbing my feet. I look at the lantern, at the yellow pool of light flickering on the braided rug, at the shadows shifting in the corners of the room. The cabin smells like dust and cedar and the memory of wood smoke, even though the stove hasn't been lit all day. No, I say, but my voice cracks, and she gives me a look that says, liar, liar, uterus on fire. I don't regret deciding to keep her. I rub my belly, my eyes mist over with tears. It's just, I swallow. I can't finish the sentence. So I just let the word hang there, like a loose thread, daring someone to yank it. Hey, it's not like you're not going to be here with us, Sabrina says, eyes bright, jaw set as she reaches forward and squeezes my hand affectionately. By the time she's old enough to say her first words, we'll have sorted this shit with Irina and Gavril out, and we'll be able to tell everyone the truth. She pulls a face. Well, a half-truth. That you're Elena's mother, and you don't know who the father is. Great, I snort, my heart squeezing at my sister's good intentions. She's building on the lies I fed her. Sabrina still believes that Elena's father is Gavril Mirachin, and that I was having an affair with him. Fell pregnant. His wife threatened me, so I went into hiding. Hence the reason Sabrina has to pretend to be pregnant, and went along with my fake miscarriage 3 months ago. Oh, fuck. The lies. The deceit. I'm just lucky I have such a sharp memory to keep them all together. I breathe through the panic that rises with the shame and guilt of what a deceitful bitch I've become, using, manipulating, and betraying the trust of everyone I love in order to protect them. I know, I say, trying not to let the tears burning the back of my eyes fall. I'm just so sorry I dragged you into this. I bite my lip, fighting back the tears, and clear my throat so my voice doesn't crack with pain and echo my guilt. You have no idea what you're doing for our little girl. Sabrina leans in and kisses my forehead, her hand warm and soft on my shoulder. You know I would do anything for you, Tara. You're my big sister, and I would kill for you, and... She puts a hand on my tummy. Our little girl. She grins as Elena kicks her hand. The next generation of craft and wow. She laughs. She already has strong limbs. I'm thinking a kickboxer. I laugh, and the baby kicks so hard this time that I nearly spill my tea. There she goes, Sabrina says. She just loves it when I compliment her strong limbs. She just knows it's time to get this show on the road, I say. I take a breath, wincing as the pressure shifts lower, a reminder that there's no stopping the clock. Did you read any more about how to induce labor? I glance at the front door. Are you sure Clyde knows to bring that midwife, the one he told us about? I'm not the one with the pregnancy porridge brain, Sabrina reminds me. She picks up her phone and starts scrolling. Now, let's see. The best way to induce labor. She squints at the screen as she scans it. Okay, so this is an actual article, not just one of those mom boards where everyone spells uterus wrong. It says the top methods are sex, spicy food, walking, and nipple stimulation. She pauses, makes a face. I have some toys that could help with all that. She gives me a cheeky grin. I'd rather jump off the roof, I mutter. Walk it is, then. Sabrina bounces off the ottoman and holds her hand out. Let's do a lap around the grounds. I glare at her, but her enthusiasm is contagious. I let her pull me up, throw a shawl around my shoulders like a little old lady, and we hustle out the back door to shuffle slowly around the perimeter of the back garden of the cabin, one hand each on the curve of my belly. It's like carrying a sack of bowling balls taped to my front, and every step sets my spine on fire. But I do it. Because if I don't, Sabrina will never let me hear the end of it, and I'll wake up with all her vibrators on my bedside table. You're waddling, she says with a wicked smile. So are you, I shoot back. And for a second, we're both tweens again, racing around our house in socks, trying to out-insult each other before Mom catches us. We circle the perimeter of the woods. I see movement from the corner of my eye, a flicker of light, a shadow passing by. Sabrina sees it too. Her hand tightens on mine. Sam's doing the perimeter. He'll text if there's anything. I nod. I know. We finish the lap, and I drag my girth back inside to collapse back into our spots. Sabrina curls up next to me on the armchair, her fake bump squished between us. She wraps the old blanket around both of us, tucking me in like I'm the little spoon, even though I outweigh her by at least 20 pounds right now, even with her fake baby bump. The silence is heavy, but not suffocating. Just the ordinary quiet of two sisters waiting for the world to end and begin, all in the same night. We sit there for a long time, letting the night settle around us. The lantern hisses. My back eases a little. The baby shifts, and I can feel her tiny foot pressing against my palm, almost like she's trying to high-five me from the inside. I've been thinking about my real mother, I admit, wondering what she was like, how she'd react if she knew about my baby. I know Mom and Dad didn't speak about your birth mom a lot. Sabrina yawns, then burrows closer. But I'm sure if she were still alive, it wouldn't matter to her that you were knocked up by a married Bratva prince with a murderous wife who wants you dead. Gee, thanks. I put my arm around my little sister and kiss her head. You make everything so much better. Always happy to help. Sabrina's voice gets heavy and sleepy. She's quiet for a while before lifting her sleep-dazed eyes towards me. You know you're going to be the best mom, right? I bite my lip, hard, and the lump in my throat feels like it's clogging my airway. I hope so, is all I can muster to say. What am I supposed to reply to that? I'm going to be one of those moms who dumps her baby on family and then abandons it. It doesn't matter how much I try to dress it up or try to rationalize it. At the end of the day, that's what I'm doing. If for some reason I can't ever get back to Elena, that's all she's going to think. Her birth mother abandoned her. When I thought my birth mother had died in childbirth, a part of me still felt that she'd abandoned me. Stupid, I know, but that's how a child's mind works. Parents aren't supposed to leave you. They're supposed to be your superheroes. They protect, love, care, and are always there for you. The thing with Irina will sort itself out, Tara. Sabrina tries to reassure me, and another tidal wave of guilt hits me. Sabrina's hand slides into mine, squeezing tight. You'll see. Then you can concentrate on just being Elena's mom. If only that were true. Eventually, Sabrina drifts off, her breathing soft and even. I listen for Sam's boots on the porch, for the growl of his old diesel truck, for anything that would signal danger or the next step. But there's only the steady pulse of the lantern and the feel of my daughter shifting inside me. I watch the moon drift across the window pane, lighting up the cabin with an eerie silver glow. Tomorrow is supposed to be the day Elena is due to enter the world, and I can finally meet her. It's supposed to be one of the best days of my life. I let my hand rest on the tight swell of my belly. It's almost time, I whisper. I hope one day you'll be able to forgive Mommy and know that I would never deliberately abandon you. If there were any other way. The baby kicks once, sharp and decisive, like she's ready. I hope I am too. Tara, the day of Elena's birth. The bathroom is the only place in the world I don't have to perform. The mirror is old, the glass fogged and warped, but there's no one else watching except for me and the version of myself I hate the least. Tonight, I draw the hot water as high as I can without blistering, and then lower myself into the tub 1 inch at a time, holding my breath at the shock of the heat against my skin. It's almost erotic, the way my body responds, first recoiling, then surrendering. My nerves go slack, my muscles stop spasming, and for a moment, the ache in my lower back is replaced by a strange, pleasant numbness. My belly floats on the surface, bobbing like a forgotten pumpkin in a swimming pool. I rest my hands on it, and for the first time all day, it doesn't feel like an alien parasite glued to my bones. Just a weight, heavy and solid, real. The steam makes everything blurry. I can't see the cracks in the grout, or the water stains on the ceiling, or the chipping paint above the window. All I can see is the tight pink globe of my stomach and my 2 hands resting on it, pale and freckled and looking exactly like my mother's. It's been one hell of a day, and if Sabrina wasn't hovering, it was Sam and the midwife. I felt like I was in a car taking a trip, with everyone continuously asking, "Are we there yet?" Only it was, "Anything happened yet?" I roll my eyes and sink lower into the water. This is the first quiet and alone time I've had all fucking day. Quiet falls around me, and I glance at my belly, trying to fob off the guilt and heartache at what I know the day after Elena is born will bring. "Hey, little one," I say, feeling stupid but unable to stop. My voice echoes in the small tiled space. There's a flutter just under my ribs, a knee, maybe an elbow. I've gotten good at knowing what's what, mapping my daughter's body by the bumps and squirming. She always kicks at night, like she knows I'm finally off my feet and paying attention, like she knows this is when I can really talk to her. "You're arriving, or getting evicted soon, as your Aunt Sabrina loves to say," I explain, and laugh at my sister's silliness. "I'm sorry. If it were up to me, I'd keep you safe in here forever." I trace a slow circle over my skin, feeling the slippery warmth of the bathwater. But we don't always get what we want, do we? Not really. I think about the first time I realized I was pregnant. Back then, I thought it was Irina and Gavril's baby. It was easier to believe that because I was nothing more than a walking incubator for my friends. My gut churns, and I fight back the hurt and anger at the betrayal that followed. My mind flashes to the blue-eyed devil that I blame for all this. If he weren't obsessed with getting back at the Mirochins, Irina and Gavril wouldn't have had to resort to the deceptive measure they had. However, I also played a significant role in this. I can't deny that. I knew years ago that I should nip the rumors about me and Gavril in the bud. But Irina laughed it off and told me not to worry. Let it be. It kept those lusty, opportunistic burlesque dancers at the club away from Gavril. As the good, naive friend, I let it ride. What a fucking shit show that one stupid mistake made of my life. But what it did do was show me that even the best of friends will turn on you to protect themselves. Gavril and Irina were quite happy to leave me being hunted and trapped by Irina's older brother. The thought of Ruslan Dragunov makes me burn with anger and equal amounts of desire. The man who tried to tie me to his side by lying about me being pregnant. Well, he said that the surrogacy was a lie, a smokescreen so that Irina could have IVF, while Ruslan thought I was pregnant with Gavril's baby. I have to wonder now if Irina was ever truly my friend, or if it was just a case of keeping a person she thought was her enemy or a threat to her marriage close. Because she'd known about my one-night stand with a man I thought was Damian Romanov, but was her older brother, Ruslan Dragunov. Irina had found out the day I'd gone for the checkup for the surrogacy to see if I was ready to have the egg implanted, that I was already pregnant, and she'd immediately known whose child I was really carrying. My jaw clenches. I'd become a pawn in a war between brother and sister, each one trying to outmaneuver the other. My hand slides over my belly. But I outmaneuvered them all, little one. I sniff and swipe at the tears that fall. I may have ruined my life, my future, but now that I know who I really am, there was never going to be a future like I'd planned. They were always going to come for me. I sniff and circle my belly lovingly. While I might regret ever having met the Mirochins or Dragonov, I will never regret having you. Even now, with my body stretched to its breaking point and my entire future erased, I wouldn't trade her for the world. I'm just sorry I may never get to be your mother in order to keep you safe from what I'm going through. I will do whatever it takes to ensure no one ever hunts you down, my little one, even if it means I have to become the person I was designed to be, if it means you'll be free. 11. Tara. Continued. The water laps at my collarbones. I let my head fall back, staring at the ceiling. The lamp outside the window is barely visible, but its light flickers in time with the heartbeat on my wrists. I don't know if I'll survive the next 24 hours. I don't know if she will, but I have to try. I take a breath. It feels good. I try not to cry, but I fail. I'm sorry, I whisper. I'm so sorry. The tears slip down the sides of my face and vanish in the water. I wish I could blame hormones, but this has been waiting for weeks, months, maybe my whole life. I think of Ruslan and my heart cracks again. Your father. I think, beneath all the anger and hate, he's a good man. But right now, all he sees is using you and me as leverage for his own games. But we can't get caught up in his war. I have one of my own to fight, for you and your future. I curl in on myself, as much as I can with this body, and whisper the secret I've never said aloud. I don't think your father understands the gravity of who I am, I tell my baby. You see, I'm not like the other Jewel Initiative test subjects. I swallow, feeling that weird, surreal bubble that seems to shroud me whenever I think of who I really am. Because the people who made me, they didn't just alter me. They designed me, built me. I wasn't born. I was written. The words scratch my throat. You're not supposed to exist, Elena. You're unique, like a new being that's been created. Your DNA is not just altered, it's mutated into something new. Your forced evolution, created by man. I close my eyes. Only one Jewel Initiative was kept and thought a success. The second one they thought a success was stolen and stashed away in America. I smile at my belly. Yes, that's your mommy. I bite my lip. The rest of the kids on the project were considered a failure and cast away like disposable lab rats. My gut clenches at the story Clyde told me about how the 5 remaining kids in the project were sent into a room. It's playtime, they were told. Then the room was sealed and a gas was poured in. A gas meant to kill them so the RMSAD could bury their failed experiments. But the woman who saved them, a woman they all called Mother, had switched the gases. When their bodies were taken out of the room, she switched them with others and safely took the kids away, leaving the bodies that replaced them to burn. Clyde explained that you're a little miracle, I coo. All the other test subjects were sterilized. How barbaric is that? The oldest kid there had been Clyde, and he was 11 at the time. I shudder as I run my hand over my stomach, trying to memorize the curve of it. The RMSAD wanted to build the perfect agent, but they also needed to ensure if the kids did make it that far, that they would never make a mistake and bear a child. I suck in a shaky breath. Bearing children would mean their experiments were procreating in an uncontrolled environment and populating the world with a new breed of human, one with altered DNA. More tears fall, but I don't wipe them away as I recall the horrific story Clyde told me. So you see, sweetheart, I whisper to my belly, the world and even your grandmother and Aunt Sabrina need to think you're just another ordinary girl. A strange feeling hits me. I suddenly sit up, gasping as the movement sends a bolt of pain through my abdomen. The bathwater sloshes, and I brace my hands on the sides of the tub, breathing hard. It's starting. I know it's beginning. I'm in labor. Okay, I say, trying to sound calm, trying to sound like Sabrina. You're ready. I'm ready. Let's do this. The next contraction hits, and it's not the dull ache I expected. It's sharp and brutal, like something is trying to rip me in half. I clench my jaw and try not to scream. Sabrina! I yell, because I can't pretend anymore. There's a scramble outside the door, and then she's there, hair wild, face panicked. What's wrong? She says, voice high and thin. She's coming, I say. She's really coming. Sabrina's hands are on my shoulders, trying to lift me out of the tub, but I wave her off. Wait, I say. Just wait. The pain fades a little, and I look up at her, at the face I know better than my own. You're going to have to do this for me. You're going to have to be her mom. Of course, Tara, always, Sabrina mutters absently as she helps me from the tub. I have to message Sam and the midwife. Just get me to the bedroom first, I gasp as another contraction comes. Worse than the last. I scream this time because I can't hold it back. Bedroom, right. Let's get you there. Just a few more steps. Sabrina holds my hand. You can do this, Tara. I know we've been waiting for Elena to pop out, so this is going to go against everything we've hoped for in the past few days. Her eyes meet mine. But for God's sake, keep her in there for a little longer. I can't help you give birth. We need the midwife and Sam. I nod as I use the wall to hold me up, trying not to lean my entire weight on my tiny sister. The third wave crashes over me, and my vision blurs at the edges. I let myself float, just for a second, and in that second, my knees start to buckle. Fuck me, I growl. Just a few more feet, I mumble as Sabrina all but drags me to my room and gets me on the bed. Stay there, Sabrina orders. I'm just going to call—
We're here!
Sam's voice comes from down the hallway. Thank fuck! Sabrina breathes a sigh of relief as Sam and the midwife rush into the room. The world goes black for a moment. I love you, I whisper, half to Sabrina and half to my unborn baby girl. As Sabrina fluffs and faffs with pillows, the pain starts to build again. Fuck, I hiss. I think she wants to come out now. Tara, Russian hospital, Moscow. I jolt awake. White lights blind me, and the sterile scent stabs my senses like needles. Beeping machines echo inside my skull. My body aches. It feels heavy and wrong. My one arm is strapped down, the other restrained by soft leather and steel. What the hell?
Tara.
Constantine's voice punches through the fog. His hand is wrapped around mine, warm and firm. I blink up at him. He's blurry at first. Then he comes into focus. His jaw is tight, and his eyes look tired. I try to move, but I start to panic as I can't. I blink up at the ceiling. My mind is empty as the sheet above me. And for a minute, I can't remember why I'm here or how I got here. There's a sharpness in my lower belly, a pain that radiates down to my thighs and up to my ribcage. The pain is familiar, but the context is all wrong. I look left, then right, the motion making my head throb. A drip runs into my left arm, clear and slow. I turn back toward the man who now towers over me, trying to clear the crust from my lashes. Constantine? I rasp. My tongue is dry, cracked, like I've been licking sandpaper for days. He sits up, his face a mixture of relief and guilt.
You're awake.
He fumbles for the call button and mashes it with his thumb, then leans closer, careful to keep his hands visible.
They said you'd be out for another day.
I swallow, forcing the words out. Why am I tied down? His mouth twitches, but he doesn't smile.
You kept trying to get up. The drugs, they made you confused.
He glances at the door, nervous.
They're not supposed to keep you restrained like this, but you kind of freaked out, and I have to say, you're freakishly strong.
Water, I plead. Constantine releases my hand and leans toward the door.
I'll ask the nurses if you can have some. Be right back.
The second he's gone, dread coils in my gut. My brain is scattered, fragments of memory flashing like broken glass. Ruslan. Why do I remember him beside me? I look down at my stomach. Flat. Empty. Cold dread pours over me. The door opens again. Constantine returns with a nurse and a doctor in a white coat. Russian is already pouring from the man's mouth.
Hello, Mrs. Dragonoff,
he says with a bland smile. Mrs. Dragonoff? I stare at him. My mind struggles to catch up. Why am I here? I croak, switching to fluent Russian. Here, the nurse says gently, offering a straw between my lips. I sip slowly, not too much. The doctor's voice drops an octave.
You had a miscarriage 6 months ago. There were complications. Do you remember if you had a D&C?
His words buzz through my mind. What the fuck is he talking about? Miscarriage?
I'm very concerned that whatever hospital treated you was being negligent.
He glances at his tablet once again.
You collapsed, bleeding badly. Thankfully, your husband found you and rushed you in here immediately. You had sepsis. I successfully removed the retained placenta. You were fortunate.
My mind reels. Miscarriage? Sepsis? No D&C?
Mrs. Dragonoff, I know this is upsetting for you, but I have to ask, did you receive hospital treatment after the miscarriage?
I blink at him. I don't understand. My voice shakes. Miscarriage? My heart pounds. My baby isn't real?
Sorry.
The doctor leans in. You're overwhelming her, the nurse snaps. You saw what happened last time she panicked. Do you want her to code?
I'm trying to get answers,
the doctor says through gritted teeth, glaring at the nurse. And I'm telling you to back off, she says, low and cold. The badges flash on her lapel like weapons. She's no ordinary nurse. She runs this hospital. The doctor backs down and addresses me.
Get some rest, Mrs. Dragonoff. I'll check in later.
He glares at the nurse.
Nurse Vera.
When he's gone, Constantine steps forward as Nurse Vera releases the restraints on my wrists.
Tara, are you okay?
No, I'm not. I don't know. Please step out, Mr. Romanov, Nurse Vera says. I need to examine Mrs. Dragonoff. Constantine folds his arms over his chest stubbornly.
I don't think so. I promised her husband.
I can assure you, Mr. Dragonoff will understand you stepping out for this kind of exam, Mr. Romanov. The nurse's eyes look pointedly at the apex of my legs. His eyes widen.
Oh, right. I'll be outside.
He kisses my cheek and walks out. The second the door shuts, Nurse Vera locks it and closes the blinds. I stiffen. What the fuck is going on? You didn't miscarry, she says in Greek. My jaw drops. What? The records are fake. I altered them. She releases the restraints on my wrists, fluffs my pillows, and then lifts the top of my bed. Why did the doctor insist on calling me Mrs. Dragonoff? I ask in confusion. Because you and Mr. Dragonoff got married in court 2 days ago, Nurse Vera tells me. Are you fucking kidding me? Because that's a really bad joke. My eyes widen as the memories of getting married to Ruslan and having sex in the shower fill my mind. Oh shit, I am married to him. You will remember. The drugs will wear off, and the brain fog will go. But listen to me, Tara. You need to stay calm so we can get you out of here, she warns me. My chest tightens. Who are you? Her eyes soften. A grandmother, loyal to the one who saved my granddaughter. I know what it's like to give up a child. The pain in her voice cuts through me. Your daughter was part of the project? She wanted to be. She died trying to prove she was worthy, no matter the cost. She was a geneticist. She swallows. Brilliant. But then she got involved with a much older man and... Her eyes mist over, and she clears her throat. Anyway, her daughter, my baby girl, was saved. She glances down, and her voice drops. We tried hard to save my daughter, but she was beyond saving. Brainwashed and totally under the spell of an evil old man. My voice is a whisper. I'm sorry. This project, it ruins everything. She gives me more water. It started with good intentions, by a good man who only wanted to save his people and the world, but it became a weapon. Of mass destruction, I snarl. I'm sorry about your daughter, but I'm glad you at least have your grandchild. Yes, she's the sweetest little thing, Nurse Vera tells me. Now, I have to tell you something. We don't have much time. How old is your granddaughter? I ask, interrupting her. I'm not sure why, but something inside me pushes me to. An instinct I can't explain. What's her name? Nurse Vera looks at me in confusion for a few seconds. She's almost 14, and her name is Eva. How long have you been taking care of her? I have no idea what's making me ask. It's like my mouth has taken over, and my brain can't get it back into check. Since she was 1, Nurse Vera tells me, her eyes misting over again, and guilt hits me. I'm sorry, I say quickly. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. My eyes search hers as the memories of Elena hit me, cold and clear. I only got to hold my baby girl for a moment. I'm sorry, sweetie. Nurse Vera's voice fills with compassion. You'll see her again. I nod and swipe at my eyes. What did you need to tell me? You're going to get told some distressing news from the doctor, Nurse Vera tells me. I know it's going to be a shock to hear, but trust me, Tara, it's not true. I had to alter your medical file, and it's for a very good reason. If the RMSAD knows you had a miscarriage, she shakes her head, they will think you can reproduce, and trust me. The Jewel Initiative subjects were never meant to reproduce. So please, please, go along with what the doctor says. It is for your own good. My throat tightens. What did you alter it to? Because of the sepsis and internal damage, we had to remove part of your uterus. Your file reflects that you can no longer have children. I nod, numb. But it's not true? I whisper. No. Nurse Vera shakes her head and gives me a warm smile. Now get some rest, she says. She moves to the door. I want to ask her more, but I'm unable to. My mind is still broken glass and dust. But a single truth is beginning to shine through, warming my heart. Elena is alive and real, not a figment of my tortured imagination. Nurse Vera has not been gone long when Constantine bursts back in, breathless. His eyes bore into mine.
Tara,
He says, voice low and grim.
how do I contact Clyde?
My stomach clenches. Why?
Because Rosalind has been abducted, and the last person he was going to meet was Clyde Smythe.
12. Roslyn. I pace the alley, sharp shoes rasping over slick cobblestone, a chill creeping through the expensive wool of my coat and making my flesh shiver. My eyes dart from the puddles pooling under broken pipes to the lone bulb over the loading dock, flickering like a dying moth. There are places in Moscow where shadows don't just linger, they have names, debts, old scores. This is one of those places. I check my watch for the 10th time. Clyde is almost 10 minutes late. I mutter a curse, bliad, and the cloud of my breath hangs in the air, thicker than the cigarette smoke clinging to the bricks. My mind wanders back to Tara. She's still in that fucking hospital. The words rattle through my head, relentless like a broken bell that won't stop ringing. I rub my thumb against the inside of my wrist where the nurse had fastened the hospital bracelet. "It's just for visitor access," she'd said, but the imprint burns like a brand. I spent 2 whole nights at her bedside. Her face gray, her pulse thready, her lips mouthing something I couldn't hear. The doctors said she'll live. The doctors also stated that Tara will never be able to have children. The doctors said a lot of things, and every syllable hit like a hammer. Now she's asleep, sedated, and I'm alone in the dank, smelly alley waiting for a ghost who may or may not show up. A distant car alarm wails, a tram clangs somewhere far off, steel on steel, and in the in-between my mind works through the problem of Tara. How she survived, why she almost died, what it means for us, what it means for me. The weight of it gnaws at my gut. Her infertility is a problem, but not the problem I want to solve tonight. As the Dragonov, I will need an heir. My jaw clenches and I pinch the bridge of my nose. Fuck, I spit. Is this karma bitch slapping me for pushing my sister into doing the exact same thing to the Mirichins that they did to me? Send a spy to get close to Gavril, marry him and produce an heir, then flee under the guise that her husband, Gavril, was trying to kill her. Just like his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather had done to their wives once they'd served the purpose of producing an heir. Boris Mirichin's grandfather, Gavril, had sent my wife to get close to me. As close as it took to get a ring on her finger and a Dragonov heir in her belly. But the old fuck never expected Elisa to fall in love with me, or betray him the way she did by coming clean and telling me everything. Something that had gotten her and my daughter Eva killed on her first birthday. My jaw clenches as the memory hits, brought back by watching Tara bleed out in my arms. The wave of fear and panic washes over me and I breathe through it. It's over. Tara's alive. The rest I'll deal with as we get to it. I glance at my wristwatch again. Clyde is now fucking well 20 minutes late. My eyes scan the alley and the road in front of it. A tingling starts to creep up my spine. I'm being watched. I sure as shit hope this isn't a setup or some sort of ambush. Actually, no, fuck that, I hope it is. I need to hit something. And what better something to hit than men I have to defend myself against? I turn and look over my shoulder, scanning the buildings around me. There's no one. The alley is strangely quiet. Maybe too quiet, I realize. The kind of quiet that happens when animals know a storm is coming, so they take cover. Anger spurts through me. Fuck. I came here to get answers about Tara's alleged miscarriage, and I intend to get them, even if I have to hunt Clyde down. I may not know where he is, but I know he arrived in the country in the early hours of this morning. He looked right at a security camera as if he wanted me to know. The fucker was telling me he was here to get Tara and take her back to America. Then Constantine got his number from his sister, who obviously knows Clyde. Constantine's voice rattles through my mind. I've got Clyde's number. Petra tracked him. It shouldn't have been possible, but the girl's a genius, even if she's batshit crazy. The old fear and loyalty warred in his eyes, but he shrugged, and that was that. His sister Petra was one of them. A test subject of the Jewel Initiative project. She was subject number 7, taken from the Romanovs as leverage to convince Constantine and Petra's father to represent the RMSAD in a court case. A court case they knew only Armin Romanov could win. Petra had not been the same since the RMSAD eventually let her go back to her family. She changed and then eventually ran away from home at the age of 16. But Petra didn't just take to the streets. She found a way to inherit the money left to her by her mother and then invested it, making a fortune. After that, she became a black hat known as the Ghost in the Wires. I don't think there is a watch or most wanted list in the world that Petra is not in the top 10 of. I recheck the time. Fuck. I pull out my phone and find the number Clyde called me on and hit dial. There is no such number. Figures. My senses go on high alert as I sense danger. I flex my fists, blood racing, fight or flight sharpening every nerve. A long limo with blacked-out windows rounds the corner, tires hissing through the gutter. My pulse ticks faster. I brace my feet, jaw set. The car stops. There's no sound except the slow tick-tock of the engine cooling. The door opens, and I watch as a brute of a man wearing a chauffeur's uniform steps out and walks toward me. Mr. Dragunov. He stops in front of me, his face expressionless. My lady would like to have a word with you. Who is your lady? I crane my neck to see in the car, but the windows are entirely blacked out. Is she a vampire that the windows need to block out the light? If you would be so kind as to come with me, Mr. Dragunov, the man states, ignoring my chirps. He moves his jacket, and there is a gun holstered by his side. And before you think of trying anything, look at your chest. I glance down. A red dot. My head lifts, and a glint of scope on top of a building catches my eye. Trust me, my man is the best and has never missed a shot. The chauffeur warns me. Now if you would please turn around. He holds up a cable tie. What the fuck is that for? Just to ensure nothing untoward happens when you meet my lady, the chauffeur tells me. Trust me, I won't hurt whoever she is as long as she doesn't threaten me. Cable ties are not necessary, I tell him. It's not for my lady's safety, Mr. Dragunov, it's for yours. His words make me stiffen. Now please, don't make this more difficult than it has to be. You have my word, my lady just wants to talk. I turn and put my hands behind my back. Then why all this? I told you it's for your own safety. The man repeats. When he finishes tying my hands, a black bag is slipped over my head. What the fuck? I hiss as the man turns me and starts leading. Watch your step, sir, he says politely, like he isn't abducting me off the street. Anger spurts through me. This is why Clyde chose this alley. No witnesses to my abduction. I'm going to fucking kill him. A car door opens and the chauffeur guides me in. Watch your head. I'm shoved into a seat and the door closes. I can sense someone in there with me. Who are you and what the fuck is going on? The car takes off. Good afternoon, Mr. Dragunov. The soft, feminine voice drifts over to me. Thank you for meeting with me. Like I had a fucking choice. I point out, then stop. I know that voice. Black Widow. What do you know about the Black Widow? She purrs. That she's a cold-blooded killer for the Russian government. I answer. Call to the Black Widow because you're said to be a widowmaker. Once someone is on your list, you may as well say goodbye to your life and be careful what you consume, as her weapon of choice is poison. I pause and frown. Is that what this is about? You want me to wrap Tara up in a bow and hand-deliver her to you? I know you've been sent to find her. She sighs.
If the Black Widow wanted Tara dead, Mr. Dragonoff, she would have been already, and preferably before the two of you met.
I can feel her leaning closer to me, and there is a smugness in her voice as she says softly,
The Black Widow might be many things, but she won't kill children or mothers carrying them, unlike some sloppy spies.
I know there's meaning I'm supposed to grasp somewhere in her words by the way she enunciated some of them. What is that supposed to mean? That the only reason Tara is alive is because she was pregnant? A terrible, sick feeling roils my gut. Did you orchestrate her miscarriage? Anger starts to ignite. Why point me in the direction of Tara's and Irina's patient files at the fertility clinic if you wanted to get rid of my child?
I'm not the one who orchestrated that miscarriage, no,
she tells me.
That was a surprise twist in a very cunning plot that surprised even me.
You're talking in riddles, I hiss. What do you mean, cunning plot?
I think you need to speak to Tara about that.
Her voice is flat.
And as for your meeting with Clyde, I need to inform you that he was never going to show up. He wanted you waiting for him in that alleyway where a few of his men were watching you.
Anger swishes through me. Fuck, that bastard Clyde set me up and my skin prickles. He's after Tara. My gut clenches. And you picked me up to ensure I didn't get back to her so he could take her, I'm guessing.
No, that is not why I picked you up. It was time for us to have a little chat in person.
She denies her part in Clyde's plan to get Tara.
But my men did intercept the men Clyde sent to keep you busy in the alley and stop him from getting to Tara.
She pauses.
We stopped him this time.
I could have done that myself if I hadn't been lured into this setup, and I am confident that Constantine, who is with Tara right now, wouldn't have let Clyde get near her.
Do you know who Nurse Vera Sokolov is?
The woman asks me. Should I?
She got to Tara with your man Constantine there.
Her words make my spine stiffen and heart slam into my ribs. I swear to God, if anything has happened to Tara, I fume.
Relax, she's a tiny woman in her late 60s. She's not going to carry Tara out of there or take on that hulking friend of yours.
I hear the shuffle of papers.
But she's a loyalist to the one all the Test Jewel Initiative test subjects call Mother, and will do anything for her.
I don't like the way she enunciates anything, and it makes me go cold. Tara better be okay, or I'm holding you accountable as you abducted me when I should be there looking after her myself.
Tara is safe for now,
is her reply. What do you want, lady? I don't mask my impatience. You could have just called and told me that Clyde set me up. You could have also discussed all this over the phone as well. Even a text message would have done. She sighs.
I know I'm wasting my breath saying this, but Tara isn't safe in Russia, especially not under the name Lydia Zorin.
I wasn't going to marry her as Tara Kraft.
Of course not.
Her voice is filled with sarcasm.
Because the great Ruslan Dragonoff is untouchable and can do what he damn well pleases, and to hell with the consequences or the people who have worked hard to keep her safe.
I wasn't the one who first alerted the RMSAD to Tara's existence, I point out. She and her lover Gavril did that. Thinking of Tara with Gavril ignites my anger further. They were even greeted by some agents when they went to the Moscow hospital where she was born to find more information about her biological mother.
Those weren't RMSAD agents, she tells me. They were DS security agents.
What? I splutter. Why would the general send his security team to intercept them?
So they didn't get to alert the RMSAD, and we could get Tara the hell out of Russia,
she replies, her voice filled with irritation.
Then you dragged her back here, splurging her name all over the Ministry of Internal Affairs like you're trying to shove her right into RMSAD's faces. Worse, if they'd gotten wind that she was pregnant.
Her voice rises slightly, and I hear it in her voice. Fear. For Tara.
Your arrogance and sense of self-worth are truly astonishing.
I hear the swoosh of a bottle opening. Now I'm wondering who she is, as I don't think she's the Black Widow. No, this woman cares for Tara on a level a family member would. Anya Morozov, maybe. They won't touch her now that she's with me, I tell her. They wouldn't dare. I know where their bodies are buried and all the secrets I helped cover up over the years.
Oh, you think not?
I know so. My voice radiates with confidence. Not only am I privy to all the RMSAD's secrets, but also the shit I've covered up for the people who work there.
Well, I sure hope you have a backup plan for the hot head of yours, she jeers. Because trust me, you're not as indispensable as you think you are, and they will bury you, and whatever evidence or skeletons in their closet you think you know about, they'll make it seem like they were yours.
She gives a soft laugh.
Attorneys are a dime a dozen. They just keep you for the exact same reasons they kept your predecessor, to ensure they had eyes on the Dragonovs. And if you think for 1 minute Tara will give you leverage over them, you need to rethink your plan, because they will spin that right around on you and make her your pressure point, just like they did with your predecessor's daughter. You remember your best friend's sister, right? Petra? The one you asked to help you contact Clyde?
My jaw clenches. I have made provisions for that already. I can't keep the smugness from my voice. Trust me, I have all the pieces ready on my board. When I'm done with that place, there will be no more RMSAD.
Jesus,
I hear her hiss.
Do you know how many times some arrogant young cocky prick has tried to take that organization down?
They didn't have me in their corner, I tell her, or people on the inside. She goes quiet, and I hear the swish of liquid.
So you think you're ready to take them down?
Who the hell are you? I try to shake the bag off my head again, and I hope to God you haven't killed Clyde yet, because he has answers I want.
I've already given you the answers you needed from Clyde,
she tells me.
And trust me, I gave you more than he would have.
You gave me nothing.
We're going around in circles here.
Her tone is clipped now.
You want answers, Ruslin?
I haven't sat here or stood in a drafty shithole alleyway for hours for nothing. I seethe.
Then you have to prove you're ready to hear them.
I hear the shuffle of papers again and the light thud of something hitting wood. I don't have to prove anything to you or anyone. Now my anger is near boiling point and I start shaking my head violently, but the fucking sack won't budge.
It won't come off.
I hear something land beside me with a plop.
You want to know who I am?
I think it's rude not to have introduced yourself.
I'm your grandfather's most trusted advisor and highest-ranking guard.
13. Ruslin. I start to laugh. Sure you are. My grandfather didn't have soldiers. He had village advisors that walked around dressed like bleached monks. I wish you could see me rolling my eyes. How did I ever think this delusional woman was the Black Widow? Listen, crazy lady. You've wasted more than enough of my time, so stop this fucking car right now and let me out, or I will bust out of these cable ties and strangle you with my bare hands. Then my lady will have Dragonov blood on her hands, and that would be on you. A male voice makes me pause. My covered head turns to where the sound is.
It's okay,
the woman tells the man.
Give us some privacy now. Mr. Dragonov now knows he has a gun pointed at him, and one wrong move will get him a bullet in his brain.
I tell you what, If you take me to the hospital, I'll listen to your fairy stories about being my grandfather's most trusted soldier. I tell her, fuck, I'll even play along.
Your grandfather was right about you not being ready to claim your legacy.
Her words cut me deeper than I let on. Until you can see past the hate, anger, pain, and purge your incessant thirst for revenge, I'm sorry, Ruslan, but I can't in good faith name you full Dragonov Elder. My grandfather's words echo through my head. If I die before I think you are ready, it will be up to my most trusted advisor to determine when you are. That had infuriated me. I'd blown up at the man and accused him of being a weak coward. His granddaughter, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, and then his own daughter had been killed right in front of him, but he'd refused to take up arms against the Mirichans. No, he thought there was another way, a better way that was already put into action. I had asked him what way that was. Were we going to sit around a table and negotiate? That had gotten us nowhere in decades. It had just put us further beneath the boot of the Mirichans and Russian military. My grandfather was weak and thought his words would make the difference. Negotiation, patience, and strategy were the key. My voice drops to a mockery of his. Look, I loved my grandfather. I know he was a good man. But he was browbeaten and thought that busting down walls wasn't the way to go. There were other, less invasive ways of getting around walls. My teeth grind together. So stop the bullshit about my grandfather having any sort of secret guard. He thought any military or even private security in the village would create tension with the Mirichans. I shake my head. I know General Morozov was trying to talk my grandfather up to me by lying about the man ordering him to restore the Dragonov Guard.
If that's what you think, then you really didn't know your grandfather at all.
She snarls. I've hit a nerve. Was this woman in love with my late grandfather?
He was a great man and a true leader, just like his father before him.
My grandfather died of heart failure. His father was a hero that was executed in the village square, giving his life for his people.
Well, I'm running out of time.
The woman's voice is now filled with impatience.
And as you're intent on trying to screw up decades of work, it's time you proved you are worthy of the title of the Dragonov.
I don't need to prove shit. My lips curl into a sneer. That title's mine, and I doubt very much anyone in the village will contest it. I've already claimed it, and after my wedding ceremony, I will claim the insignia of the Dragonov and receive the dragon's breath on my forehead. I feel her lean closer again.
Let me put it his way.
Her voice is dropped, and now there is a cool, deadly ring to it.
There will be no wedding ceremony, claiming of the insignia, or mark of the dragon's breath until I see you prove you're ready to claim that honor.
She leans closer, and the subtle scent of an expensive perfume wafts over me.
You see, Ruslan, I'm the advisor your grandfather trusted with your fate.
You're lying.
When my man drops you off, he will show you proof that I'm not.
She moves away.
In the envelope beside you is a clue to a question that has burned inside you for 14 years. The way you handle the information you've been given is your first test.
She gives a soft snort.
And for the record, your grandfather never went around anything, but he didn't have to go smashing through it either. There are many ways to get something done, and just because you play the long game doesn't make you weak. It shows your strength.
The car stops.
I hope you realize that revenge really is a dish best served cold.
The door opens, and I think I'm going to be hauled out, but she steps out.
Take him back to the clinic and ensure none of Clyde's connections get through.
Yes, my lady. The deep voice answers.
You have 48 hours.
The woman leans back into the car to tell me.
Don't make me regret going against those cronies in the village. If you want me to trust you with someone as precious as Tara, this is your chance.
What if I refuse? My head turns toward the open door. Like I said, I don't have to have yours or the Elder's permission. That title is my birthright.
That title is the birthright of a Dragonov.
She corrects me.
You have twin brothers and sisters.
Before I can correct her that I have twin brothers and a sister, I sense that she's gone. The hood is ripped off my head and my cable ties cut. I turn, and we're right back where I was grabbed from. I have my car, I hiss at the chauffeur. Your car was taken to the clinic, the man tells me. You can't drive for another hour or so. The fuck I can't. He produces a needle with clear liquid in it. After I give you the antidote, you will feel a little weak. Antidote? My nerves start to zing. The hood had a poison on it that you inhaled, the man tells me. Just a precaution to ensure you didn't try anything stupid, like snap your cable ties and jump from the vehicle. How do I know that's not poison? I eye the syringe with mistrust. I don't have orders to kill you. Yet. He looks at me deadpan. Now, if you will let me inject you, there is only about 5 minutes left before the poison spreads through your system. Inject away. My jaw clamps. The fucking bitch is the Black Widow, but why would the Black Widow be my grandfather's most trusted advisor? I shake my head, and that's when I feel it. A fire starting to spread in veins and a weird sensation at the back of my throat. Where do you inject that? Neck. I drop my head to my shoulder, and he injects me with surprising precision as I hardly feel it. He produces a cotton swab for me to press against the pinprick. There are fresh bottles of water in the mini-fridge. You're going to feel like you've been in the desert for days in a few moments. Great. My eyes turn to the mini-fridge and the half-opened bottle of water balanced on the armrest where I presume the venomous bitch was sitting. An idea springs into my head. I can get DNA off that bottle. But before the man closes the door, he reaches in as if reading my mind and takes the bottle. We'll be on our way now. He closes the door. He didn't lie about the thirst or the feeling that washes over my limbs. As I glug down a bottle of gold water, my eyes land on the envelope beside me and are drawn to the handwriting on it. My heart lurches. It's my grandfather's distinct handwriting. Roslyn, I hope you are ready for this. Remember, there is always more to everything than first meets the eye. This is the first test of many you will go through before you'll receive the breath of the dragon. You were taught that to become the Dragonoff, you had to be baptized by fire. I'm sure you realized that wasn't literally fire, and trust me, my grandson, by the end of these trials, you'll wish you had rather walked through real flames. As our family has my secrets to learn, and the way you react to or handle those secrets will define how you did on the test. Being the Dragonoff is not just about being a Bratva boss or having power or wealth. It's about being a true leader, a king. There is so much more to your legacy, but the truths you will uncover as you progress will test you like nothing has before. Just remember, nothing is ever as simple as it seems. There is always another side to a story. Take in the entire picture before you burn any bridges, and forgiveness isn't for the person you're forgiving, but for yourself and your own peace of mind. Being a true leader is much like being a parent. There are many burdens we bear in silence and alone. Never be too proud to ask for help, and choose your widow and right-hand man wisely. The only advice I can give you on that is look for the one that may not always agree with you, but would never let you down no matter what. I know you are the one that will make the Dragonoff great again, and if you are reading this, I know I won't be around to see it. But I have every faith in you. I love you and am so proud of you. Grandfather Vasily. The limo pulls to a stop. I've regained some feeling in my legs as the door opens and I climb out. I slip the envelope into my inside pocket and the chauffeur hands me a phone. This is for you, he says. Keep it on you at all times. I shove it into a pocket. Tell your lady I won't be taking calls or more abductions in alleyways. The next time we meet, it will be on my terms, and this time I won't be blinded. And if she dares to poison me again... I let the threat linger. Without letting him reply, I turn and force my legs to stride into the hospital, my mind taking over. I need to get out of the city with Tara. There is no way in hell I'll let Clyde take her so she can disappear again. I'm still as much in the dark about the miscarriage as I was when I went to meet that fucker, and I need to figure out who the bitch is that claims to be my grandfather's most trusted advisor. My pace quickens as I head to Tara's room. I can't help the sense of urgency. I don't trust what that bitch told me about Tara being okay. I need to see it for myself. As I reach her room, I stop short at the small window that looks into it from the hallway. The blinds are drawn, but I can still see through the slats, and my heart jolts as I breathe a sigh of relief. She's there, sleeping soundly with Constantine sitting beside her, looking at his phone with one earphone in. He's probably watching the YouTube shorts of news clips from around the world that he enjoys. I open the door and step in. Constantine is out of his chair and hugs me.
Jesus Christ, man. He pushes me away. Next time, don't go meet black ops agents on your own and get abducted by someone in a blacked-out limo.
By the sounds of it, I wasn't on my own. I point out, stepping past him and moving to Tara's side. She looks so peaceful. How is she?
She woke up and this time was more coherent. Constantine fills me in. They haven't sedated her this time.
I nod, reaching for her hand. I pull it up to my lips and kiss her knuckles. She stirs, her eyes fluttering open, and my breath catches as a smile spreads across her lips when she sees me through sleepy eyes. You're back. Of course, I reply. How are you feeling? Like I've had my insides ripped out. She gives a soft, weak laugh. I'm sorry for all the trouble. Jesus, Tara, you had no control over that.
I'm going to get some coffee, Constantine says. Can I get you a cup?
He looks at me. Thanks. My eyes don't leave Tara. Has the doctor been around again? Tara nods and her eyes darken. She knows. He told me everything. Her voice is barely a whisper. She swallows. I need to tell you something. Her eyes mist over with unshed tears and her voice wobbles. Don't. I lean down and kiss her forehead. I already know about what the procedure entailed. My eyes meet hers. It's going to be okay. No. Tara hiccups and sucks in a shaky breath. A tear rolls down her cheek and I wipe it away with my thumb. It's not. Not until... The door opens, interrupting her, and a new doctor I've not seen before steps in. Mr. and Mrs. Dragonoff. He is a lot younger than the last doctor, and if at all possible, seems a lot sterner. I'm Dr. Sokolov. I'll be taking over from your last doctor, who had a family emergency and has taken a leave of absence. Suspicion hits me like a ton of bricks. That just seems too convenient. When can I take my wife home? I ask him. I would like to do so tonight. That's a bit soon. The doctor balks. He glances at the one drip. Although Mrs. Dragonoff's antibiotics are almost finished, he glances at me and then at Tara. How are you feeling, Mrs. Dragonoff? Like I want to go home, Tara tells him. I hate hospitals. He scans her chart on his tablet before looking up. I'm inclined to want to keep you here another night or even two. You had a very bad infection and nearly coded. I have a private doctor and can get her all the medical equipment we need, I tell him, already making a list of who I need Constantine to call to get it set up for us to get there. I will arrange for the proper transportation to take her to my hometown. I don't think it's advisable for Mrs. Dragonoff to travel right now. The doctor warns me. I look at Tara. How do you feel? She nods. Like I like your idea. I look at the doctor. Start the discharge papers and I'll get a medical team ready to journey with us. I need to examine Mrs. Dragonoff first and get all her vitals. The doctor tells me. Fine. I sit in the chair and pull out my phone. The man frowns at me before turning his attention to Tara. I scroll through my contacts and find Pavel's number and send a message telling him what I need. He messages back. Give me an hour. I reply, keep this between us. He replies, of course. 2 hours later, we are flying toward Dragonov territory, where we're met by a nondescript black van kitted out to transport Terra to a safe house in the mountains, 15 miles from Dragonov village. A safe house that only a few of my most trusted men, including Pavel and Constantine, know about. Until Terra is well enough, I can't risk Clyde or that bitch who kidnapped me finding us. Once she is getting settled in, I go through to my office in the house. I haven't been here in a while. It was an old abandoned house, a remnant from the battle when the Mirichins and Russian army invaded Dragonov territory. I claimed it and fixed it up, built it into an impenetrable fortress under the guise of a large farmhouse. I take my coat off and hang it on the hook. As I pull the envelope from that bitch out, there's a knock on the door and Constantine steps in holding a Faraday bag.
Here's that phone you asked me to bag. He puts it on my desk, then turns toward me. His eyes drop to the folder in my hands and they darken. Want to talk about who kidnapped you, or should I guess?
He looks pointedly at the envelope. Why do I get the feeling you've already figured out who kidnapped me? My frown deepens. You know who she is, don't you?
I don't. Constantine shakes his head. I never met her. All your grandfather told me was that someone would deliver your first test in the baptism of fire when the time was right, and to be ready.
Ready for what? I ask curiously.
For the fallout. He glances at the envelope. The first test is about me, and what you will at first glance perceive as my ultimate betrayal. He walks to the counter and pours us each a shot of vodka. He hands me a glass, then grabs the bottle. If I'm still alive by the time you've worked through it. He chinks his glass to mine, then downs it. I'm either going to help you find the answers you need, or you'll have failed the test and have your title as the Dragonov and village elder stripped from you.
Tell me what I'm about to open. My eyes don't leave him as I stand watching him flop into a chair in front of my desk.
It's all in there, Constantine tells me. What I can tell you is that I was sworn to secrecy. I could never tell you what I did. I didn't realize that it would one day be used as a test of your ability to be a leader until after I chose to open my envelope. He pours some more vodka. His eyes meet mine. They are blank. I can also tell you I was given a choice to take the mission or walk away. I was given that choice because of our Bratva code, and it was my right to carry it out by honor of that code. He takes another swallow of his drink, and I chose to take it.
My heart slams into my chest as a sick feeling rises from my gut, and every sense goes on high alert as different scenarios play through my mind. What the fuck is in this envelope? And do I want to know? I walk around my desk and sit. I down my vodka, plonk the glass on the desk, and rip the envelope open. I look inside and see it's a photo. My instincts start to scream at me to rip it up, but I ignore them, and as I start to pull the photo out, I know there is no turning back from a turning point that's going to change my life forever. 14. Ruslin. The envelope sits in front of me, the flap half open, a thin sliver of a photograph peeking out. I press my thumb down on the edge and slide it back inside, flipping it over and laying it face down on my desk. The weight of it burns like acid against my thoughts. It's not just a photo, it's a landmine. I slide my glass across the desk toward Constantine. He picks up the bottle and pours without a word. The vodka trickles into my glass like a countdown. He sits back, broad-shouldered, patient, a statue of a man waiting for a verdict. I drain my glass, set it down with enough force to send a shudder through the bottle. I push it toward him for another refill. He pours, steady, but doesn't look at me. When I finally pick up the glass again, I lean forward, elbows on the desk. My fingers are wrapped around the base of the tumbler. My voice is low and acidic. When did you betray me? His eyes snap up. They're dead calm. His face doesn't twitch, doesn't blink, just sits there like a stone carving of himself.
I can't answer that, he says.
Just say it, I hiss, and then tell me why you would do it. He shakes his head just once.
It's all in there. He nods at the envelope, glass tilting in his hand. Answers to both of your questions.
I want to lunge across the table and throttle him. My teeth grind together. Why not just tell me, I say, instead of leaving me breadcrumbs like a child?
It's all in there, he says. Answers to your questions.
Then just tell me why you can't fucking tell me instead of sitting there like a stone statue filled with secrets. He considers this.
I swore an oath, he says, his voice flat. And if I answer you, I'm not the only one that has failed this test. You see, the moment I opened a similar envelope years ago, I started your trial by fire and became part of it. I answer anything or tell you anything, you will forfeit the title of the Dragonoff, and Agathon will stay acting village elder until your heir becomes of age.
He gulps down the vodka.
Fuck. Sorry, that was insensitive of me.
He's talking about the fact that my wife is now sterile and will never produce an heir for me. My stomach knots. Fuck. I don't want to use her as a breeding tool. I did want to know, however, that we would have children. I can only imagine how Tara must be feeling. I saw her face on that video the day of her alleged miscarriage back in Nevada. She was more than distraught. I ignore the comment about heirs. So you took an oath to lie to me? A laugh bubbles up in my chest, bitter and hot. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. He lifts a shoulder.
You opened the envelope. You've started your trial by fire, and trust me, it's not called that for nothing.
I know that. I never expected it to be. I lean back in my chair, the glass heavy in my palm. I let the burn of the vodka pin me to the present. Who made you take that oath? I ask. Or can you not say that either?
That I can tell you. The Dragonoff High Council.
That council doesn't exist anymore. Silence sprawls between us. I watch the play of shadows across his jaw. Finally, he tilts his head, that calculating look he gets when he's laying a trap with words.
Only if you believe what you see. That's how they've survived. If you think the Dragonoff Guard, the Council, the underground network no longer exist, then neither will your enemies. You can't fight what you can't find or don't know about. He takes another swig of vodka. After watching your great-grandfather get executed, your grandfather was much like you, fueled with rage and a thirst for revenge and to save his family's legacy. Only your grandfather was not a reactive man. Like you always have, your enemies have always taken that for him being passive. And trust me, your grandfather was far from a passive man. Just because he didn't go to war doesn't mean he wasn't fighting it. He drains his glass. Your grandfather played the long game to ensure when the next Dragonoff heir arose, the groundwork would be laid.
You're kidding me, right? I look at him in disbelief. We're talking about the same man that walked around in white robes like Yoda or a bleached monk, spreading kindness like one of those gummy bear creatures my sisters used to watch on TV.
I always told you that you were underestimating your grandfather.
Constantine stretches out his long legs.
Think about this. He tilts his head. You were totally unaware of what was happening right beneath your nose. And if you or your sisters or even any of the villagers didn't know...
I get it. My words snap from my lips as anger hits me like lightning. I drag the vodka down my throat. It hits like fury, burns straight down to the hollow in my chest. So, while I've been crawling out of the fucking rubble of my family's legacy, thinking I'm doing this alone, they've just been watching me, humoring me, letting me play at taking back what was stolen from us while they've been undermining me. Constantine shakes his head.
I don't think they were undermining you. I think they were supporting you.
His words settle like glass in my gut. I slam the glass down on the desk. They could have told me. Fuck, they should have told me.
No. He says calm. Too calm. Your grandfather became rather paranoid after watching his father being executed by his best friend. I guess that drove him to restructure the trial by fire for the Dragonov, his right-hand man, new counsel, and secret bodyguards.
Bodyguards? I snort. Are you sure you haven't gotten into some wacky mushrooms? He wouldn't have guards in case it made the Mirachins antsy.
I can tell you honestly that your grandfather had shadow guards.
Constantine splashes more vodka into his glass and fills up mine. I stare at Constantine, my brother, my cousin, and my best friend. The man who's been beside me since we were boys, sneaking onto the fishing boats and stealing our father's premium vodka. The man who held me up when my world collapsed and didn't fucking flinch. How many sit on this council?
4, he says. There were 6, but 2 of them have since passed on.
You've met them?
I've met 3 of them, he says carefully. But I already knew them, so I can't really say I met them.
I breathe in slowly and then guess. My grandfather, my father, and your father. He doesn't answer. Doesn't have to. The silence tells me everything. He takes another big swallow of vodka, and I take the bottle from him, setting it aside. My fingers tap the edge of the envelope. The weight of it pulses through my skin.
As you've gotten that envelope, I'm guessing you met one of the other members.
Constantine's eyes land on the envelope that's still lying on the desk like a ticking time bomb. The woman in the limo, I mutter. Constantine glances at me and nods.
Who was she?
I didn't meet her. I continue. They had a sack over my head, but her voice... I shake my head. She wasn't just some council messenger. She gave orders like a fucking general. Cold, deadly, precise. For a while, I thought she might be the Black Widow.
You think she's the Black Widow? He asks quietly.
I nod. I did. And then I didn't. My brow furrows. But I do have to wonder because the fucking bitch poisoned me.
What? Constantine booms, his eyes narrowing and darkening as his protective instincts kick in. Jesus, why haven't you gotten checked out by a doctor?
Relax. I gesture with my hand. At least I can tell he's still got my back. I was given an antidote when I was released.
I would feel a lot better if you got blood work done.
His eyes hold mine, a warning flashing in them. I know if I don't get myself checked out, I'll probably get ambushed by a doctor or nurse intervention style. I'll get to it. I make a half promise. I tap the envelope with 2 fingers. Then tell me something, brother. What the fuck is in here that has you downing half a bottle of my best vodka? You didn't even drink like this when Anna was murdered. His eyes snap to mine and darken. Constantine's jaw clenches.
I reckon this is going to go one of 2 ways. He puts the glass on the desk and turns it idly. You're either going to react in an angry rage and kill me, or try to, or you'll still beat the snot out of me, but you'll realize I'd only have done what I did for a very good reason, knowing the cost of what I was doing.
More cryptic shit. I reach for the envelope, then freeze. My pulse is thudding loud enough I'm sure Constantine can hear it. So in here is the straw that finally breaks a lifelong friendship, brotherhood that had already been fractured by a woman.
And is about to be shattered by another. Constantine mutters into his glass, swallows, and then looks at me. Then you decide what you want to do with the information. He reaches out one hand. Do you win round one to move to the next stage of becoming the Dragonov Bratva king? He holds out his other hand with the glass in it. Or do you drop the crown?
My eyes drop to the envelope and my hand moves toward it again, my fingertips running the seam of the envelope like I'm reading Braille. The urge to rip it in half or set it on fire in my trash can is almost unbearable. Instead, I flip it over, show him the handwriting on the back. My grandfather's script. Spidery. Formal. Precise. You said you got an envelope much like this one. I tap it. Did yours also come with a list of instructions?
I did. Constantine nods. Like you, they lured me with my incessant need to find answers to a force that was driving me to do so. I was told the only way I would get my answers was to accept a mission that had the most dire consequences. Behind door 2 was a way out of the room with nothing. So I accepted the mission fully prepared to face whatever consequences, because it would finally give me the answer I sought to find, and at least bring some peace to innocent people who deserved it.
And you can't tell me who they are? I lean back in my chair. He shakes his head.
I would have lost you your crown, just like if I had told you anything or broke my oath of silence about it. You would have lost your crown.
Fuck. I run a hand through my hair. So they held my Dragonov title, my birthright, over your head.
I think the test there was for me to trust in the council enough to know that they wouldn't have asked me to do what they were about to if they didn't have a fucking good reason for it.
He pauses.
The picture inside my envelope was like a knife to the heart, and I don't know if it's in yours. There's a photo in here, but there was an SD card in there with video and conversation recordings on it.
About?
Nice try. Constantine clocks my bullshit attempt to trip him up. While I heard and saw what I had, for an instant I wanted to back out. I thought, fuck, I can't do this. But then I thought of the photo in my envelope, and I thought about you and our cause. After that, it was a no-brainer. My mission was a go.
So, this is all about me discovering the underbelly of my own fucking Bratva that I didn't know existed. A shadow Bratva. Now, almost a year after my grandfather's death, I have to take some stupid fucking test to get into the inner circle of my own birthright. I shake my head and ball my fists, stopping myself from breaking the desk with my bare hands. The room goes cold. This is what I expected when I thought of doing the trials by fire, that it was actually about trying to break into a secret part of my own home, so to speak. My pulse is a hammer in my throat, and I pick up the envelope once again. So, what's supposed to happen once I've seen what's in here? I forgive you for however you betrayed me and we go back to being brothers? Constantine shrugs.
You decide if you want to be a true Dragonov king, or just another sad bastard chasing ghosts and, like your mother, wait for the next generation of Dragonovs before retrieving your family's legacy back from the Mirochins and Russian military.
Nodding, I close my eyes and pull the photo from the envelope, leaving it upside down. Silence, thick and absolute, sits in the safe house office. I can hear Constantine reach for the bottle of vodka and pour himself a glass. The liquid splashing into the glass sounds louder than normal as my senses are on high alert now. Slowly, I open my eyes and take another sip of liquid courage before turning to the photo. I want to throw something. Instead, I pour another shot and down it in one. The world wobbles around the edges, but my anger keeps it pinned in place. What exactly are the council expecting from me?
To see if you truly are the one that's going to lead us back to greatness, or going to sink us once and for all.
Great, no pressure then.
You could always refuse, but we both know you won't do that. You're too much of a go-getter.
The photo feels cold in my hand. I flip it over and my eyes widen. My breath catches in my throat. It's the village. That day. The ground is scorched. Shadows stretch across debris. Fire licks the edges of the frame, and there's Gavriel, mid-action, weapon raised. I know that angle. It's the exact fucking moment I looked up and saw him. The gun pointed toward my wife, my daughter. My heart slams against my ribs. What the fuck kind of sick game is this? But then I see it. A red arrow drawn with a marker, pointing past Gavriel. To the roof behind him, I can see the silhouette of a sniper positioned there. I squint, grab my phone, zoom in. The sniper is adjusting his scope. The profile is clear. Too fucking clear. Too fucking familiar. My mind screams this is photoshopped, it has to be. The glass in my hand explodes. Shards cut into my palm, but I barely feel it. My breath comes ragged, boiling with rage, disbelief, something darker I can't name yet. Irina was right, I whisper. Gavriel didn't kill Elisa, or... My voice breaks. I press my thumb to the shard stuck in my palm, grounding myself with pain. I look up. Constantine hasn't moved. He's just watching me. Silent. The rage bubbles in my chest, tearing at the edges of my ribs. Gavriel didn't kill my wife and daughter. My voice is barely a whisper. It was you.
15. Tara. I tug the sleeves of my oversized sleep shirt over my wrists as I curl deeper into the armchair by the window. Outside, the mountains tower like stone sentinels, dark and brooding against the night. The snow-covered pines are bathed in moonlight, so beautiful it hurts to look at them. But it's not the cold that's biting tonight. It's what I know I've done and what I have to do. The warmth of the hot chocolate cradled in my hands does little to chase the sick twist in my gut. I've just come out of the shower, and for the first time in weeks, I'm not bleeding. The pain from the catheter removal was a cruel reminder that I'm still recovering, even if I wish I weren't. I'm sore, hollowed out, worn to the bone. The underfloor heating hums gently beneath my bare feet, the sheepskin-lined slippers making it all too easy to pretend I'm safe. That this is just a home in the mountains, that I'm not tangled in lies so thick I can barely see through them. But that's all it is. Pretend. Ruslan saw the report about having to have my uterus removed. The look on his face when the doctor said I would never have children. It tore through me like a shard of glass. Now he thinks I lost his first heir and can never give him another one, and I was told to go along with that lie. My medical records were doctored by someone the other Jewel Initiative escapees call Mother, the woman who saved them from being gassed after being deemed a failed experiment. Like lab rats. What the fuck? They were little children. Clyde told me during the month we were hiding that he and the other escapees, now all grown, obviously, had plans to shut that evil place down. They'd been working on it with the woman, Mother, for years. And that one day, soon, they would be able to walk free without looking over their shoulder and finally really be free. With the birth of Elena, whom they all saw as their little niece, they were more determined than ever to blow the RMSAD to smithereens. I want nothing more than to join that fight. But my heart is in so many places right now. It feels like Swiss cheese, with all my lies slowly curdling into a sour lump in my gut as I drown in all my deceit that I know can never be undone or forgiven. No matter how good my intentions or the reason for the lies and deceit. There is only one way for Elena and me to ever really be completely safe. We both have to disappear. If people thought we were dead, no one would come looking for us. And this time, I will stay presumed dead. But, unlike my parents, as soon as Elena can understand, I am going to explain our situation to her. It's always better to be prepared than end up making mistakes that cost a person as dearly as they have cost me and everyone I love. Hopefully, if I disappear, Rosalind will never find out what I have done or how my doctor has altered my medical records to deceive him and get him to let me go back to America and out of reach of the RMSAD. I stare into the cup, watching the surface ripple as my hands tremble. The taste of hot chocolate goes bitter on my tongue. I could leave Elena with Sabrina, but I am weak. The thought of never seeing her little face again, or feeling her tiny fingers curl around mine, feels like a weight on my chest, crushing my lungs and restricting my breathing. A lump swells in my throat, and I shove the emotion down like poison. Right now, there is no time for weakness, no time for sentiment. I have to figure out where the fuck I am and contact Uncle Nick. He'll know what to do, although he's going to be pretty pissed when he realizes I lied to him about Elena. He, too, thinks I miscarried, as I needed everyone to believe she was Sabrina's. But now he's going to know the truth, as he is the one person who could erase me and Elena without a trace. Maybe Sabrina, my mother, and Mark will come too. We disappeared as a family when I was 3 years old. Although my mother was with my father back then, so this will be Mark's first time. But hey, he may want to be erased too. My heart thuds with excitement at maybe taking my entire family with me. I need my little village to help raise my baby girl. My head turns and I scan the room. I need a phone so I can get the hell out of here as soon as possible. One of the guards must have a phone. I'll have to secretly borrow one for a few minutes from one of them and make the call. I yawn and my eyes start to feel heavy. Okay, so I'll have to make that call tomorrow, as right now my body is still healing and telling me it's time for some more shut-eye. I finish my hot chocolate and put the mug down to stretch before standing and starting to make my way to bed. And that's when I hear it, like magic, like I conjured it with my mind. It's the sound of a phone ringing, right here somewhere in my room. I follow the sound and find it in a toiletry bag placed neatly on the dresser. Huh, I have a toiletry bag. I shake my head and quickly unzip it. My heart is pounding. Tucked between a bottle of rose water and a toothbrush is a sleek, matte black burner phone. A message blinks across the screen. You've got mail. What the fuck? I don't even have my phone to get my email. It bings again with the message, You've got mail. A dull dread claws at my stomach. I know better than to click on random shit. But my thumb moves anyway, and I tap the message. The screen loads, and then it starts. A video. As clear as day and time-stamped from 14 years ago. The scene looks real, although I don't recognize the surroundings. It's a lavish bedroom, and a woman's face I've never seen before pops onto the screen, reflected in a mirror on a dresser. She is young and beautiful. I'm guessing she's about my age, maybe a few years older, brushing her hair and putting some gloss on her lips. I'm guessing this video is being recorded from somewhere on her. A secret camera, maybe? Then I hear a male voice in the background, and I go cold. I know that voice.
There you are, my little fuck bunny.
The man who pops up behind her in the mirror says, and I shudder. I was right. It is who I thought it was. I could never forget that monster's voice. He is much, much older than the young woman and kisses her on the neck. His hands slide over her breasts. She leans back into him and moans, sending ice through my veins. And then I nearly gag when she turns and they kiss. Jesus Christ, you fucking pervert. She's about the same age as your grandson. I watch in morbid fascination as his one hand fondles her breast and the other slides down her body, pulls up her skirt, and slips beneath her panties.
Oh, fuck, your pussy is sopping wet, you little greedy slut.
The old pervert grunts, and I can see him rubbing his cock against her ass.
Do you want your pappy's dick inside that greedy little hole of yours?
Oh, God, you know I do, my love, the young woman groans. Oh, hell no. Now I do want to gag. What is this? Crime lord porn? I fast-forward it, and watching the old bastard lift the woman's skirt and slam her against the dresser is even worse in double speed. When they're done, she straightens up. The randy old bastard is still fondling her breasts as they start to speak.
Are you ready to finally put this plan into action so you and my baby girl can come home where you belong?
The old pervert asks.
I want my wife by my side, not pretending to be another man's wife and fucking the young buck every night.
You're fucking the maids and whichever other available female flesh catches your eyes while I'm gone, she hisses, and jealousy flashes in her eyes. Oh my God. She's in love with the old fart. I gag again. Jesus, woman.
Well, my dear, I have to ensure I'm sexually fit to keep up with you when you eventually come home.
The old perv tells her, bending down to suck her nipples through her blouse.
God, I love these perky titties of yours.
Stop. Now I'll have to change my blouse, as you've made wet spots around my nipple area. She giggles.
I would love to stay and watch you strip, but you just know my cock will go getting all hard and want to ram into that hot little pussy of yours again.
The old perv leers. Then it's just as well that I'll confess who I am to him tomorrow night, the woman says, her voice syrupy sweet. Don't worry, he suspects nothing. Thinks I'm madly in love with him and our daughter. He pulls her to him for a passionate kiss and to feel her up again. Oh, God, I'm going to need therapy now. I shake my head to try to dispel the images. Soon, all the images of their huge age gap sexcapade fades, and my mouth drops as I hear their plans.
Run the plan by me one more time,
the old man tells the young woman. I confess who I am. Tell him I didn't mean to fall in love. I'm in danger now that I've told him, and we need to run. I deliver him to you when we take off, and then go to the village, where during the raid I will kill the rest of his family using the same knife I used to kill that other snitching bitch.
Then you will plant the knife where it will be found on the person we want implicated, and this time I'll make sure he leaves jail in a body bag.
The older man's eyes flash with a malice that makes me shudder. You'll get the one I delivered to you so he can tell you where his fortune is and what else it is you want to get from that vault, and then get rid of him. Her eyes hold her sugar daddy's.
Don't worry. You won't have to see him again after you've delivered him to me.
He kisses her lips.
Make sure you kill my youngest son, too. Use the same knife. It will be more leverage for me to use against any of their people who would rise against me.
Of course. A knock on the door interrupts them. A woman wearing a uniform steps in. Excuse me, your daughter is anxious to see you. Thank you, the young woman says, taking a young baby girl and then handing her to her old lover. Say hello to Daddy. She smiles as the old gnarled hands take the little girl. My stomach turns. I almost drop the phone, but I can't stop watching. It's like staring at a car crash in slow motion. I'll finish them all off, the woman says, and bring you the reigning heir.
You'd better.
The man growls.
Soon everything will be mine, and I'll have gotten revenge for my father.
The scene ends, and my stomach is churning. What the hell did I just watch? Some weird-ass reality show? Another video pops up. I can hear the voice of the same woman from the other video clip. Then her face comes into view as she looks into a mirror and talks to herself, like an evil Disney queen trying to get a magic mirror to validate her. And this time, I recognize the apartment she's in, and my heart drops to my feet as realization starts to dawn and my gut churns. These clips go on and on through a few until I hit the voice notes and my blood freezes. It's the same woman confessing to having gotten the deed done. Then another one time-stamped the same day she was fucking the older man, telling someone it's done. I witness the treacherous, murderous bitch wrapped around another familiar face, and I feel like I've been punched in the heart. By the time the last video and voice recordings end, I'm shaking. As if it knows, a text message appears. Take this SD card to Ruslan and pass on the following message. Congratulations. You scraped through round 1 of the trial by fire. Let's hope you do better in round 2. What the actual fuck is going on? I wonder aloud. Do I have Ruslan's phone? Then another thought hits. Jesus, can they see me? Is that how they know I've watched these clips? I stumble toward the door, every nerve ending on fire. I need to find Ruslan. Pavel is sitting just outside my door in a high-backed chair. His eyes are glued to his phone.
Are you okay?
He asks, his head snapping up as soon as he hears me, and he stands. I need to see Ruslan. Now. He hesitates. I have something urgent to tell him, I press.
Come with me.
Pavel nods and guides me down the long hallway of the massive house. It's really some safe house, and I hope Uncle Nick installs Elena and me in something like this. We stop at the door of Ruslan's study, and then I hear it. Thudding. Furniture crashing.
You fucking killed them, you bastard!
Ruslan's voice blares through the closed door.
You killed my wife and baby.
My blood runs cold. Pavel grips the doorknob, but he doesn't open it. Shit. What is it? I whisper. Who is in there with Ruslan?
At a guess.
Another crash makes us both jump.
Why?
Thump.
Tell me, you bastard. I can't.
Constantine's voice is raspy and urgent. Constantine killed Ruslan's first wife and daughter? My eyes widen in disbelief.
You know about his first wife and daughter?
Pavel frowns at me. Irina once mentioned that her older brother had lost his wife and child in a horrible village raid. I explain. I didn't know Ruslan at the time. Pavel nods in understanding and moves away from the door handle as there is more thumping and crashing. I need to get in there. as my recently drug-dulled brain suddenly clicks. Before he kills Constantine. Before he can stop me, I push open the door. Rosalind slams Constantine into a chair. I notice his knuckles are bloodied, and Constantine's face is a mess of bruises and cuts.
You're still breathing.
Rosalind leans over Constantine.
So I'm guessing I might just have passed this round, so now you're going to tell me why the fuck you killed my wife and daughter.
Constantine doesn't flinch.
You know I can't do that.
His voice is raspy.
Not yet.
Rosalind grabs a letter opener and presses it to Constantine's neck.
Then I swear to fucking God, I'll slit your throat if you don't.
Rosalind seethes.
Do it,
Constantine says calmly.
I told you that once you have the truth, it's up to you to decide how you deal with it.
Rosalind's entire body shakes. But then he drops the opener, punches Constantine one more time, hard, then spins around and sees me.
What the fuck do you want?
He snarls. I'm a bit taken aback at the ruthlessness in his voice. I have a message for you. Constantine turned slowly.
I'd guess those are your results from your first test.
Frowning at Constantine's words, I cautiously step further into the study, heading straight for Constantine. I kneel beside him. Oh my God, you need ice and some stitches above your eye.
He'll be fine.
Rosalind glowers at Pavel.
Get him some ice.
Pavel is only too glad to leave the room and bolts.
Where did you get that phone?
Rosalind demands, glaring pointedly at the object in my hand. I found it in the toiletry bag. It's not mine. I stand, swiveling it in my hand. I didn't even know I had a toiletry bag until I heard the thing ring.
Did you call Clyde and give our location away?
Rosalind says through gritted teeth, snatching the phone from my hands. Rude, I sneer. I was too busy watching some surveillance footage to even think of contacting anyone. Then I got a message on it for you. Something about congratulations for passing the first test. I frown. Well, it said barely passing the first test, and they hope you do better in the next one? My brow is knitted so tightly together now that I can feel an ache. What test are you taking?
It's nothing.
Rosalind snaps and goes through the phone. I watch his face pale and disbelief shine in his eyes for a few seconds before they darken with fury. Constantine sits still, not moving, but watching Rosalind as he goes through each video and voice recording. By the time the final voice note plays, Rosalind's jaw is rigid. His hands tremble.
That fucking bitch.
His voice is low and raw, his eyes filled with anguish. If that was your wife, may she rest in peace. She was fucking Boris Mirochin. I whisper. She was setting you up, planning to kill you and your entire family. Her daughter would be the only living Dragunov heir, and all your murders would be pinned on Constantine. I glance at Constantine and realize he already knows all this. Constantine was going to die in jail. Boris was going to have him murdered. Rosalind stares at me, eyes unreadable. She murdered Constantine's pregnant wife, who found out the truth of who your late wife was and was going to tell Constantine and your grandfather. She had to be silenced. I feel the sting of tears burn the back of my eyes. I'd seen the horrific picture of Constantine's wife's crime scene. It was in with the video clips that came with my new phone. She stabbed Anna 7 times in her pregnant belly. My voice drops and the tears fall. I can't stop them. I couldn't imagine that. My God, what poor Anna must have felt while that was happening to her. My voice cracks, but I no longer care. Your wife stabbed your father the day of the massacre with the same knife she used to kill Constantine's wife and baby.
I'm sorry I hurt you, Ruslan.
Constantine speaks for the first time since Ruslan started watching the clips and I started talking.
I was given a choice to do nothing and walk away, or avenge my wife and baby's death and save you and your family from Boris Mirochin. Is that how you justify killing my wife and 1-year-old daughter?
Ruslan's voice is filled with raw pain and betrayal.
She wasn't your wife.
Constantine's words seem to echo off the walls as he drops another blow.
She wasn't just fucking Boris Mirochin. Elisa was his wife.
His jaw clenches.
And there should be some documents attached to that email that prove that Eva wasn't your child. She was Boris's. They were going to use her to pass as the only remaining Dragunov heir.
I see Ruslan's shoulders stiffen, his eyes blazing.
You had no right to kill her. And when the fuck do you assassinate babies?
His eyes bore into Constantine.
You get your blood for blood. How do I get mine?
Constantine takes a deep breath.
Are you ready for your second trial by fire? What? I get to kill you how I see fit?
Ruslan snarls.
What about my vengeance on that bitch who passed herself off as my wife to try and slaughter my family?
He gave Constantine a scathing look.
Killing you wouldn't bring me any satisfaction or retribution. Killing me is not your second test, Ruslan.
Constantine tells him in a flat, resigned voice.
Facing Elisa is. Are we going to have a fucking seance? The day of the village massacre, I was given the sniper rifle, already loaded, ready for 3 shots.
Constantine admits.
The first was for Elisa, the second for Eva, and the third for you. You tried to fucking kill me?
Ruslan looks like he's ready to murder Constantine.
No.
Constantine shakes his head.
There weren't bullets in the rifle. They were tranquilizer darts.
He pauses.
Elisa is alive and detained in some underground Dragunov detention center. And Eva?
Ruslan's voice is low.
She went to her maternal grandmother, where she has led a happy, normal life, and is a brilliant 14-year-old who loves her grandmother to death.
Constantine tells him.
I want to see her.
Ruslan rasps.
I don't know who her grandmother is.
Constantine admits.
I was just told what I was allowed to know.
My heart jolts against my ribs. I think I know who Eva's grandmother is. Now that story makes sense to me, and I wonder if the woman known as Mother saved all children in need, not just the lab rat ones. I think her grandmother was one of my nurses at the hospital.
16. Ruslan. The silence in the car presses against me like a second skin. 4 weeks. That's how long it's been since Tara collapsed in my arms, since the world tilted and forced me to look at everything I thought I knew and see it for what it was. Lies wrapped in loyalty, truth buried in silence. Tara's healing. She's restless now, pacing the walls of the safe house like a caged flame. I've kept my distance this last week, not because I want to. Fuck, it's the last thing I want. However, the ceremonial wedding will now only take place in 3 days, coinciding with her physical recovery, to give her time. To give me time to complete the trial by fire test too. My hands ache to touch Tara. Every time her eyes have locked with mine or she's walked by me, I could feel the heat of her skin and the fresh scent of soap and shampoo. It drove me fucking crazy. But I couldn't touch her. The doctor had said no sex until she's fully healed. The damn rule burns like acid in my blood, so I made the choice to pull back. A few more days. Then she'll be mine again. Completely. I know more than anything I need her like I need air to breathe. But still, the thought that she may never bear children again cuts through me, troubling me. Partly because I need an heir, and partly because I wanted to be a father again and have kids with Tara. I try not to think about it, but it lingers. That day in the hospital when she whispered nonsense about babies and blood, it lodged something deep inside. A splinter I haven't been able to dig out. I still have doubts about the miscarriage because I have a gut feeling that she has not been honest about it. I'm parked a block away from Eva's grandmother's townhouse, and my driver is keeping the engine warm. The townhouse was paid for through the Dragunov Trust, hidden under layers of shell companies Vasily built long before I ever wore the crown. Watching her from afar has become routine. She leaves with her grandmother each morning. A sleek black town car picks her up, takes her to school, and returns her before dark. She's not mine. The recent DNA tests I had done, which were kept secret, confirmed it. But it doesn't change the way my heart clenched the moment I saw her again. Eva is 14 now. According to her teacher, grandmother, and friends, she's intelligent, kind, and wants to be a doctor. I am so pleased to know that she is nothing like her traitorous, lying, murderous bitch of a mother. Elisa. Not Elisa Anatov. Sokolov. Well, at least that's her family name. Her married name, which I thought was Dragunov, is not. That was also true. Elisa and I were never married. Her real husband at the time, Boris Mirachin, the name burns in my gut, had seen to the falsification of those records. Fuck, I was so besotted with the bitch I hadn't done my usual thorough checks of the court documents. There was no ceremonial wedding, as my grandfather was still alive and had yet to relinquish his seat of power to me. My jaw clenches thinking about Elisa, the woman I once thought I loved, the woman who wormed her way into my life, into my family, and detonated everything from within. What a complete, blind young fool I was. My grandfather and Konstantine's wife had seen right through her, though. Now that I think of it, Anna and my grandfather, even my father for that matter, never liked her. They never trusted her. They tolerated her for my sake. The thought of Anna and my father churns my gut and sends a pain through my heart. The only good thing to come out of that marriage was the jolt I needed to be doubly careful who I let into my life. The picture of Konstantine's wife, Anna, lying bleeding on their kitchen floor keeps haunting me since I learned the truth about her killer. I had always known it wasn't Konstantine, even before forensics realized the knife in the kitchen was the murder weapon. He loved Anna, as if she were the very air he breathed, the blood in his veins. She was his everything. The little life growing inside her would have been the luckiest child on this planet to have a father like Konstantine. The man loved with his entire being, and protected those he loved with equal abandon. I think of the trial of fire he'd been pulled into, and he'd gladly stepped onto the path to follow me into the flames, willing to do and suffer whatever he had to for my sake. So I got to wear my crown. I pull out my phone. The transcript of Konstantine's start on this journey with me sits at the top of my screen. I've read it 10 times already, but it still hits like the first blow every time. He'd walked into the High Council not knowing what to expect. We were never told that the one I chose to be my right-hand man would have to walk the trial with me. Konstantine didn't just survive the trial by fire, he fucking walked into it, swore a blood oath, and chose loyalty to me over vengeance for his wife and unborn child. The man was given a choice. Kill the woman who murdered his family, or capture her, save his best friend, and take a bullet of betrayal straight to the heart. At the same time, he relinquished his right to ever getting retribution for Anna and his unborn child's deaths. Instead, I got to get my revenge from the woman who owed him that. Still, he chose me. Even when the next envelope told him to tranquilize me, even when it told him to drug Eva and make me believe she was dead, even when it meant carrying the weight of my hate for 14 years, burning with guilt and the shame of knowing he was the one who caused me the pain. But Constantine never cracked. He proved himself in ways that humble me. Fuck. Thinking back to when I set him on Terra, I fucking pushed him at her, telling him whatever it took. I know he fell for Terra, but still he chose me over finding the one thing he never thought he'd find again after Anna. Someone to fall in love with. I'm not a fool. No matter how much he tries to hide it behind his mask of indifference, I see it in stolen glances and the way he has distanced himself from me now that Terra is around. I know our friendship was fractured over Terra, but I knew no matter what, Constantine would have my back. I swallow as my throat goes dry. Knowing what I do now, it proves no one is more loyal than he. The phone buzzes. It's an unknown number. I answer.
"Are you ready?"
Asks the calm, cold, feminine voice.
"The meeting you requested has been set up."
Where and when?
"General Morozov will meet you at the old textile district, Building 4.
She is not one for small talk over the phone, I've noticed.
"Congratulations, Roslyn. You're being given another key to your kingdom you never knew existed."
Yes, a whole fucking underworld I've been cluelessly walking over my whole life. I jeer. Tell me, did my grandfather have a good old laugh at me trying to rebuild my legacy?
Believe it or not, Roslyn, your grandfather was so proud of you.
Her words surprise me.
You were the fire that sparked him not to give up when we hit a roadblock and finances became short. That's when he realized he had a vast means of income, and DS Security was born.
I thought that was General Morozov.
Did you really think Boris Mirichin or the Russian government would let Vasily Dragunov own a security company?
She snorts.
Everything your grandfather set in motion was to ensure it was ready for when you took over. When you started building your legacy your way, he adjusted his to align with and accommodate your vision. A wall of perfectly laid out dominoes just waiting for the final pieces.
Great, I sigh. Want to point them all out for me, or is that part of this test too?
No,
she denies.
Once you are crowned the Dragunov, you will get the keys to your entire empire and the true legacy of your ancestors.
Can we cut the bullshit, please? I growl. These tests you're throwing at me are nothing like the customary ones.
Because your grandfather would no longer tolerate traitors in his midst.
The woman's words align with what Constantine told me.
It messes with your brain when you are forced at gunpoint to watch your father brutally executed in front of a village full of people.
I close my eyes and nod. What time do I have to meet the general? I ask, moving the conversation away from my grandfather.
Whenever you're finished stalking Eva.
She chuckles before the line goes dead. I slide the phone into my pocket and give the driver the address. The drive is short. The warehouse appears abandoned from the outside, but the guards stationed behind the broken crates refute that notion. They are also dressed in full Dragunov guard uniform. General Morozov greets me at the entrance. No salute, just a nod. Hello, Roslyn. He indicates that I should follow him. She's waiting for you. We descend a stairwell that smells of rust and sweat. A long corridor stretches ahead. At the end is a steel door. 2 guards open it at his signal. Inside, a room with white walls, a desk, and 1 chair. She's sitting, shackled, pale. Her eyes are hollow but sharp. She looks up as I enter, and for a moment she wears the same fucking expression she used to wear when she told me she loved me.
Roslyn,
she breathes. Elisa. Her name leaves my lips like a slap to her face. She flinches just slightly. Her eyes search mine, narrow, accusingly.
You know.
I know everything. Her eyes shine with crocodile tears.
You have no idea what they forced me to do. Boris threatened to—
Cut the bullshit, Elisa. I shake my head and my eyes bore into her. You were married to Boris Mirachin, and from what I know, it wasn't a forced marriage, and you enjoyed every sick, perverse thing he did to you. My jaw clenches as my stomach churns. You were never mine. Eva was never mine. You were trying to wipe out my family and then raise yours and that evil prick's daughter as my heir. The last in the line of the Dragunov family. That wipes the pity from her face. You fucking Dragunovs just won't die. She sneers, and I see the hate shining from her eyes. At least one good thing to come of you being in here is that your daughter has turned out to be a well-adjusted, decent human being. I tell her, she's nothing like you or her ancient father.
How is she?
Elisa demands, eyes flashing.
Is Eva with him? Is she with her father? Did Boris take her?
I shake my head. No, he didn't even come forward to claim her. She was adopted. I lie. I'm not going to tell her that her mother, who thinks Elisa is dead, and from what I can gather is relieved she is, has her. Like I said, Eva is safe. Happy. Brilliant. She's nothing like you. Her jaw tenses.
Where is her father?
There it is. The mask drops. The venom seeps through. You played the perfect role, I say. The loving partner, devoted mother, and all the while you were just a pawn. She laughs bitterly.
I was never a pawn. I am a queen, Boris's queen.
No, Elisa. You were disposable. You think he loved you? The moment you were arrested, he filed for divorce, got it finalized in 2 weeks.
Liar.
I give a soft laugh. Then how come you don't even know that Boris died 3 years ago of old age, and he left you nothing? None of his true heirs even know about you or Eva. She blinks, fast, disbelief crackling into rage.
You're lying. He loved me.
Call his attorney if you don't believe me, I say. You were just another young, wet pussy he could control by offering you the world, and when he was finished with you, you just have ended up like his other wives and lovers, a body washed up on shore somewhere. So maybe you got off lucky being arrested and left to rot him here for the past 14 years. Forgotten. She lunges against the restraints.
You came here to gloat?
I came here to tell you that I forgive you. She sneers.
You forgive me?
She pulls against her restraints again.
Your family has me locked in this dungeon like a fucking leper.
There's a cure for leprosy, I point out. There's no cure for what you are.
I don't accept or want your forgiveness. What I did gladly.
Elisa spits. I'm not forgiving you for you. It's for me, I tell her. And I didn't come here to tell you that either. I'm not here about my father or what you tried to do to my family. This visit isn't even about me. I came here about Anna Romanoff and her unborn baby. Her pupils constrict. It was a little girl, I tell her. A little, helpless life still developing in her mother's belly. She starts to pale. You have a daughter. I watched you throughout your pregnancy with Eva. The way you protected your belly and what you ate, everything you did while you were pregnant was to protect that little life growing inside you. My jaw clenches. and I force the sickening anger at bay. If my calculations are correct, you were pregnant at the time you jammed your knife into Anna's belly. Not just once, several times in the same vicinity. My voice grows hoarse. You killed them in the most brutal way. No, I didn't, Elisa shouts, her chest rising and falling. We have footage of you confessing to Boris. No, not confessing. Bragging about it. My lip curls in disgust. I have it on my phone if you'd like to hear what you said and how the two of you enjoyed it. She pales. The color drains from her face as if a switch has been flipped. Seeing you like this, Elisa, it's enough for me. This prison, this cage, it's poetic. My mouth curves into an evil smile. Your fate from this day forward is in my hands. I have to decide if you've paid your dues or not. Her eyes dart and then widen. What do you mean? Hope flashes in them. Are you thinking of letting me go? In a way, I tell her, and I see her start to relax. I swear I've changed, Rosalind. Elisa tells me, her eyes pleading. If you pardon me and let me out, I'll disappear and you'll never see me again. Oh, I'm never going to see you again, Elisa, I assure her, because I've decided that your fate isn't mine to decide. I don't understand, Elisa stutters, her brow furrowing. Unlike your late ex-husband, my family does live by a code, I explain. And I intend to honor that code, so tomorrow Constantine will decide what happens to you. She jerks against the cuffs. No, Rosalind, no, please, I'll tell you anything you want to know. I know Boris's whole network. It doesn't matter. Boris is dead. His legacy died with him. I'm not at war with the Mirichins anymore. I stand and push the chair back. Wasn't that one of your favorite sayings, Elisa? Karma is a bitch? I smile. It looks like this time Karma is a bastard, and his name is Konstantin Romanov. While seeing you like this is enough for me, I doubt it will be for him. I turn. The guard opens the door and I walk out. She screams after me. Bitch, bastard, fucking coward. I don't flinch. The door shuts behind me. For the first time in 14 years, I feel something crack open in my chest. Light. Peace. Eva is alive. Elisa is caged. Tara is healing. The path ahead is clear. And Constantine will get his justice so he too can let his late wife and unborn daughter rest. As I climb into the car, my phone buzzes again. The screen lights up with a new message. Well done. You aced that one. But let's see how you fare with the third trial. Instructions will follow after the wedding ceremony. I stare out the window. The fire isn't done with me yet. And the next flame might be the one that burns everything down.
17. Tara. I drag in a lungful of the sharp, icy mountain air as I jog beside Pavel, my lungs burning and heart pounding. My hoodie sticks to my spine, soaked through, and my hair is a damp mess. Pavel looks worse, hunched and panting, arms swinging awkwardly. He lets out a groan as he slows to a walk.
8 miles,
he wheezes. 10, I correct, nudging him with my elbow. You've gotten so fit, you didn't even realize I had added an extra 2 miles.
Great. I'm so fucking fit, I'm gonna puke.
I pat his shoulder in feigned sympathy. The cold wind stings my cheeks, but it's nothing compared to the numbness curling inside me. I should laugh at Pavel's almost comical wheezing from exertion. I should feel something, but it's like watching myself from a distance. The throb in my chest isn't from exertion. It's the weight of everything pressing down on me. A part of me wants to collapse right there in the snow and scream until my lungs give out. But instead, I flash a grin, the kind that masks the fracture lines. These runs, these games, this sparring every day, it's not about keeping fit. It's about containment, like trying to keep a nuclear power plant from overheating. I'm a ticking bomb, and everyone knows it. I haven't had my pills that control my emotions for close to 6 weeks now. And the breathing exercises, going to my happy place, is no longer enough to keep me from flying off the handle. My skin has a continuous itch that burns if I'm not moving, and my mind plays scenes of my daughter's face over and over again if I'm not thinking of something else or pushing my body to its physical limits. The scare at the hospital was a huge wake-up call to me. While it might only be a lie to deceive Rosalind and the RMSAD, it was nearly true. I almost lost my uterus. According to the nurse who doctored my medical records, I came very close. I was hoping the ruse of me not being able to have children would make Rosalind stop with this farce and let me go. After all, this was about his heir. It's how my whole life got so fucked up in the first place. Rosalind's incessant desire to control the Mirachins. It's what turned me into this version of myself I don't recognize, and she makes me sick to my stomach. It was some fitness coach, Mike Tomlin, who once said, "It's not what you're capable of, it's what you're willing to do." While it was a quote about fitness, it applies to every aspect of a person's life. I never thought I was capable of doing the things I've done. But as it turns out, when it comes to protecting my loved ones, I've discovered precisely what I'm willing to do. The thunderous chop of rotor blades rips through the wind, jarring me from my spiraling thoughts. I freeze mid-step, my breath catching in my throat, and Pavel stiffens beside me. A chill runs down my spine, not from the cold, but from instinct. Something's wrong. That sound doesn't belong here. Not tonight. Not when the air has been so still, so quiet. My heart knocks against my ribs as I lift my eyes to the sky, squinting into the gray haze. Something about it feels off, unfamiliar, dangerous. Pavel squints up at the sky. That's not one of ours. We sprint into the trees, dropping low as the helicopter descends. I follow Pavel's lead as we duck behind a thick pine trunk. The bird touches down, and the door opens. A man steps out, tall, with a rigid posture and short gray hair. Something in my gut twists. I know him. That's General Morozov. Pavel leans closer. Your grandfather. I blink. My grandfather? Pavel nods solemnly. Yes, he's your mother's father, he says, his voice tight with the weight of the truth. My chest tightens, but my heart leaps, irritating the fuck out of me, when Rosalind steps out behind him. He turns and lifts a woman from the helicopter's cabin, placing her gently into a wheelchair someone handed General Morozov. The woman appears to be in her late 50s, with an air of dignified fragility that clings to her like a second skin. Her posture is straight, despite the wheelchair, and her arms move with delicate control, every gesture echoing the effort of someone conserving energy, not out of frailty, but because she carries decades of unspoken pain and ancestral weight. I get the strange feeling she's survived storms I can't begin to name, and it makes my breath catch in my throat. There's something hauntingly familiar about the curve of her cheekbone, the pain in her eyes, and I feel an uninvited ache twist inside my chest. Have I seen her before? Or just dreamed of someone like her, in flashes of memory I can't trust? I swear I've seen her face before, but my mind won't connect the dots. What the fuck are they doing here? Pavel exhales, and I can see he doesn't want to tell me, but he knows I'll badger him until he does.
Probably to discuss the witnessing of your union tomorrow. Your grandfather's signature finalizes the ceremonial bond.
That's fucking archaic, I mutter, jaw tightening. What, do I get branded with an RC on my ass, too? Pavel shifts his weight, shoulders tense, his gaze flicking from the helicopter to me. He knows. He can see it happening, the moment before the rage monster inside me takes over.
Tara,
he says softly, his voice lined with caution, like he's trying to soothe the ruffled feathers of a child. I'm not a fucking broodmare to be passed down. The word broodmare hits a nerve. Not that I'm one of those anymore. I scoff nastily. And who even knows if I'm really Lydia Zorin? I toss my arms in the air. There's no real proof. Maybe I'm just the love child of Carla and Saul Kraft, a secret product of their affair before he divorced my real mother to marry my aunt. I stop and give my head a shake. Fuck. If that is my family, it's messed up. I glance at him and continue from my previous point. Maybe the real Lydia died in that house fire. I mean, come on. This is the 21st century. Draw my blood already and test it against... I point to where the general went inside with Ruslan and the other woman. Granddaddy dearest, over there. Then, if it comes back a match, I'll concede. I'm some Russian genetically created Frankenstein monster freak. A GM tomato.
Tara, you need to do your calming exercises.
Pavel warns.
You're spiraling.
You're goddamn right I'm spiraling. My heart races. I feel the rage climbing. Hot, uncontrollable. I'm just waiting for that pop. I call it the point of pain. Not for me, but everyone in my way as I become like a fucking berserker and go, well, berserk. Although I do feel the pain once the rage subsides, and it does with a vengeance. It's like getting a set of wings that enables me to soar to new heights, weightless with no pain whatsoever. Just this heated, raw power that pours through me and makes me feel invincible. I'm stronger, faster, and more agile, and for all the cloudy rage, my brain is razor sharp. Pavel shifts, reaching into his sweater. I know what he's reaching for. All the staff carry it since the last freakout, when I hurt 3 of Ruslan's men and 2 of my nurses. It's a syringe, filled with a sedative, that Pavel likened to being able to knock out a large animal. All the smaller doses did nothing, just pissed me off more. Don't. I growl warningly at him. I don't like being threatened.
I'm sorry, Tara. You know I don't like doing this, but you're in hyper-chatty mode, and you're pacing and scratching at your arms like your skin is itching with the building rage.
Pavel pulls out the syringe. And I thought we were friends. I sneer, and before he can blink, I strike. A twist, a grunt. I wrench Pavel's wrist, flip the needle, and slam it into his thigh. He collapses, eyes wide as he groans,
Fuck, this shit burns.
Yeah, doesn't feel too good, does it, buddy? I lean forward as he tries to fight off the effect of the sedative, and I search in his pocket for the phone I saw when he reached to get the drug. But it's a good trip. Awful nightmares, though. Sweet dreams. As he sinks to the forest floor, losing his fight against the sedative, I step over his limp body. Fucking sneaky bastard. Must have had this phone hidden there all along. I mutter, switching it off, and jam the device into my shoe, then bolt into the trees. Branches lash my face as I tear through the forest, adrenaline surging. I know these woods now. I've mapped every exit route over the past few weeks under the guise of changing up my running route. My heart lurches as I think of my baby girl, my family. I haven't seen them in nearly 8 weeks. Freedom is near. I can almost taste it. Then it hits. A jolt. Sharp, electric, and goddamn agonizing. My knees give out. I slam to the ground, twitching. Fuck! Did I just get tasered? My muscles seize. My limbs refuse to move. The world spins. I try to gain control of my limbs as my nerves pulse and misfire from the shock. I manage, with great effort, to push myself onto my knees as his voice slices through the cold air.
Tara.
Fuck. I claw at the ground, dragging myself toward the nearest tree. My fingers shake as I use the tree trunk to drag myself to my feet as he steps into view. My treacherous pulse spikes, despite my loathing for him, and that lost heat of desire coils in my gut as he stands facing me, tall, calm, deadly. Ruslan. The first thing I notice is the small black device in his hand. What the hell is that? I croak, trying to stop the mini convulsions still rocking through me.
It's a controller for the implant under your skin,
Ruslan says evenly, holding it up between his fingers like it's the most normal thing in the world.
I've been told it's one way to instantly make your uncontrollable rage stop.
You put a fucking shock collar on me? I'm dumbfounded. For the first time in my life, that stupid damn word makes sense. He doesn't answer. Like I'm a dog. I feel the pop is right there. Why not violate me, though, right? I have no rights. I'm just a fucking lab rat. Property of the RMSAD, and now yours.
It's a precaution.
Ruslan's voice drops, and he eyes me warily.
You hurt a lot of people last time you lost control.
When did you have it implanted? I try to rack my brain as I would have felt that.
A while ago.
Ruslan hedges.
Again, it was just a precaution, in case you lost control.
He repeats. I shift. He stiffens. He's afraid of me. My eyebrow shoots up, and I hold his eyes, my expression deadpan. Who says I lose control? I see his eyes widen in surprise. I've caught him off guard. That's my cue. I lunge. He doesn't expect it. I slam into him, grabbing the remote. I twist, knock out his knee. He buckles and stumbles. I use that time to grab a rock and smash the device. He gains control and lunges toward me. I spin, raise the rock, and I'm about to knock him out with it, but he grabs my wrist and dislodges my weapon. We grapple. I twist and elbow Ruslan. He blocks. We slam into a tree. He spins, pushing me against the thick bark, and his hand pins my wrist above my head. My breath comes hard. His eyes lock on mine. Get off me, I growl. But I don't mean it. Not really. I can feel Ruslan's heat against me, and the exertion, anger, turning into a burning need as that dark desire coils through my system. Heat builds between us. My heart pounds in my chest as Ruslan's mouth crashes onto mine, our tongues wrestling with each other in a feverish duel of pent-up lust and desire. And I don't stop him. We tear at each other like animals starved of touch and poisoned by betrayal. My sweater goes first, fabric snagging and ripping as he yanks it over my head. His belt clinks as I unfasten it with shaking fingers, palms rough against the cold metal. There are no words. only growls, gasps, the crash of mouths, and the scrape of teeth. It's brutal, raw, a clash of fury and craving that boils up from every suppressed scream, every restrained sob. With one hand, Rosalind yanks down my pants, revealing the wet heat between my legs. I kick off my one sneaker as he pulls down my panties with my sweatpants. I finally free his rigid cock. He groans at the sudden exposure to the cold air before setting his gaze back on me, intently watching as I wrap my trembling fingers around his throbbing shaft. His fingers dip into my sopping pussy, and his eyes darken. His lids are heavy as my fingers find the pre-cum seeping from the slit on the hood of his cock. A whimper escapes my throat when his thumb circles my clit and his fingers fuck me. My hips move of their own accord, in rhythm to his digits, pushing me higher into pleasure.
"Does that hurt?"
Rosalind asks, leaning forward and whispering into my ear. I can't trust my words right now, and I shake my head.
"Good,"
he growls. His hands grip my waist with an intense ferocity, and he lifts me off the ground. My back slams into the bark of the tree, its jagged edges biting through my skin, but I don't care. I need it to hurt. I need to feel something real. I need to feel the head of his torso, so I rip his shirt open, shucking it off to drop beside me on the ground. His magnificent body presses against mine. The soft hair of his chest rubs against my aching nipple. I dig my nails into his back, scoring welts down his skin. The winter air tears around us, but I'm burning. I'm on the edge and howl in frustration when he rips his finger from me. His lips tease mine, and I'm about to beg for release as he plunges into me in one swift motion. We both gasp at the intensity of our connection. Our eyes lock, filled with a wild hunger that cannot be denied. He begins to thrust deep inside me, filling me completely with every stroke. The sensation of his cock sliding into me is a mixture of pain and pleasure that sends electric jolts through every nerve in my body. I barely feel the rough scrape of the bark on my back. My nails leave red trails down Rosalind's back as he continues to pound into me relentlessly. His moans are as hungry and raw as mine. He grips my hips tightly, controlling our rhythm with an almost animalistic dominance. The forest surrounds us, its deafening silence amplifying the sounds of our ragged breaths, moans, and the wet slapping of skin against skin. We move together in a primal dance, fueled by rage and passion. As Rosalind's thrusts become more urgent, a coil of heat tightens inside me. My body trembles on the verge of release when, finally, with one final deep penetration, it snaps. Waves of intense pleasure crash over me as I cry out his name, gripping him tighter, as if to anchor myself amidst the powerful storm raging within me. Seconds later, Rosalind follows me over the edge. With a guttural roar, he buries himself deep inside me and releases his seed. His forehead presses against mine as we both shake from the aftershocks of our joint climax. We stand there for a moment, connected in our raw and vulnerable state, bound together by emotions far more potent than lust. Finally, Rosalind pulls back and drops me so suddenly I nearly land on my ass, but I manage to stabilize myself. His eyes are cold as he snaps,
"Get cleaned up. We have guests who are eager to meet you."
I blink, confused by Rosalind's transformation from such passionate heat to ice. My confused brain wonders who would want to know me. People from America?
"No, your grandfather and your aunt.
His eyes rake over me.
Your Russian family."
Suddenly, the fog in my brain clears, and I remember the people who arrived in the helicopter. 18. Tara. The ceremony is over. I don't remember much of it. It drifted by in a blur of silk, chants, and cold stares. I remember Ruslin's hand around mine, firm and unyielding. I remember the moment my signature hit the ceremonial ledger and how the air in the village hall seemed to shift like something ancient had stirred. Now I stand in Ruslin's house, if you can call this towering fortress of dark wood and iron that. And the quiet hum of celebration lingers beyond the frost-kissed windows. I'm stripped bare of the historic gown sewn for my mother decades ago by a woman I haven't yet met, my great-grandmother, Ophelia Zorin, the woman who also handcrafted the gorgeous tiara on top of my head. I don't want to take off my beautiful gown or tiara. I want my family and friends to have been here, to have witnessed me in this gown and my crown getting married. But no, I'm in a foreign land where I have no memories of being born in, and my only relatives are people I don't know and have never met. Well, as Tara Craft, I had never met them. I was too young to remember then, before I was smuggled out of Russia. As my gown is stripped away by the hands of the village woman chosen to help me get ready for my wedding night. Like I'm sort of a shrinking virgin. I turn and see my gorgeous wedding dress carefully draped across a wooden bench, the delicate hand-sewn diamonds catching the last of the firelight. Someone removes the tiara from my head, fingers gentle but impersonal. It's carved from white gold, diamonds glinting along the delicate spine, a jewel almost the exact hue of my eyes, centered like a curse. A woman enters, one of the village elders I've seen in the background, always watching, always silent. She gestures, and I follow without speaking. My eyes widen. There is a bath that has been drawn for me. Steam furls off the water in the clawfoot tub. "Your bath is ready, my lady," the woman's soft voice whispers in my ear. It's obscene in its beauty. The old-fashioned tub is filled with steaming, scented water. Rose petals float on the surface, mingling with herbs I can't identify. Women stand on all sides, and one of them, Liddy, my aunt, my father's sister, smiles at me. Her face is familiar in a way that hurts, like my father, like home. Another familiar face is Ruslin's sister, Irina's twin, Nadia. I know her. I've met her a few times. She came to visit Irina in America. The woman's reverent hands slip away my underwear, leaving me feeling rather awkward, and I have no idea how Cleopatra enjoyed this sort of shit, but I don't resist. "It's traditional, Tara," Liddy and Nadia told me. "Just go with it," Nadia had whispered in my ear. "It's also quite erotic. Don't worry, I'll be washing your pussy." My cheeks had flamed, but then she winked, and I knew she was teasing me. As I step into the bath, the heat wraps around my skin like a second womb. They wash me like a relic, hands on my arms, legs, shoulders, and breasts. "What the fuck happened to your back?" Nadia sucks in her breath. "A tree accident while I was exercising in the woods," I tell her. It's not a lie. I've read that sex is a great way to burn calories. The women clean every inch of me. Thank fuck they give me clothes, then some privacy, so I can wash my private parts in private. When I'm finished, I dry myself, declining their offer to do it for me. Enough is enough. I'm helped into a sheer white nightdress and wrapped in a satin robe that clings to my thoroughly dry and scented skin. I smell like a rose bush, with a hint of a spice I can't quite place, but it's an incredible scent. Someone brushes my hair. Another paints something on my lips that tastes faintly of mint. The door creaks. Nadia walks in. I frown. "When did you leave?" I ask her. while you were enjoying your bath. She grins and hands me a porcelain cup filled with some murky liquid. Drink this. What is it? Her grin broadens. A little something to help you relax and make sure you get the most out of the night. I hesitate, then drink. The warmth hits instantly, spreading through my chest, down my thighs, between my legs. I grip the arms of the chair to stay upright as a slow burn ignites in my bloodstream. Nadia leans down. Her mouth is near my ear. Don't worry. It will all work out. Everything is going according to plan. I freeze. Those words. Liddy said them the night I met her. Just like that. Same tone. Same fucking chill. Before I can ask, the door swings open. He walks in. The king of his domain. Ruslan. Black shirt, open at the throat, and pants that are slung low. His eyes are cold and hungry. He doesn't speak at first, just looks at me. Something hot coils in my belly. The tea. That bath. My body's already been fluffed and teased, and now wants him, even while my mind screams a warning. She's ripe, the oldest of the women tells him. Tonight is a good night for the ceremonial union. What am I now? A fucking fruit?
Just, we won't be needing any witnesses,
Ruslan tells her. But, Elder, the tradition dictates. The woman starts to argue. What? I splutter. Someone has to watch us having sex?
No.
Ruslan shakes his head and barks.
Everyone out.
The women, including Nadia, who grabs Liddy's wheelchair, scatter and scurry out the door. I'm not too sure if I should follow, but even if I wanted to, my path is blocked as Ruslan steps up to me, his eyes caressing me.
Take off the robe,
he says, voice gravel against silk. I stand slowly, untie the robe, and let it fall. His gaze slides down my body, taking everything in. The sheer fabric hides nothing. My nipples pebble. My clit throbs.
Beautiful,
he murmurs.
You should wear this all the time.
Sure, I snap, because that won't scream, rape me to the first creep who walks in. His expression hardens.
Don't ruin this moment, Tara.
Then he's on me. Mouth crashing into mine, hands in my hair. The taste of him makes my knees buckle. His hands slide under the nightgown, pulling it over my head. I reach for his belt and yank it loose. His cock springs free, thick and hard and already leaking. I drop to my knees, but he stops me.
No,
he growls.
My turn.
He lifts me like I weigh nothing and lays me on the bed. His mouth finds my breast, then trails lower. My thighs fall open. His tongue slides through my folds. Oh, fuck, I gasp. He groans against my pussy, tongue relentless, fingers stroking deep inside me. I'm already so turned on by the bath, the herbs, the tea, and him that I feel my body start to convulse as I reach that peak. My orgasm crashes into me like a tidal wave. My body convulses with pleasure as Ruslan laps at my throbbing clit, my juices coating his tongue and dripping onto the sheets below.
19. Ruslan. She's perfect. I watch her writhe as I lap up the juices from her pussy. Her body is quivering from her second explosive orgasm, and I intend to make her come multiple times more tonight. I don't care about the ceremony or the rules or the war waiting at my door. Tara is all I want. I take 3 fingers and slide them slowly into her, my mouth never leaving her clit. Oh, she moans. So good. Her breathing is labored as she grinds herself against my mouth. Oh, don't stop. Oh, don't stop, please. I drive her to another orgasm. That tea and the sexual herb concoction they laced her bath with is as much for her pleasure as it is mine. Oh, harder, shove your fingers deeper. Her head throws from side to side. Oh, yes, yes, she screams, her body exploding as another orgasm crashes over her. I pull off my shirt, flip her over, grab a pillow to put underneath her and take her from behind, my cock sliding deep inside her. She gasps, arches, and grips the sheets. I start to drive into her, my hand winding into her hair, and I pull her head back. How does that feel, baby? My voice is hoarse. Because your pussy feels so tight around my cock, I never want to pull out. It feels amazing. So deep. Tara breathes and starts to thrust backwards to add to the motion. My thrusts get faster and faster. Tara meets each one until I slam into her and drive her over the edge into the abyss of pleasure. I feel the walls of her pussy clamp around my cock, and just like that, I'm falling over the edge with her, spilling my seed deep inside her. We collapse, tangled together. Tara snuggles into my chest, sighing in pleasure, and quickly falls asleep, her breathing evening out. I lie there, holding her. My mind is replaying the day's events. I keep picturing Tara walking down the aisle, her grandfather on one side and her aunt on the other. She was a vision in silk and lace, topped with her crown, a natural queen. I kiss the top of her head. My heart is expanding, and I can no longer deny it. I've fallen for her. In a way I've never fallen for anyone before. She's a fire in my veins, and I know no matter what, I'll never let her go, even if it means I never have kids. My twin brothers will have to provide the next Dragunov heirs. Thinking of my brothers, my eyes narrow angrily. I wonder where the fuck they are. Kirill and Stepan, my younger twin brothers, were supposed to be back from their around-the-world trip weeks ago. Then, this morning, they sent a message. Sorry, big brother, we're stuck and can't get flights out until tomorrow. I grit my teeth. Those two were going to pay for missing my ceremony when they got home. Tara stirs, her body shifting beneath the sheets. She rolls over, her cute little buttocks pressing firmly against my cock, which instantly hardens and stands at full attention. I tighten my arms around her, pulling her closer, and press my lips to her neck, eliciting a soft sigh. She murmurs sleepily, her voice a husky whisper as my fingers trace the curves of her breasts. I tease and tweak her sensitive nipples, feeling them harden beneath my touch before my hand slides down to the apex of her thighs. I delve into her slick, wet folds, her arousal coating my fingers. Oh, she breathes in, her body arching slightly. Are you not going to let me rest tonight? She turns to face me, her body entwining with mine, her mouth meeting my lips in a passionate, hungry kiss. Don't stop playing with my pussy, she growls, her hand reaching down to grasp my cock firmly. Of course, Mrs. Dragunov, I chuckle, my voice low and throaty. I am more than happy to oblige. My thumb works her clit in circular motions, my fingers pumping in and out of her as her clever hands stroke my shaft, using my pre-cum as lubricant. Her grip is firm and sure, her movements steady and rhythmic. Make me come, Tara demands against my lips. Please. I double down on my efforts, my fingers curling inside her, hitting that sensitive spot that drives her wild. She throws her head back, a guttural moan escaping her lips as she comes hard, her juices leaking all over my fingers. But before the waves of her orgasm have subsided, she pushes me onto my back, her eyes meeting mine, dark with desire. It's my turn to ride you, she purrs, straddling me and slowly sliding onto my throbbing cock. She begins playing with her breasts, teasing her nipples and putting on a show, her hips thrust forward and back, grinding against my body. She moves slowly at first, her hips rising and falling in a steady rhythm, and I can feel every inch of her tight, wet pussy enveloping me. Her moans fill the air, her body writhing on top of mine as she picks up the pace. She leans forward, her hands pressing against my chest for support as she bounces up and down on my rock-hard shaft, her small breasts jiggling with each movement. I can feel her nails digging into my flesh, her body tensing as another orgasm builds within her. "Fuck, you feel so good," she pants, her voice breathless. "I'm going to come again." I grab onto her hips, my fingers digging into her soft flesh as I guide her movements, urging her to go faster, harder. Her pussy clenches around my cock, her body convulsing as her orgasm hits her full force. She throws her head back, a loud moan escaping her lips as she comes undone, her body shaking and trembling with the intensity of her release. She slows the pace, and her body presses against mine, her hips still grinding against me. She takes a few more thrusts, and then I explode inside her, my cock pulsing and throbbing as I fill her with my hot, sticky cum. She collapses on top of me, her body slick with beads of perspiration, her breath coming in ragged gasps. I wrap my arms around her, holding her close as we both come down from our high, our bodies entwined, our hearts pounding in sync. And within a few minutes, she drops into a deep, sated sleep. I kiss her forehead and throw my leg possessively over her. I close my eyes, savoring the feel of my wife's body enveloped by me. As I start to doze off, my phone buzzes. "Fuck, no," I growl. Sighing, I carefully roll onto my back and pick it up. There's a message. "Your next test is waiting in the Great Hall. You need to get to it tonight." Fuck, fuck, fuck. I look at Tara. She's curled into me like she always belonged there. And she does. I will never let her go. Quietly, I slip from bed, pull on my clothes, and head for the Great Hall.
Tara. Someone shakes me. Hard. My eyes fly open. I'm dizzy, disoriented. What? My voice is raw. A shadowy figure stands over me. Female. Familiar. You'll have to come with me. Now. She tosses jeans, boots, and a coat onto the bed. My heart stutters. I grab them, yank them on. Confusion gives way to instinct. Run, move. Haven't I been doing that for a while now? We creep through the hallway. Pavel sits outside the door, slumped. "He's okay," the woman says, "just knocked out." She leads me down the path past the old castle, toward the cliffs. A car waits, black and silent, familiar. I freeze. "What the fuck is this?" "You need to go." Her tone sharpens. "You don't want to be here when Ruslan gets his next test." My blood runs cold. "What test?" "He's about to find out everything about you." My stomach knots. "Then why help me?" The woman looks at me. "Because you helped someone I love and paid a price. I'm returning the favor." She hugs me, fast, hard. "Be safe, Tara." She pushes me toward the car. I slide inside, heart racing. A hooded figure sits beside me. I know that cloak. It stirs an old, forgotten memory from my childhood. "I saw you at the ceremony," I say. The woman nods. "Correct." "So are you deporting me again?" I lean slightly forward, trying to see her face. "Because the last time we met, I was blindfolded and you took us to the airport. And you should never have returned. It is not safe for you here, and Ruslan should know better." Her voice is low, measured. "I'm getting you out again until it's safe, which I hope will be very soon." "I want to go home," I confess. For some reason, I don't feel threatened by this woman. I know, without a shadow of a doubt, that I have nothing to fear from her for some reason. I want to see my family. I miss them dearly. Not yet, moja golubka, she says. Her voice is warm but firm. My little dove. The terms of endearment spark something inside me, and more memories from a forgotten childhood teeter on the outskirts of my memory. Why can't I see them? Because we are on the brink of collapsing an evil organization, she tells me, one that will come for you as someone has alerted them to your presence. Who? I ask. My heart is pounding. You're talking about the RMSAD, aren't you? She nods. I need you, moja golubka, to be as far away from Russia as possible. But my family, won't they come for them too? Worry courses through me. My sister, my niece, my mother. I see her flinch. Don't worry, they will be taken care of, I promise you. And as long as you are not with them, no harm will come to them. My fists clench, and I nod. A pain rips through my heart at the thought of not being able to see Elena or my family just yet. Ruslan will come for you, she warns, especially now that whoever alerted your presence to the RMSAD also managed to get the truth you were trying so hard to cover up to the Dragunov High Council. She exhales. So, Ruslan's going to know everything? Only about you, moja golubka, she assures me. Not about that adorable little cherub in your sister's care. She sucks in a breath. Her voice catches, and it rings with fear for a few seconds. No one can know about her, Tara. Not yet. Maybe not ever. She leans forward and takes my hand. There is so much more about yourself and Elena that you do not know. I wish... She pauses, and there is a catch in her voice. I wish I had the time to tell you. She picks up a wrapped present from beside her and hands it to me. Hopefully, this will help. I take it. It feels like a book. Now, she pulls a knife from her cape and flicks out the blade. My eyes widen and I stiffen. We need to get rid of that device around your neck. It's not just a shocking device. It's a tracker. 30 minutes later, with my shoulders stinging as the numbing agent wears off, we stop at what looks like a private airstrip. A jet stands lit up on the runway. The door opens, and Clyde stands there grinning at me. He leans in and hugs the woman.
Don't worry, Mother. I've got her.
This time, see to it that you keep her safe. The woman he calls Mother bristles. As I get out of the car, she grabs my arm. Be safe, moja golubka. May you remember, and one day be able to forgive what I had to do. Her voice is sad. It's much like the decision you had to make. My breath catches as memories flood back. Gentle hands rocking me. A lullaby in Russian was sung to me in that low, soothing voice. I stare at her. Did you save me? Like you did the other Jewel Initiative subjects? She smiles faintly. Oh, no, moja golubka. You saved me. You're the reason that even in the darkest times, I always found my way, because I knew it was one step closer to getting back to you.
We have to go.
Clyde pulls me from the car before I can respond. The car door closes, and the car drives off. Wait! I yell, wanting to run after the car. I have to know. I don't even realize I'm yelling still. Who are you? I whisper, as Clyde drags me to the aircraft. Once the plane takes off, I open the gift and I suck in a breath. It's a book. A children's book. I know it. It's called Moja golubka. It's dedicated to me. I see that the artist's name is Ophelia Zorin, and the author's name makes me gasp. My eyes fill with tears, and just like that, memories long forgotten of that fateful night 24 years ago come flooding back.
I see you met Mother.
Clyde's knowing eyes hold mine, and he smiles. I did. I nod, because all the questions that drove me to Russia nearly a year ago are answered. But now I have other questions. Will you tell me about her? Clyde smiles and nods.
Gladly. What do you want to know?
For the next 6 hours, I grill Clyde on the woman who ripped out her own heart to save me. The woman I've called Mom for 24 years, my sister and my father. The woman Clyde and his team call Mother.
20. Ruslan. I'm sitting in my law office in Moscow, staring out at the gray skyline like it might hand me a fucking miracle. It's been nearly 6 months since the ceremonial wedding, and still I don't have Tara back. My jaw clenches as I think about our wedding night. What a fucking fool I was. I knew in my gut something wasn't right about the story of her miscarriage. I should have pushed harder to get the truth about that. It was damn awful, and she nearly died when her placenta erupted, and it was one of the worst fucking nights of my life. I can still see all that blood and Tara. I swallow and move my thoughts away from that. But what it did do was expose the truth. The first doctor who had been there that night and come to address us after he'd saved her life, Dr. Tomas Ivanovich, although I have an axe to grind with the prick, told us the damage was so severe that Tara nearly had to have a hysterectomy. The next day, Dr. Ivanovich asked awkward questions about Tara giving birth, and when I told him she'd miscarried, I saw the confusion in his eyes. But he'd nodded and continued without pressing the issue. The next day, he was gone and replaced by another doctor whom I now know works with the woman who kidnapped me. All I know about her is that she's called Mother, and somehow sits on the Dragonov High Council, hand-picked by my grandfather. The other members of the council are also unaware of who she is, having never seen her face. They refer to her as simply the Lady. She's a fucking chameleon. I have started to refer to her as Medusa. I take a deep breath and move away from that sensitive topic and focus back on the fiasco at the hospital Tara was in. The new, fresh-faced doctor contradicted what Dr. Ivanovich had told me. Fresh-Face had told us Tara did have a hysterectomy, showed me the chart, and then said the other doctor knew who I was and was probably too shit-scared to tell me it had rendered my wife barren. That should have been my first red flag. Dr. Fresh-Face wasn't even the slightest bit scared of me. Then I found out why. The night of the wedding ceremony, my third test came in the form of the truth. A report from the scorned Dr. Ivanovich. Tara had never had a miscarriage, and the doctor who had allegedly tended to her miscarriage was none other than Dr. Freshface, who had popped up in Russia right when Tara needed more lies to deceive me with. A disgruntled Dr. Ivanovich then discovered who Tara was when he attempted to look up her medical records under her Russian name. I'm still unsure how that happened, or how he managed to get it to the RMSAD, or how the Dragonov High Council obtained it. At first I thought it might be the bitch Medusa, but it wasn't her, and she'd already known the truth about Tara's miscarriage, and that she'd never had a hysterectomy. I have found out recently. I had to initially take 4 trial-by-fire tests to become the Dragonov and receive my keys to the Dragonov Kingdom. The third one was inserted when the High Council discovered Tara's deception, and the original third test was bumped to the 4th one. This test was urgent, they'd agreed. Tara was the closest person to me. She needed to be tested and prove she was worthy of being my queen, and to find out what she had done with the baby she'd carried for Irina and Gavril. I was about to tell them the truth when my phone buzzed, and luckily I looked at it just in time to see it was from Medusa. Do not tell them the truth about the baby. No one can know. They must believe it's Gavril's and Irina's. That Dr. Ivanovich is a liar, as you signed consent for the hysterectomy. Consider this the real third test. I am, after all, the only one out of those fools in front of you who can judge you. Something in my gut told me to go along with her. So I left them all believing that the baby we now knew Tara had was Gavril and my younger sister Irina's child, and that Dr. Ivanovich was a liar. I had signed the consent as Tara's husband for the hysterectomy. In order to divert their attention from Tara, I went one step further and told them I knew about the baby. I decided to keep quiet and go along with Tara's version of the story to protect the child. It is all that is left of my little sister, and the enemy that had killed Irina and Gavril was still out there. So no, I told them, Tara didn't lie. We both did to protect the child. But it's not a lie about my wife never being able to have children. That still weighs heavily upon us, and I'm appalled that they would bring it up and turn it into some sick test. The council seemed appeased, and the following message I received from Medusa was, "Well done, you've passed round 3. Let's see how well you do on round 4. And no, this is going to be a tough one. We've seen how you handle betrayal from a friend and a trusted source. The next betrayal cuts a lot deeper." I had wondered how the betrayal I just stood up and lied about could get any worse. Well, it turns out a lot worse. I got back to my house in Dragonov Village to find Tara gone, nowhere to be seen. A couple of hours later, after I nearly ripped the village apart looking for her and who helped her, I found the traitor. And that bitch Medusa was right. It cut deep. The one person in my family I thought I could trust the most, I found out that my sister Nadia had helped Tara escape. Nadia is now confined to Dragonov Village, and she will never see her lover again. Oh, I still intend to help the woman get out of the RMSAD and away from her horrid father and brutal brother. But Nadia will never be with her again. No, Nadia will be the one to get me the Dragonov Mirichin heir. There is still one Mirichin brother left, and he's single, so that'll go ahead. Otherwise, I'll sever the alliance with the Mirichins. With Gavril and Irina dead, the alliance is on shaky ground, as there is nothing to cement it. And Nadia, I will ensure that she never regains her medical license. Harsh? Maybe. But she's the one person I never thought would break my trust, and now I'm thinking Nadia has always cleverly worked both sides of opposing teams to get what she wanted. Medusa also admitted to helping Nadia get Tara out of Russia, but only 2 months ago when she phoned to let me know that Clyde had gone rogue. He and the Lost Subjects, which is what the surviving Jewel Initiative subjects have started calling themselves, have gone dark. Medusa had called Clyde to get him to bring Tara back to me, but he'd refused and told her they had other plans. Clyde realized that Medusa no longer had Tara's best interests at heart. Until all threats to Tara were eliminated or neutralized, no one would ever find her or her baby. I no longer believe Medusa is the Black Widow, because she is part of the Dragonov High Council, and I'm sure the Black Widow is not, as I doubt my grandfather would like an assassin like that on the council. Medusa has admittedly lost control of her very dangerous, and now, thanks to the likes of Nicholas Vasilikis and Sam Winters, highly trained, genetically enhanced Black Ops team that is very protective of Tara. I, in all my wisdom, wanted to keep my wife's punishment solely to myself, and not wanting to draw the High Council's attention to the fact that Tara was still missing. I made it out that her leaving that night was all a misunderstanding. I had to fake a picture of Constantine finding Tara and bringing her over the Georgian border, which served more than one purpose, as it turned out. It showed the High Council that I did have Tara back in my life, but as the RMSAD was now very interested in finding its heir, I have her hidden in a safe house. More anger and frustration surged through me. Where the fuck is Tara? Jesus! The last time I had confirmation that she'd been seen was about 4 weeks ago. I've sent my younger brothers, twins Stepan and Kirill, to America to find her. The puzzle box with the photo of Anya Novikov-Morozov and any information about who could have adopted the baby Tara had. They had caught up with her in New York, where they found her in a phone booth of all things. Fuck, I didn't even know those things still existed. My idiot brother Kirill had accidentally shot Clyde. I knew I should have insisted they had more weapons training when they were young. Stepan had gone to help Clyde, not wanting to hurt anyone. But the beast Clyde is managed to still best my two brothers with a gunshot wound that to anyone else would have been fucking fatal. Tara had gotten Clyde to a hospital, and he'd told her to move. Get to safe house number 5, Stepan had heard him say. They had tried to stop Tara, but she got one of her red-hot anger surges and plowed through them like they were nothing more than corn in a field. Still, they had managed to rush after her, chasing her into an alley with nowhere to go, no exit doors, no maintenance holes, no ladders to climb. They had sent me a picture of the alley. I had gone over and over it. There was no escape. That alley was flanked by 3 solid brick walls with no openings in any of them, so she'd either stepped through some fucking rift in time into another dimension, or grown wings and flown out there. She wouldn't even have had time to scale a wall somehow, as my brothers were no more than 2 to 3 minutes behind her. But when they rounded the corner, she was gone. Houdini would have been jealous of that disappearing act. Stepan and Kirill are still in America, although I'm getting worried as I haven't heard from them in weeks, except for a few short, curt messages about still looking. I found another lead. I have sent 2 of my other men to find out what the fuck is going on with them. They were supposed to be looking for that goddamn puzzle box. Now that I know the truth about the picture, why the general lost his shit when it disappeared, I understand. That photo wasn't just some sentimental relic. It was a map, hidden in the layers, just like one of my great-great-grandmothers, is cryptography masked as art. And that map is fucking vital as it leads me to the fabled Dragunov Vault, or the belly of the dragon as our people fondly called it. Now that I know exactly what's in there besides the vast treasure, I need that photo back. It's bad enough I don't know who took the fucking box, where the key to the vault is that was in the box, or how it landed up in Tara's hands. That's a mystery for another day. Right now I have too many of those on my hands and an organization to crumble. I look at the flash disk in my hand. The RMSAD is in a full-blown panic. Someone breached their air-gapped servers, downloaded classified shit that should have been impossible to reach. But I know who did it. A smile curves my lips as I hold up the flash drive. Then I slip it into an envelope, seal it, and press the intercom on my desk. Having full access to their facility has its perks. Seconds later, Victor steps in. The man resembles Clark Kent in a high-end suit, complete with dark-rimmed glasses. Tall, composed, and totally out of place in this office, but that's the point. Nobody suspects the glasses-wearing assistant is a Dragunov-trained operative. Get this to General Morozov, I say, handing him the envelope. Personally. I want confirmation when it's in his hands. Of course, boss. Victor steps forward, but there's hesitation. He's holding something in his hand. An envelope. I narrow my eyes. What is it? You ordered Ilya to follow Sabrina Kraft and Alexei Mirachin while they were in Moscow. I sit forward and nod. Yes. Victor comes closer to my desk. Sabrina Kraft was rushed to the hospital in the early hours of this morning. What? I bolt upright. What happened? She passed out or something. Here. Victor hands over a second envelope. Her hospital record. How did you get these? I raise an eyebrow and take the envelope, tearing it open. My sister is trying to make amends? No, boss. Ilya got them and listened in on the conversation in the private room Sabrina was in. Victor tells me. I turn my attention to the contents of the envelope. My eyes fly across the page and my heart stops. It can't be. My chest tightens. I look up sharply. Double the watch on Sabrina and the baby. Ilya will need more men. My heart is thumping, my mind whirling. Tell Ilya not to let either of them out of his sight, and for fuck's sake, don't let her leave Russia. There's more. Victor's voice goes flat.
His eyes lock with mine.
She's been taken by Ergorov. I feel the blood drain from my face. Who has? Sabrina. And the baby? Still with Alexei Mirichin, and... Victor hesitates. Clyde Smythe is back, with reinforcements. The room drops 10 degrees. My blood turns to fire. The lost subjects? I believe so. Victor nods. Fuck. My fist slams into the desk. They must think I have Tara. They've come for her. Victor nods. All 7 of them are here in Moscow. Ilya saw them outside the hospital when Alexei brought Sabrina in. 7? My brow furrows. Shouldn't there be 8? That's what Ilya thought too, but there were only 7. Victor confirms. They're sending a message. I snarl. They wanted us to see them. They wanted me to know they were here. Exactly. Clyde smiled at Ilya. Let him take a picture that is also in the envelope. It shows all of their faces. He swallows. Then they vanished. Like that fucking spider that you see in the corner of your bedroom one minute, then it's gone the next, but you know it's there ready to get you whenever it wants. I grind my teeth. Can Ilya get to the baby? No, Clyde's with Alexei, Victor tells me. And that ex-spy who used to work for Nicholas Vasilikis, Sidney Purdy. Do you think she's the 8th lost subject? The thought flashes in my mind. She could be. Victor shrugs. She and Clyde have worked together for many years. Why didn't they stop the general from taking Sabrina? But before he can answer, I realize and mutter. They're guarding the baby. I look at him. Did Ilya say only Clyde was with Alexei? Yes, the rest of his team are gone like fucking shadows at night. Do you want me to reach out to Petra? Maybe she can contact Medusa so we can find out what the fuck is going on that Clyde would disperse the entire team here. His brow furrows. I didn't think they would all be in Russia at once. That's kind of risky. I shake my head. No, we can't be too sure where Petra's allegiance lies. She is, after all, one of them, even if she was only a test subject for a short while. I rub my chin. As long as Clyde and his team are hovering, at least the baby isn't vulnerable. Are Carla Kraft, Galina Mirichin, and Nicholas Vasilikis still at the Morozov farm? Yes. Victor nods. No change there. Good. The general said he'd keep them there while my brothers and our other men search Vegas for that box and photo. My eyes narrow. If they leave the Mirichin mansion, ask Ilya to send one of the men to search it. Sabrina could have brought it with her. Will do, boss. Victor nods. Sabrina being detained by General Ergorov might just be what I need to get to see Sabrina. I pause. Send reinforcements to Ilya. Make sure he shadows Alexei. Every movement, every breath. Yes, boss. I pick up the doctor's report again. The RMSAD asked for a meeting for damage control. Good. I'll use it to get a one-on-one with their newest prisoner, Sabrina Kraft. She came to Russia in search of Tara, which means she doesn't know where Tara is. Yet. I glance at my phone. The doctored photo of Constantine at the Georgian border with a blurry image of Tara still visible remains there. It was enough to fool Carla Kraft and her friends, sent them chasing ghosts while we searched Vegas for the box. My chest burns. Tara. That woman has cost me everything, and I still don't know if my child was a girl or a boy. She gave birth in secret, hid every trace. But now I have to wonder if maybe she didn't give the child away. Perhaps the baby is still close. I glance at Sabrina's patient file. Maybe a lot closer than I realized. And Sabrina knows the truth. She'll talk. She'll have no choice. Get Pavel, I snap. Have the car ready, and make sure Ilya gets his bonus for this information. I think it's what I've been looking for. Will do. Victor smiles slightly, pride shining in his eyes. Looks like your little brother's earning his place. I'll talk to the general about DG training after this. I promise. My phone rings. I glance at it. Constantine. I'll get the car for you. Victor steps out of the office. Tell me you have something. I answer the call.
I have something, Constantine says, voice sharp, and you're not going to like it.
My stomach knots. What do you mean?
Switch to video.
I do. The screen lights up with his face. He is wearing dark sunglasses, an island-style blue cotton shirt, and a hat. There is a ridiculous coconut cocktail in hand. Behind him, a beach, a golden, glittering paradise. Where the fuck are you?
A private island off Greece.
You're calling me to show off a beach? He turns the camera.
Wait for it.
I sigh. Constantine. Then I hear it. A familiar voice. Come on, Slowpoke, I'm just as waddly as you are. That voice. That laughter. And then, the soft giggle of a child. My blood freezes. Two figures walk into frame. A man. A woman. A baby carrier on the man's chest, and the woman. Her belly is rounded. Glowing. My knees buckle. I drop into my chair. Son of a bitch, I whisper. They're alive.
Oh yeah, Constantine confirms. Guess who owns this island?
It's Greek, so... Nikolaos Vasilikis?
That's what I thought, but no. The Lost Subjects Corporation owns it.
I inhale sharply. They faked that car explosion. It was the fucking Lost Subjects that helped Gavril and Irina vanish. I clench my jaw. Fucking Clyde. Fucking ghosts. They must have extracted Tara, too. I remember Stepan hearing Clyde say, "Go to safe house for extraction." Tara knew. She was ready. My brothers never had a chance in hell of catching her. And just then... For fuck's sake, Molly, you're not the one getting as sick as I am. This isn't supposed to be harder the second time around. That voice. That perfect, razor-edged voice. She walks into frame. Tara. Smiling. Glowing. Pregnant. 21. Ruslan. 5 days later. Dragunov Village, Darko Kremlin. I pace like a caged animal near the back entrance of the fortress. I should have fucking left the day Constantine showed me that video. I should have gone to that damn island, put her over my shoulder, and dragged her home. But no. I listened to Nadia and her fucked up plan to end the RMSAD once and for all so Tara, her family, and Nadia's girlfriend, Valeska Ergorov, would be free once and for all. No more having to look over their shoulder. Hey, maybe because you're married to their queen bee, you might even get a set of genetically engineered badass black ops to join the Dragunov Guard. You already have Petra. I'm not sure those Black Ops teams can work for anyone. They're like mercenaries now and gone feral. I sigh. Fuck, and now I have to worry about what my crazy sister is getting herself into, and hope she can carry on this mission without getting herself or anyone else killed. And I hope, for fucking Alexei Mirichin's sake, my brothers, who I know has prison in Vegas, lets them go unharmed. My nerves are jumpy, and I feel like a teenage boy about to go on a first date with a high school cheerleader captain. Fuck. I glance up into the sky. Where are they? After seeing Irina and Gavril alive, their son laughing on the beach, Tara fucking glowing with life and new secrets growing inside her, it cracked something open in me. made me realize how far I'd spiraled, how grief and rage had turned me into a monster in a tailored suit. It was never supposed to be like this. I wanted to rebuild what was taken from us, reclaim the Dragunov legacy, bury the RMSAD and the twisted bastards that hijacked my great-great-grandfather's dream. Damien Dragunov was a Bratva boss, yes, but he wasn't a tyrant. He protected his people. He dealt his trade outside his territory, never within. And his research? That man wanted to cure the disease that was killing his wife. He wanted to make that cure, along with all the cures it provided, accessible and free for everyone. His patients were royalty to him. The sick who volunteered for trial testing were never lab rats to him and his team. They were treated with respect and dignity, and were treated like the kings they were, with their families taken care of for life. Until the government grew paranoid. Until the military saw the potential for weaponization and the genetic research that was years ahead of its time. Until Bogdan Mirichin saw profit and power. They assassinated Damien. Then his son, Yurslan, took over what remained of our research centers, but they never got the vault, never found the scientists who mattered most. Damien hid the real work. He scattered it in codes, paintings, and heirlooms, and now, piece by piece, we're putting it back together. I hope to God he'd be proud of what's coming next. Nadia swore she could lure Alexei here with the promise of a new alliance and getting Sabrina out of the RMSAD. But they had to do it her way, a way she and Medusa had been planning for years. Nadia gave Alexei and Nicholas Vasilikis the location of where Nadia's girlfriend, Valesky, was. The same RMSAD facility I had Medusa arrange for Sabrina to be transferred to. It's the same facility where Valeska's monster of a brother lives, and I just pray to whatever fucked up gods are still listening that Medusa can get that bastard Mikhail Ergorov there in time. The prick needs to die. Slowly. Only recently did I learn what he did to my sister. He raped Nadia, made her girlfriend watch. Then he beat my sister bloody, shattered her cheekbone, broke her ribs, and when she couldn't scream anymore, he turned to his sister, Nadia's girlfriend Valeska, and did the same to her. Once he was done, he locked them naked in a room with 4 of his sick guards and told them to enjoy themselves. But Medusa finally found out where Mikhail had taken them and got there before another person laid a hand on them. My hands curl into fists at my sides. I wanted to be the one to slit his throat, but Nadia and Valeska earned that privilege. They deserve his blood. They deserve to gut him slowly. I just need this fucking plan to work. Clyde and Sidney Purdy will be with them. Lost subjects no one could ever leash, not even Medusa. Nicholas Vasilikis, too. We all have a part to play in this finale. Still, she's my sister. I can't shake the feeling that something's going to go sideways. I see Irina's face, Gavriel holding their child, the way they had to fake their deaths to escape me. I was to them what the RMSAD is to Valeska, Nadia, Tara, and the lost subjects. Fuck, and I had become a monster over a lying, murderous bitch. Elisa. That fucking bitch. Constantine handled her with a ruthlessness I didn't know he had, offered her a cyanide pill or life in Dragunov Maxsec. She chose prison, arrogantly thinking she'd survive. 3 days later, she was found in the yard with 7 stab wounds to the stomach. Message received. Goodbye, Elisa. My eyes flick to the clock on my wrist. Where the fuck are they? The crunch of tires pulls my attention. A sleek black car creeps into the driveway. No plates. Tinted windows. My pulse tightens. Medusa. Of course. I exhale, roll my eyes, and brace myself for her usual theatrics. Zip ties, a hood laced with tranquilizer gas. She likes her entrances to be cinematic. But the driver opens the back door without a word, and the person who steps out of the car makes me pause. A tall woman in a vintage black velvet coat, the fur-lined hood pulled low over her face, elegance and secrecy in one flawless silhouette. Her driver shadows her as she glides towards me, her stride unhurried, deliberate. She stops an arm's length away. "What, no poisoned sack and zip ties today?" I mutter. She chuckles, low and feminine.
As my world collapses around me, I thought it was time we meet face to face.
Your world? I thought this was the culmination of your grand plan. RMSAD goes down, your lab rats get their freedom, and you ride off into the fucking sunset, or turn into a bat and fly. She laughs, and it surprises me, and it sounds so familiar.
Your wife is one of those lab rats,
she reminds me.
Speaking of Tara, I have something for her, but I need you to give it to her.
Why not wait? Constantine is bringing Tara back. She should be here any minute. I glance at my wristwatch. Didn't you hear? I had a secret 6th test and passed it with flying colors. I used my words. I snort. Who knew that just talking it out with brutal honesty had such great results? This time, I did not use brute force to resolve my difference with Tara on a very lengthy, costly video call that turned.
I get the picture, Ruslin,
she snaps, blowing out a breath and shaking her head.
I did hear how well you handled the situation with Tara. Thank you for finding her, and congratulations. I always knew you would pass, and I'm glad that it's you Tara has ended up with.
I'm shocked and gape. Wow, I whistle. I will take that as a compliment from the Dark Queen herself. Another laugh. But really, wait, she will be here. I glance at my wristwatch again. Fuck, they are late. Yeah, I hear some flights were delayed due to weather, her driver informs me. I nod my thanks for the information and look at Medusa again. They should be here soon.
I can't wait, she tells me. There are things I must do, final threads to cut. This role I have carried has come with many smaller ones, and there are a lot of loose threads to tie up before we pull the plug.
She pauses.
My main role and title. It's time to pass it on. And as there is a chance I may not survive what comes next, I need to ensure all my affairs are in order.
My jaw tenses. What are you talking about? Who are you, really? She ignores the question and motions to her driver, who hands me a leather-bound folder.
This is for you. Inside is a list of candidates for my replacement.
Replacement?
I was never a High Council member,
she says.
I was the judge, the one who ensured fairness in the system. Your grandfather chose me. I'm the one who watches from the shadows, the ghost that makes things right and keeps the balance.
My skin prickles. You said you have something for Tara, too. She pulls a second folder from beneath her cloak and hands it to me. It's thicker, heavier.
Give this to her. In there is this letter for the rest of my family.
Your family? Who the fuck are you? Why do I feel like I've met you before? She reaches up. Fingers slip beneath her hood. She pushes it back, and my world fucking shifts. You, I breathe. Holy fuck. She smiles. Not smug, just tired. Sad.
There are 3 people you can trust, Ruslin. Their names are in that file. Your grandfather asked me to find them, because one day you'd need a judge of your own, a general like Morozov, and someone to be your heart.
I stare at her, unable to speak.
I wish I had more time to explain,
she says.
But it's all in there, everything. My mission, my predecessor, your grandfather's last orders.
She leans forward and kisses my cheek, then whispers in my ear. A fucking lump forms in my throat. Jesus, when did I become such a pussy and bleeding heart?
Goodbye for now, Ruslan,
she says softly. She turns. The black velvet coat swishes behind her as she walks, and on the back, stitched in crimson thread, is the symbol I never thought I'd ever see and live to say that I have. The red keyhole. The Black Widow. The car pulls away. I glance down at the folders in my hand. The weight of everything inside them presses into my bones. Then I hear it. Thwap, thwap, thwap. Helicopter blades slice through the wind. I look up. A sleek, military-grade chopper descends beyond the tree line, blades carving the dusk. It hovers, then begins to land in the clearing near the north wing. My chest tightens and my pulse races. She's here. Tara, my runaway bride. She's home. It's time to have a good talk with my runaway bride, and time to make amends with the past for both of us.
22. Tara. Present day, Dragunov Village, Draco Kremlin. The blades roar above me, chopping the air with a steady rhythm that rattles my bones. I grip the edge of the seat as we descend into Dragunov Village, but my mind's not in the present. It's spinning back to 3 weeks ago in New York, the day everything changed. Tara. 3 weeks ago, New York City.
Do you see one?
Clyde asks, sweeping the street with his eyes. I shake my head, scanning the crowded sidewalks. No. Fuck. Who even has phone booths anymore?
New Yorkers,
he mutters, then nods.
There.
We weave through traffic and reach the narrow glass box just as someone steps out. My hand trembles as I dig for coins. The payphone reeks of piss and cigarettes, but I press the receiver to my ear and dial the number. Sabrina's. It rings. Once. Twice. I'm getting frantic as Sabrina is taking so long to answer. My throat tightens. Then, hello? Sabrina. I keep my voice steady, but tears sting the back of my eyes and burn my throat. I don't have much time, so I have to stay focused. But hearing her voice is nearly my undoing. Sabrina chokes. Where are you? I can't talk for long. My voice is rushed, breathless, and my heart is beating frantically as I try not to dissolve into a puddle of tears. I'm okay, but I won't be for long if you don't get Mom to call off that fucking PI. He's not who you think he is. He's working for some nasty people. What? Sabrina sounds confused. What are you talking about? I had a feeling, but I mean it, Rena. Please, promise me. Get her to stop. I urge. I will. I'll try. Just, Tara, where the hell are you? Sabrina asks, and I can hear the urgency in her voice, and my heart breaks. I want to ask about Elena, about everything, and tell her what's happened, but I know I can't. Gunfire cracks, making my ears ring. My head swivels, and I barely hang onto the receiver as I see Clyde stagger, gripping his stomach. I freeze. My heart lurches.
Run, Tara! Get the fuck out of here!
Clyde shouts at me. You've been shot! I yell back, dropping the receiver back on the cradle and running toward him. But Clyde doesn't go down. He moves like lightning, disarming the twin with the gun and using the man's body as a battering ram as he hurtles into his brother. The twins go tumbling over each other as he shoves.
Go!
Clyde yells at me. His shirt is red from his blood, which is now dripping down his legs. I'm not leaving you. He grips my arm with a bloodied hand.
You have to.
He pants. No. I look around. There. I point to a car. It's an old model, but the window is open. It's begging to be taken. I shove Clyde in the car and find the keys in the visor. My hands shake so badly as I see the twins right themselves, but I manage to get the key in the ignition and pull off. I drive Clyde to the nearest hospital. It's not that far away.
Tara, just dump me at the door. Those Russian carbon copies will be here in a flash,
Clyde says through gritted teeth. No, I say, pulling him from the car and half dragging the big lug into the hospital, screaming as I rush through the door. The next minute, we're surrounded by nurses and doctors from the emergency room. He shoves his phone into my palm.
Call Safe House 5. They will know what to do.
I find the number and call. It connects. I need a table for 1 and would like table number 5, I say before anyone answers.
5 minutes.
A clipped voice replies. I look up as they start to wheel Clyde away. I run toward them and shove the phone in his pocket, kissing his cheek.
Go,
Clyde whispers. Miss, you have to wait out here, a nurse tells me. My heart is thudding like a trapped bird. I hate what I'm about to do, but I turn and flee. As I hit the street, I see them, the Russian twins, Ruslan's brothers. I turn and run as fast as I can, trying to ignore the nausea rising in my throat. My hands protect my belly as my feet thud on the pavement. Dodge, duck, and I see the alley. Safe house number 5. It's more of an extraction point, as it's just a blind alley. I'm winded when I get there, heart pounding. My eyes are wild as I scan the area. Jesus, where is it? A cracking noise comes from above, and the line drops. Before I can scream, it snaps tight beneath my arms, lifting me into the air. Weightless, flying. Then, slam! I hit something soft, a giant inflatable cushion. I blink. I'm on a rooftop. Someone grabs my hand, pulling me into a stairwell. Who are you? I ask as the woman drags through a set of doors and into an underground parking area. Petra, she answers. I'm your driver and pilot who will be taking you to your safe house. We climb into an SUV. Buckle up and then slide down so you can't be seen. She pulls out of the parking area, and I'm so exhausted I close my eyes. Next, I'm being woken up, and we're at a private airstrip. As the plane takes off, I once again fall asleep and wake up in paradise. I blink awake to sunlight glinting off turquoise water, the scent of salt and flowers in the air. I stumble outside and freeze. Irina is there, Gavril too, and a little boy, his spitting image, hanging in a baby sling against Gavril's stomach. And Irina's belly is full and round. She's pregnant again. She turns and her eyes fill with tears. Tara. I don't move, don't breathe. Gavril walks toward me, slowly, warily.
We were so excited when Petra told us you were being brought here,
he says. Am I dead? I say stupidly. Irina walks closer, tears slipping down her face. No, you are safe. Over the next few days, we talk. We raise our voices. I storm out a few times, but go back and listen. Eventually, we work things out. I know what it's like to have to deceive those you love to protect a child. I start to settle into life on the island when word comes. My mother has gone missing, along with Nick, Galina, and Mark. And a few days later, Sabrina is in Russia looking for me. Worse, she has Elena, and they're with Alexei Mirochin. Clyde swears they'll extract her, but then RMSAD grabs Sabrina, but has left Elena with Alexei because they think she's his and Sid's child. While I'm relieved my baby girl is safe, she's still in Russia, and fuck! The RMSAD has my highly intelligent, hot-headed, sassy-mouthed sister. So yeah, I panic. My first thought, head to Russia and get my sister, even if I have to burn the fucking RMSAD to the ground. Irina, Gavril, Clyde, They all tell me to stay put, that a plan is in motion. I hate it, but they are right. I'm just over 5 months pregnant. First, the RMSAD would have a field day with that, and secondly, I would only slow everyone down. So I stay, because I'm almost 6 months pregnant, and I'm having a boy, and my body is not adjusting as well as it did with Elena. Tara, 2 days ago, a private Greek island bungalow. I step into my room and nearly collapse. Jesus! I yell. A shadow detaches from the wall. Constantine. What the fuck, Constantine? I snap. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Can't you call like a normal person? He gives me that soft half smile. Something's different about him. He's not so edgy and hard. His eyes are softer, as if he's found peace or something. Even his smile reaches his eyes. Have I stepped into an alternate universe? Why are you here? I start backing toward the door.
Relax. I'm not here to take you. Only to ask you to talk to Ruslan,
He says.
Just hear him out.
I fold my arms. Why? My eyes narrow. I was told he knows everything. That I lied about the miscarriage and that I didn't have a hysterectomy. I pat my belly. He sets a tablet on the table, along with a bag of jelly beans. My favorites.
He just wants to talk, Tara.
Constantine repeats.
Just hear him out. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm staying at the only bed and breakfast on the island if you need me.
He turns and lets himself out. I eye the tablet and the jelly beans beside it. I can't get to the jelly beans without reading that note attached to the tablet. As I snatch the bag of jelly beans, my eyes scan the note.
Tara, I just want to talk. I know everything, and I understand. Please call me. I won't force you to come home. Just please, hear me out. Ruslan.
I munch jelly beans, pace, munch more jelly beans, and pace some more, my mind worrying. My heart screams for me to call, while my mind says, it's a trap, don't do it. I have another fistful of jelly beans for sugary courage, and then I call. He answers after 5 rings. His hair is wet, his chest bare. My breath hitches. Hi.
Hi.
He says softly.
Thank you for calling. God, Tara, I've been looking for you for months.
I know, I whisper. I met your brothers. He groans.
I'm sorry about them.
Silence. I say, look, Ruslan,
No, let me.
He interrupts. We laugh.
You go.
He says. I take a breath. When I realized I was pregnant, I was so hurt, so angry. I felt used, like a pawn between you and Irina, Gavril, the whole damn war.
I never meant for you to feel that way.
I know. And there was no affair between me and Gavril. We dated years ago. It ended before Irina. We stayed friends.
My sister didn't tell me that.
She admitted everything, I say. He nods.
What's their son's name?
Yerslan. His eyes widen. Their new baby is going to be a girl, I add. They are going to call her Zoya, named after your mother. He clears his throat. He swallows.
Is Irina okay?
She's glowing.
Tell her I'm sorry. If she wants to talk, give her the tablet.
I will.
And you?
He asks.
Are you happy there?
He clears his throat again.
Because, baby, I miss you so much. I feel like part of my soul is gone.
I pause. I miss you too, I whisper. He sighs.
Tara, I know I was an asshole. I lived in the shadow of your feelings for Gavriel and Constantine. I was broken after Elisa, but I see now what I lost.
I wasn't any better. I lied. To everyone.
Elena,
He says gently. My eyes mist. She's ours, I whisper.
I know.
He tells me. Is she safe? I ask.
She was with Sabrina until the RMSAD took Sabrina, and now she's with Alexei, who is at your grandparents' farm, along with your mother, her boyfriend, Galina Mirochin, and Nicholas Vasilikis.
They are all in Russia? My eyes widen.
Yeah,
He nods.
all looking for you and now planning to get Sabrina back.
Rosalind, I had to do what I did, lying about Elena because I'm not like the other Jewel subjects.
I know,
He says.
Medusa told me.
Medusa?
You know her as the mother.
He laughs. Oh, I breathe. So you know everything? Rosalind nods.
She explained in no uncertain terms why it was imperative that until we destabilize the RMSAD, no one thinks she's our child.
I was going to tell you the night of our wedding ceremony, but then I had to leave, for your sake.
I get it now. It wasn't my trial. It was yours.
What? I splutter.
They tested your integrity, like they did Constantine.
Rosalind explains. My eyes widen. Did I pass? He laughs.
You passed, and broke my fucking heart.
I never wanted to lie, but I had to protect our baby girl. My eyes sting with the tears I'm trying to hold back.
I know. I would have done the same.
He gives me a sad smile. I'm so sorry for all the lies and deception, I whisper. They didn't give me a hysterectomy. Medusa made them change my records in case the RMSAD got wind of me being there.
I didn't care if you couldn't have children.
His voice is rough with emotion.
I just wanted you alive.
He pinches the bridge of his nose.
If I'd known, I'd have doctored your records myself.
I smile tearfully. He looks at me.
I love you, Tara. I can't lie about that anymore.
I love you too, I admit, and the tears start rolling down my cheeks. There's something else you should know. I move the table and lift my shirt. This is your son.
My son?
He sucks in his breath, and I nod.
You look beautiful.
Rosalind sounds breathless. I feel like a whale.
You're beautiful,
He declares.
Show me your belly again, but take off your shirt and bra. I want to see all of you.
Rosalind! I feel myself blushing. I've never had phone sex before, and excitement over doing it makes heat curl low in my belly.
Please.
His voice is low and husky. I lift my shirt over my head and throw it on the floor, then do the same with my bikini top.
So perfect.
He breathes. I don't feel perfect. I laugh self-consciously.
You're glowing.
His breath catches, and his eyes darken with desire.
Fuck. You need to come home. I want to touch you, feel you.
I wanted to tell you so many times about our son, I say, but I couldn't.
It's okay, my love. I understand.
He nods.
God, Tara, I need to see more of you.
Rosalind! I laugh, but I pick up the tablet and head for my room. I'm not sure how to prop this up. He helps me position the tablet at the perfect angle. Before I take off my pants, I say teasingly, you have to drop that towel.
Yes, my lady.
He grins and drops it unabashedly. His rock-hard cock stands to attention.
See? He misses you, too.
I'd love to be able to stroke him right now. I feel the heat start to pool between my legs.
It's your turn.
He grins. I drop my shorts and then my panties. I hear the sharp intake of his breath.
Sit on the edge of your bed and open your legs for me.
His voice is low and throaty. I do as he says. As I spread my legs, I can feel my arousal slick against my inner thighs, making me shiver with anticipation. Ruslan hungrily gazes at my swollen, glistening clit and the pink folds of my entrance, his eyes darkening further with lust. His hand moves to grip his aching erection, slowly stroking up and down its pulsing length, while imagining how it would feel buried deep inside me. My own hands instinctively move to touch myself, fingers circling around my clit, eliciting a low moan from my lips. Ruslan watches intensely, his own breathing becoming ragged as he continues to stroke himself in time with my movements. The tension builds between us as we pleasure ourselves in front of each other. My fingers delve deeper inside myself, feeling the delicious pressure building within me, while Ruslan's hand moves faster over his throbbing cock. I want you so badly, I gasp, feeling my body tremble with need.
God, Tara. Me too.
He groans, his free hand gripping the edge of the table for support.
I want to sink so deep inside your warm, tight pussy.
As we continue touching ourselves, we lock eyes, exchanging our raw desire for one another through heated glances. The connection only serves to heighten our arousal further until we both finally reach our breaking point.
Fuck, I need you so badly, Tara.
Ruslan grunts loudly as he climaxes, spurts of hot cum shooting from his cock and landing on the floor. Seeing him lose control sends me hurtling over the edge, my body convulsing as an intense orgasm washes over me. Panting and flushed, we share a tender smile, knowing that even with the distance between us, our love remains undeniably strong. We clean ourselves up, not breaking the connection, and then I take him to be with me. Propped up against my pillow, we laugh and talk until my eyes are heavy, and we fall asleep on the call hours later.
I love you, Tara,
Ruslan whispers, blowing a kiss through the screen.
Please come home soon, my princess.
I will, I promise. And for the first time in almost 6 months, I drift into a deep sleep with Ruslan next to me. 23. Tara. Present day, Dragonoff Village Castle Suite. There's your daddy, I whisper to my belly as the helicopter touches down, and my heart pounds like a trapped bird as I see Ruslan standing, waiting for me. Before anyone can help me, I have the door open and I'm bolting out of the chopper. I've barely touched the ground when Ruslan sweeps me into his arms, his lips crushing mine. Constantine clears his throat behind us.
The pilot wants to lift off. Why don't the two of you take that inside?
He shoots us a look that's all dry sarcasm and brotherly concern.
I'll grab Tara's bags.
My boots barely touch the stone floor of the castle as Ruslan rushes me inside. The moment the castle walls close around me, I feel it. A pulse of something ancient and powerful thrumming through the walls. Ruslan is beside me, his hand warm and tight in mine, like he's afraid that if he lets go, I'll vanish again. We laugh, breathless and a little overwhelmed at finally seeing each other in the flesh again after 2 days and nights spent through the glass screen of the tablet. Ruslan pulls me through the grand archway into the heart of the Dragonoff stronghold. It's beautiful. Stone and velvet, iron and firelight. Ancient walls whisper secrets as I trail my fingers along them. I feel like I've stepped into a dream built of blood and legend.
I thought we could stay here until it's all over,
Ruslan says, his voice low.
until it's safe for you and we can get Elena back.
I'd like that, I say, smiling. I always wanted to live in a castle. He walks us through the halls, pointing out his guards stationed at subtle intervals.
Only this wing is operational for now. We're at the very end of the hall. The others stay farther down. No one comes near unless I say so.
When we reach the double doors of our suite, he throws them open. I gasp. It's stunning. Grand and warm, with deep reds and golds, high windows, and a massive carved bed that looks like it belongs to a warrior king. Or a dragon.
Your bathroom's through the dressing room, on the right. Mine's on the left,
Ruslan says. Then he opens a door that leads to a small corridor next to my dressing room.
This way.
2 more rooms join ours. He gestures.
This is Elena's room, and this one, the nursery for our son.
My throat tightens. The walls are half painted in soft blues and grays. The crib is still in pieces, but it's perfect.
It'll be ready before he gets here,
Ruslan promises. It's perfect, Ruslan. I look up at him.
You're perfect.
He grabs me and kisses me, lifting me like I weigh nothing and carrying me back to the bed. I laugh through my tears. I don't think I have ever been this happy, and I know that as soon as we have our baby girl back, we'll both be completely whole. Ruslan.
Shh, let me worship you.
He lowers me onto the bed, his lips brushing down my neck, leaving a trail of goosebumps in their wake, and then lingering on my collarbone before moving down the swell of my breasts. His mouth envelops one nipple, while his thumb grazes the other, sending shivers down my spine. Then he moves lower, his lips reverent on the soft curve of my belly.
You're the strongest woman I know,
he murmurs against my skin.
Hello, my son,
he whispers to my belly.
I can't wait to meet you.
He looks up at me.
What did you name him?
I swallow. I haven't yet. He smiles and moves back to my lips before sliding his hand between my thighs, parting them gently, his fingers brushing against the wetness pooling there.
I have an idea about that.
Oh? I look into his eyes as he continues to tease me expertly with his fingers and thumb circling around my clit.
What if we called him Leonid Damian Dragunov?
My face crumples, and I can't stop the tears from falling down my cheeks as the pleasure builds. I'd like that. His lips crush mine, and his hands move tenderly over my full breasts.
You're wearing too many clothes,
he whispers, and proceeds to undress me. He does so slowly, unbuttoning my blouse one button at a time while planting soft kisses on my neck. With each new inch of skin revealed, he lavishes it with more tender caresses and kisses. His hands glide over my breasts, cupping them and teasing my nipples to stiffness with his fingers. When I'm completely naked, he quickly undresses, then slides back into the bed and continues exploring my body with his mouth, from the nape of my neck down to the curve of my waist, then further down to the delicate skin inside my thighs. His tongue trails a seductive path along my inner thigh, making me shiver with anticipation. I cry out as his tongue licks along my slit, then parts the lips of my mound to find my throbbing clit. Ruslan pushes 2 fingers inside me and begins to finger-fuck me as he French kisses my pussy, licking and sucking, driving me to the edge. I tangle my hands in his hair and lift my pelvis, grinding myself against his face as he sucks my clit and teases it with the tip of his tongue. His fingers pick up speed, penetrating me, and the world explodes around in a wave of pleasure that makes me scream out his name. Ruslan positions himself between my legs, and I can feel the heat emanating from him as his erection grazes my wetness. He teases me for a moment before finally sliding inside me, filling me completely. It's almost too much to take in as he slowly thrusts in and out of me, our bodies moving together in perfect rhythm. Ruslan's hands never leave me for a moment, sculpting every part of my body that our lovemaking reveals. The sensation is all-consuming, hungry yet tender, a reunion in every sense of the word. Gradually, our moans grow louder as our bodies move together, picking up speed as we reach our peak. Overwhelmed with pleasure, we cling to each other in that final moment as Ruslan thrusts into me a few more times before we both cry out and he spills his seed inside. I see his muscles strain in his arms and neck as he leans on his arms, not wanting to fall on my belly, as his cock pulses inside me, and my slick walls convulse around him while we ride the final waves of pleasure. Ruslan finally collapses beside me, pulling me into the crook of his arms and pulling a comforter over our bodies. We lie entangled in each other's arms, breathless and utterly satisfied. When we can speak again, he looks at me with raw honesty.
I love you, but I hope you know I can't ever let you go, ever again.
I shake my head, touching his cheek. I never wanted to walk away. From the very first night we met, I was yours. He kisses me until the words fall away. When we come up for air, I whisper, "Before we get Elena back, you need to make peace with the Mirochins." His jaw tightens, but I continue. They aren't their father or grandfather. My sister is in love with Alexei. Your sister's in love with Gavril. Imagine what the Dragonovs and Mirochins could do together. He exhales slowly.
I've already thought about it. I plan to make amends.
I smile and lean into his chest, heart full. He strokes my hair.
Welcome home, my love.
It's so good to be back. I start drifting off, but something claws its way forward in my mind. Ruslan? I murmur. I shift to face him. There's something else. The woman you call Medusa. She's my biological mother. His eyes snap open. She wasn't evil. Giving me up was the hardest thing she ever did. She had to get Sabrina and me, her sister, who raised me, and my father, all out of Russia. Everything she did was to protect us. She's the lead geneticist at the RMSAD, but it was a cover in order to bring that organization down from the inside. I frown. I think she worked for your grandfather. He nods.
I know. That reminds me. She gave me a letter for you. Medusa, or your biological mother, said that if the plan went sideways, you'd need it. And there's one for your family as well.
Tears burn my eyes. He kisses my forehead.
Right before she left, she said, "Please tell my family. It was all for them. I love them. And if I had to, and it meant protecting them, I'd do it all over again."
I can't stop the tears, and Ruslan kisses them away. She had a storybook made for me when I was little, I whisper, about a dark queen who moved in the shadows so everyone else could stay in the light. Ruslan kisses my forehead.
Both your mothers were remarkable, and your father, too. Did you know your biological mother was also the Black Widow?
I sit up, stunned. You're fucking with me. He shakes his head.
She was chosen by my father at 15. She saved her sister's life and was quite willing to give up her own to do so.
Jesus. I whisper.
Only the reigning Dragonoff knows who the Black Widow is,
He says.
She kept the legacy alive, protected us all from the shadows.
So, she's your secret assassin? I ask, my voice caught between awe and disbelief.
How cool is that? I have a secret badass assassin.
He grins.
And she named her successor.
Who?
Petra Romanoff.
I like her, I say. She's the one who helped me escape your brothers in New York.
Yes, I've been meaning to ask you about that.
He raises an eyebrow.
How the fuck did you disappear into thin air? Or was Petra's DNA mutated with a chameleon's, and she made you disappear by blending into an alley wall?
I laugh at his crazy imagination. You watch too many movies. I kiss his nose and then grin. But I'm afraid I can't tell you the secrets of my kind, I tease. And if I told you, I'd have to unleash the widow on you.
But she's my assassin,
Rosalind says smugly. Yes, but she's my mother.
Then I'll just have to tickle it out of you.
He tackles me with tickling fingers, making me squeal and shriek. Stop! I'll pee! I laugh. Then his lips crash into mine, and the world melts away. An oasis as we wait for news of my sister's rescue, so we can start to plan the building of bridges that will unite two powerful Bratva families to create a new legacy in which we can all thrive. This concludes Blazing Embers by Cat Steele, narrated by Leanne Woodward and Eric Bloomquist. Copyright 2025 by Cat Steele. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Cat Steele and was produced in the year 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.